In the cave under the dim light, an injured man walked slowly with the help of another man who was fully covered. Many disciples gathered around them, their faces filled with worry. One of them asked if the injured man was all right. The covered man told him to hold on a little longer. But soon the injured man fell to the ground with a painful scream, and the man holding him said that he had fallen again. Two disciples spoke quietly. One asked how many people had collapsed already, and the other said the healers did not have much mana left. The first asked if the injured man would die at this rate, but the other replied that it was okay. The injured man sat up slowly and smiled weakly, saying that they still had hope because the Empire's warrior Vern was with them. Hearing his words, Warrior Vern turned his head and said that since he could still hear his voice, it meant he was alive and should hold on a little longer. The disciple nodded with respect and said, "Yes, warrior." The party members had started to feel restless. The subjugation group had 74 members at the beginning, but now only 43 followed behind the warrior. He thought to himself that he did not lose 31, instead 43 had survived. Even though everyone had done their best, they could not protect 31 of their comrades. He lifted his chin and reminded himself that everyone had been prepared for this. Looking upward, he thought about where they stood now, one of the 7 great evil dungeons called the Primordial Core. As he sank into thought, someone called out to him. A comrade pointed upward and told him to look. The warrior looked confused for a moment, then raised his head. A massive door stood before him. He realized they had finally arrived at the end of the dungeon, the Primordial Core, the final stop of their expedition and the result of all their efforts. Beyond that door were treasures beyond imagination and the 36th masterpiece that had created mankind. It was also the place where the owner of the dungeon waited. Suddenly something happened when the warrior unsheathed his sword. He turned his head and shouted for everyone to get in line, ordering shields and swordsmen to the front and mages to brighten the area and secure their vision. The mages sent their energy to the glowing orbs that lit up the dungeon, making it shine brightly. A woman said the vibrations had stopped, and Warrior Vern replied that they would make it brighter but should not lower their guard. The lights flared stronger, revealing the dungeon clearly. Then the true form of the dungeon's owner appeared. The warrior gripped his sword tightly, his eyes widening as the creature opened its huge mouth filled with countless teeth and began to attack. He shouted for everyone to run, realizing they could not win. The scene shifted to a skeleton-like creature with glowing eyes. It spoke as if explaining that it had been sleeping when humans invaded, but it still fought despite its exhaustion. In front of it, a strange creature with 4 eyes nodded and said it had fought against both the humans and its fatigue. When that creature saw the skeleton's dark aura growing stronger, it asked it to calm down. The skeleton grew angry when told to calm down. He shouted that it was impossible and lifted his head toward the huge creature, yelling that as a dungeon boss, it should not have been sleeping until the humans arrived. He scolded it for yawning in front of the humans, and said its mentality was the real problem. He turned toward the girl beside them and asked her opinion. Renee, with her long silver hair, said she did not know but seemed impressed that the creature could overpower humans with just a yawn. She spoke with excitement, amazed again by Mr. Devourer's dignity. The skeleton looked at her in confusion, then sighed with disappointment. Sitting on a stool, he thought that giving up might be best and shouted in frustration that the dungeon was doomed. The strange creature beside him told him not to think too much, or his bones would rot. This place was known as one of the 7 great evil dungeons. Most dungeon raids ended with human victory. Humans could attack anytime, forcing monsters to stay alert and fight constantly, which weakened the dungeons over time. As more dungeons were conquered, a few remained that humans could never defeat. These were known as the 7 great evil dungeons. Among them, the worst was the Primordial Core, deep within the demonic realm. Many creatures guarded this dungeon. The red crossroad on the left was protected by the blade made Renee, the blue crossroad in the center by the Death Knight Pedrick, while the right path, tainted with filth, remained a mystery. The ruler of this dungeon was Devourer, the primordial monster from the first chapter of the Empire's mythology. Renee closed the book and said that this was what the record stated. She crossed her arms, holding the book close, and said that after humans had read this story, the number of intrusions had increased. Devourer said that managing a dungeon required skill and mystery. He explained that by leaking bits of false information, humans would think they knew everything about the dungeon. Books filled with fantasy made them curious and eager to explore. He then admitted he had not expected so many humans to come rushing in. He remembered the battle and asked if there had been 74 humans. Renee nodded and said most of their gear had melted while fighting Mr. 116 Black Tentacles, leaving only a few valuable items intact. She added nervously that she could have handled them without damaging the equipment. Devourer looked at her sharply and agreed. A dark aura surrounded him, and he suddenly changed into a boy with black hair. He placed his hand on Renee's head and told her she could have done it. Renee's eyes widened in surprise, and she blushed while letting out a nervous laugh. Pedrick, the skeleton, spoke with his eyes glowing light blue, asking if they were really there for a meeting or just having fun. He complained that the mood was too sweet and joked that it might rot not only his teeth but also his head. Then he shouted at Devourer, saying if he was going to polymorph, he should do it properly, since he had seen him pat Renee's head with 6 fingers. Devourer looked at his hand in confusion and realized it was true. Pedrick laughed and teased that it was still better than last time when Devourer had over 40 teeth and smiled, which had terrified him. Renee sighed and told Pedrick his clattering jaws were too noisy. Pedrick looked at her and thought he should tell her to stop being a gatekeeper if she disliked it so much. After a while, Renee held some papers in her hands, her eyes wide, and said she would get straight to the point. Devourer, Pedrick, and Renee sat around a round table covered with scattered papers. Renee began explaining that humans had started invading the right crossroad and that 116 Black Tentacles, the guardian there, had been seriously injured. His condition looked critical. Devourer interrupted and told her not to worry too much, saying the tentacles had strong regenerative powers and could recover. If not, they could simply find a new gatekeeper. Pedrick laughed and joked that when hiring, Devourer should get 2 new ones so he could quit as well. Devourer looked confused and reminded him that his contract was for life, adding that only the right crossroad was under attack. Pedrick nodded quietly and said the humans might already be forming another raid team. Renee, with sharp eyes and crossed arms, said that humans now use telepathy for communication, so news about the right crossroads weakness had likely already spread. Devourer slammed his hand on the table, his expression dark, and said they needed to plan carefully. He told Renee and Pedrick to listen closely. From that day on, they would switch positions. Renee, who had been guarding the red path on the left, would now take over the filth crossroad on the right. He explained that humans would attack there thinking it was empty, and her job was to stop them. Renee clenched her fists with excitement, and said she could stop anyone who came. Devourer then turned to Pedrick and told him to guard the red crossroad that Renee usually protected. Pedrick looked confused and asked why. Devourer said that once humans realized Renee had moved, they would head to her usual spot on the left, and Pedrick would be there waiting to stop them. Leaning back in his chair, Devourer said that this way, they could block 2 invasions at once. Pedrick asked what would happen if humans attacked the blue crossroad in the center. Devourer paused for a moment, then chuckled and said they would simply have to enjoy a date with him. Pedrick sighed with disappointment, saying the plan sounded messy. Renee, however, looked thrilled and said it was perfect. Pedrick muttered in frustration, wishing she would stop. Renee then brought up the last issue, asking what they should do with the sword from the raid leader. Devourer rested his elbows on the table, his face on his arms, and asked which sword she meant. Renee explained it was the one the raid leader had used. Pedrick remembered standing among the fallen humans and seeing the weapon. He said the raiders must have been strong to carry such swords and asked Devourer if he knew what kind it was. Picking up the blade, he said it was the 36th masterpiece, a well-known human weapon, and its name was Tanbella. Devourer rubbed his hair and said he remembered now, calling it the 36th something and mentioning they probably had a few lying around in storage. He added that one of Renee's blades was also from the same set. Looking at Pedrick holding the large sword, he remarked that humans carried impressive equipment. Pedrick asked what they should do with the sword. He said if they gave it to the guards at the entrance, humans would just take it back, which would cause trouble again. Taking a deep breath, he told Devourer that he should keep it, and handed the sword to him. Devourer asked why Pedrick could not just use it since he also wielded swords. Pedrick's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked if he really could. When Devourer nodded, Pedrick's face lit up with excitement, and he laughed, saying he had no choice since it was an order from his boss. The primordial core was home to a terrifying homunculus maid, a death knight filled with dark energy, and an ancient monster. Devourer rested his head on the table and told Pedrick to tear up the resignation letter he had hidden in his ribs now that he had given him the sword. Renee asked Devourer what they should do about the remaining income distribution. Pedrick, enjoying holding the sword, thought it was enough for him. Devourer rested his elbow on the table, his face on his fist, and said they should do as usual, use what they could and use the rest as bait to lure the next humans. Renee nodded excitedly and said she would handle the detailed distribution again, thinking to herself that she would half-ass it. Devourer agreed calmly. Suddenly, Renee realized they had no real use for the magic tools they had taken from the humans. She asked if they should remove the mana stones and sell them for profit. Devourer agreed and ordered them to visit the human village. Pedrick and Renee shouted in shock. Devourer, surprised by their reaction, thought it had scared him and asked why they were so shocked. Pedrick turned his head, sweat forming on his skull, and said it might be better if Renee went instead. Renee looked shocked. Devourer asked why, and Pedrick said it was because he was bad at transforming into a human, thinking to himself that Devourer's tail was sticking out. Devourer stared at him, then asked nervously what he meant. Finally, he relaxed in his chair and told Pedrick to buy lots of tasty things. The scene shifted to a bright day with Renee walking outside. She commented on the nice weather and said she would be back for Devourer. Inside a shop, an old man at the reception examined the mana stones through his glasses while Renee stood in front of him. He told her he could not buy them. When she asked why, he bent down, picked up a sample under the table, and explained that B-ranked mana stones took commoners 10 years of work to buy. The stones Renee brought were much bigger and could only be used by royal mages or high-ranked ones from the Mage Tower. He suggested that a jeweler in the capital with a royal agreement, or the Mage Tower's wing, might be able to handle them. Renee murmured in confusion about whether to go to the capital or the Mage Tower. She thought the capital was too far and reluctantly decided she had to go to the Mage Tower for Devourer. She packed her sack and picked it up, determined to go for him. She moved toward the exit and said goodbye. The old man wished her safe travel, but then noticed a mana stone left on the table and called after her. Renee turned and said it was a tip and thanked him. The old man muttered in confusion, wondering if she was really human. The scene shifted to evening at the Mage Tower's wing. Renee stood in front of it as many guards walked around. One guard asked if she had come to sell mana stones and suggested she meet the guild master. She agreed and followed him as he guided her upstairs to his office. While walking, she thought about the tower's structure, realizing the leader's office was at the top, similar to a dungeon. After some time, the guard stopped and told Renee this was the way. Inside the room, a woman sitting on a stool smiled and thanked Renee for coming such a long way. She introduced herself as Graumitz, leader of the Mage Tower's Wing Guild. Dark energy swirled around her as she asked Renee who she was. Renee noticed the woman had a lot of mana and said her name was Rin. Graumitz smiled and said she had heard a young kid was coming and almost ignored her, but the guard had mentioned the mana stones. She said Renee must know the tower's reputation and that she expected high-rank mana stones. Renee opened her sack and dropped the stones on the table, telling Graumitz to confirm for herself. Graumitz looked with wide eyes and realized they were A-rank mana stones, some near the top grade. She picked one up and said these were not items a child should own. She asked Renee where she got them. Seeing Renee's silver hair, she wondered if she was the daughter of one of the Empire's 8 families who had run away secretly with the stones. Graumitz thought that there was no other way a young child could have so many mana stones. She assumed Renee must be a noble lady, ignorant of the world. When a guard placed tea on the table, Graumitz apologized for her rudeness and said she had not expected the quality of the stones. She offered to buy all of them at 50 ounces of gold per stone, or 80 for the best ones. Renee murmured in confusion, remembering the old man had said commoners needed 10 years to earn enough for one. She realized ordinary humans earn 10 ounces a year, so 10 years would be 100 ounces. She warned Graumitz not to joke. Graumitz, panicking inside, admitted the guild did not have enough money but spoke politely. Renee told her to buy as much as they could. Graumitz smiled, nodded silently, and placed a chest with 2,000 ounces of gold on the table. She offered the gold for all the mana stones and suggested giving objects of equal value as part of the deal. Renee looked at the coins for a while, then picked up one and asked if the items were really valuable and easy to sell. Graumitz told her not to worry and stood up to guide Renee, saying she would show the objects. She explained that normally outsiders were not allowed, but Renee was an exception. They reached a room, and Graumitz said it was the Mage Tower's storage. She showed a tiara made of 4-carat diamonds with small mana stones in the center, useful for mages. She also showed a ring with a living black pearl that cried out if poison was near the wearer, made using alchemy. Renee stared at the ring, surprised by the mention of alchemy. Graumitz noticed and smiled, covering the ring case with glass, saying Renee might not like it since alchemy was considered unhygienic and many people disliked it. Renee pointed at a heart made of mana stones and asked about it. Gromit smiled and said it was the Scarlet Lovestone, a gem that could help fulfill love. Renee's eyes widened, and she repeated the words in her mind, blushing as her face grew red. Gromit explained that if mana was infused into the gem in front of the person she liked, the spirit inside would help achieve eternal love. Renee leaned closer, trembling, and asked if it worked for anyone. Gromit confidently confirmed it. Renee shouted eagerly that she wanted it. Gromit nodded silently, and warned that the gem was very difficult to get and very expensive, powerful enough to steal even the Emperor's heart. Renee's eyes widened, and she clenched her teeth in frustration. She handed Gromit her rare blade and the money she had received earlier, asking for the gem in exchange. Gromit looked shocked and asked how she had obtained it. The boy called out worried, "How can you give that gem away?" The guild master said calm, "What about it?" The boy said tense, "You know what it is, if you send her away she will die." The guild master picked up a small eyeglass careless so what she held the gem near her eye and examined it. She thought it was expensive. The boy tried to speak anxious but she cut him off. "Calm, do not worry, there will be no problem," he said. "About Renee, she will die once it is released. The one she loved will die too, so there will be no proof." The guild master said quiet, "I do not know who that person is but I feel bad for them." The scene shifted to a dark night in Chite Castle, one of the 7 great evil dungeons. Inside a quiet room, a red-haired woman held a scissor while Renee stood before the mirror. The woman cut her long silver hair as Renee said softly the ends were dead, and she felt sorry for coming suddenly. She said she always owed her. The woman smiled firm and said it was fine, neighbors should help each other, and she felt happy seeing Renee. She was Elizabeth Battery, the boss of Chite Castle. She laughed, saying if the source was pretty it did not matter what she did. Renee looked confused, hiding under a white cloth while Elizabeth took a comb and said she felt jealous because Renee was a homunculus. She touched Renee's face with a happy smile and said that pretty face would never age. Renee said she looked young too and her skin was paler. Elizabeth removed the cloth and said she used blood daily for beauty. Renee looked nervous and asked softly what she thought of her. Elizabeth looked at her with wide eyes and said she was the most beautiful woman she had seen recently. Renee blushed deeply hearing that, while Elizabeth added no one would reject her now. Renee laughed nervously when Elizabeth crossed her arms and asked who she wanted to look good for and if she planned to confess to someone. Renee went silent for a moment, then looked at the gem heart and murmured a confession before saying with sudden excitement that she would confess. Elizabeth stared in shock and shouted that she was joking and asked to whom. Renee's eyes gleamed as she said to Mr. Devourer. Elizabeth froze in disbelief, her face covered in sweat. She said that Renee was treating a dangerous joke like nothing and wondered if it was because she was a homunculus. Renee clenched her fists with sharp eyes and said it was not a joke, she would really confess to him. Elizabeth groaned, remembering Devourer, and hit her head with her palm, tired, asking what she liked about that fool whose strengths were hard to find. Renee said with firm pride he had many strengths and was reliable. Elizabeth sighed with frustration, saying he was reliable, but so lazy that it cancelled out his good side. Renee admitted softly he was lazy and big, he ate too much, slept whenever he wanted, snored a lot, and had no wit, yet still she liked him. Elizabeth crossed her arms with a smile, asking if she still liked that fool. Renee blushed and clasped her hands together, saying she really did. Elizabeth leaned closer, saying she hoped things would go well but thought Renee was too good for him, and added playfully that if he rejected her she could come to her instead. Renee laughed and thanked her, then held the gem heart with bright eyes, saying she would definitely succeed. The scene then moved to the dark night in the Imperial capital Ries at the Dungeon Raid Union headquarters. Inside a room, a blond man said that the warrior Vern Hishitalt's raid force had been annihilated. Around the table several men sat, and one shouted in disbelief, saying they had easily gotten past the gatekeeper. One man shouted that no bodies had been found, so they could not be sure the team was gone. Another agreed, saying there was no way Sir Vern could die to a monster. The old man sitting at the head of the table said calmly they were wrong. The primordial core was not large but deadly. He said if there had been no contact for 2 days then Vern was likely dead and they had to accept it. He asked the blond man about the Hishitalt family's sword. The blond man replied that communication magic had been cut off after entering the dungeon's heart, and without going back they could not retrieve the 14th masterpiece Tambella. The old man nodded quietly as murmurs spread through the room. One man sighed in grief while another urged they must re-enter quickly. But a man interrupted, serious that they could not risk more lives since even Vern's team failed. Another clenched his fist, saying they could not give up because if Vern fought the boss monster it must already be hurt. One man agreed strongly, saying it was Servern they were talking about. Another added that while they sat discussing, the monsters must have healed and reorganized. A third suggested they should gather all forces and end it quickly. The old man wiped his sweat and said they had already lost one of the 36 masterpieces and a warrior the royal family valued. If they failed again, they would all face death. He said if Vern had not wounded the ancient monster enough, the primordial core's boss might still be strong and the dungeon mostly unharmed. Even repeated raids could be useless. The room fell silent in shock when suddenly 3 young boys entered. One said with interest that he believed the raid was still possible. The old man turned in confusion, asking why the Royal Magic Academic Society was there. The boy smiled, saying their organization acted on royal orders. They were from the Third Eye. The old man thought in worry that the royal family had already begun to interfere. The boy spoke carelessly, saying their presence meant the men had to pay for their sins. His face turned dark with anger as he shouted that they had helped kill a precious warrior and thrown away the Emperor's treasured masterpiece into the enemy's nest. The men in the room panicked, with sweat dripping down their faces. The boy smiled teasingly, placing his hand on one man's shoulder, saying even if they all died, who would lead the Empire's many raid forces? He laughed dramatically and said they had made a deal with the Emperor to save them by raiding the primordial core again. The old man asked in confusion how they could succeed where Servern had failed. The boy replied with firm confidence, saying they would send Nifrim. The room filled with murmurs as one man repeated the name in disbelief. The old man trembled, asking if he meant the faulty product. The boy replied that Nifrim was not a failure but a great success. He slammed the table and leaned closer, saying the problem was not that Vern's team was weak or careless, but that they lacked a certain factor. He turned and said proudly that Nifrim had what even Sir Vern did not, so this raid would succeed. The scene shifted to the dark night where Devourer stood sniffing the air. He muttered that he sensed something ominous, as if a great disaster was coming. He sniffed again, confused, and wondered if he was catching a cold. In the dark night, Devourer lay on the ground unconscious. He murmured he did not want to do this, but he did not know when humans would invade again. He worried that if he delayed patrol, Pedrick would scold him. He muttered that for a bag of bones, Pedrick was strict. With great effort he stood up, saying he did not want to be bothered anymore, and thought about heading toward the area near Filth Road where humans came from. The scene shifted to Devourer standing in the dungeon where the guardian of the primordial core 16 black tentacles was present. He looked at the wounded tentacles and thought he felt sorry, but there was nothing he could do except wait. He then moved to the next room, to the manager of room 5, Atropapago. He thought that as long as it had a main body and nutrients it would regenerate on its own. When he reached the main body and nutrients, he murmured thankfully it was still alive and would recover without his intervention. Devourer started walking downward and jumped from a height, landing easily. He saw a cave and thought the problem was the 1st through 4th rooms that were destroyed. He rubbed the back of his neck, thinking he needed to discuss it with Pedrick. Feeling dizzy, he worried he would be scolded again and thought about resting. He felt he had done well checking Filth Road and room 5. As he walked away smiling, he thought Pedrick would probably understand and the patrol was finished. Suddenly he heard a sharp sound of a sword against stone and dark aura twirling around him. He became frustrated hearing footsteps of humans and muttered, "Dirty human, fool not to think of leaving." He turned but saw no human, only Renee standing with wide eyes. She said she was sorry and thought another human had invaded. Devourer looked at her, confused by her changed appearance, and asked if it was her. She apologized again sincerely. Devourer said it was fine, and he had only jumped a little. Then he noticed Renee's change and asked if she had dressed up. She smiled excited and said he noticed and asked who Renee was. He nervously thought something special must be happening and wondered if she had taken off her maid outfit to quit before Pedrick. She twirled her hair and said it was something special and asked if he could give her some time. He agreed calmly, but inwardly hoped it was not a letter of resignation. The scene shifted to Renee's secret place, dimly lit with 2 chairs around a round table. She welcomed Devourer and asked him to sit while she brought tea. Devourer followed, lost in thought, silently praying it was not a resignation letter. She poured tea and handed it to him cheerfully, saying it was a place only she knew, but now he knew too. Suddenly she paused and Devourer became scared while sipping tea, repeating in his mind, "Please, no letter of resignation." Renee said it had been 80 years since Devourer had taken her in and asked if he remembered. He looked at the tea's reflection and said of course. She recalled that 80 years ago, when dungeon clearing became popular, over 1,000 dungeons fell and many humans reached the primordial core. During that time Renee's status rose and she earned a nickname. He smiled and said she had suffered a lot and asked if her right eye felt better. Inside he felt relieved and thought thank God it was not a letter of resignation. Renee said he remembered her eye and that she was happy. He smiled calmly and said he had always kept it in mind. She said she was glad she could keep him safe. He agreed but suddenly realized and asked what she meant by was glad, fearing these were parting words. She called him Mr. Devourer, but he panicked inwardly repeating please no letter of resignation. To his surprise she said she liked him. Devourer looked shocked and did not fully understand. Renee blushed, smiled, and clenched her hands saying she liked him and had waited 80 years for this moment. Devourer nervously tried to speak and took a deep breath to calm himself. He rubbed her neck and thanked her for confessing but reminded her their lives were always in danger. She looked at him with wide eyes. He added that neither of them wanted to live the rest of their lives alone. She clenched her cloth and said she knew it was a burdensome request but could not keep it inside. She reached into her back pocket, worried he might reject her, and took out the gem heart saying she always wanted to be loved by him no matter the cost. She rushed toward him shouting she would even use despicable measures. Devourer, shocked, told her to calm down. She showed him the heart gleaming and said her wish was fulfilled. He tried to speak but she interrupted and put magic into the heart. He groaned in pain and shouted asking if she tried to kill him. Renee looked shocked and confused. Devourer stood screaming with his face turning monstrous. She drew back in shock, dropped the gem heart, and murmured what was happening as dark mana appeared from the broken heart. Patrick circled around Devourer and shouted he wasn't satisfied with just driving the humans away and now he even chased Renee. He said he was so astonished at Boss's attacks that his jaw would not click shut and that Devourer didn't even spare Renee. Devourer asked how he should handle this. Patrick shouted why he was asking him when he made the problem and added it was not entirely Boss's fault, but what Devourer did to him was. Swallow said he did not remember anything. Patrick asked if he should help him remember. Devourer began to transform with anger but Patrick shouted for him to calm down. Patrick turned to Renee who was on her knees in front of the shattered heart and shouted for her to get a hold of herself and leave it to him. He thought he could not reach her in her state and she would only get in the way. He created distance by throwing her away with wind pressure and thought he had no other choice and wondered what to do next. Patrick asked Swallow if he still did not remember at all. He sat beside him and said it was good that he admitted it quickly and that he understood why he reacted that way. Later Swallow said he guessed he had to go find her. Patrick asked what he was trying to gain by stating the obvious. Swallow said he felt Patrick would say it was a bad idea. Patrick said he would not say that and explained how important Renee was to the dungeon. He listed how she managed deliveries, meals, monster diets, cleaning, traps, complaints, loot, and finances and said losing her would be worse than losing Swallow. Swallow said he already knew that. Patrick ordered him to find her before it was too late and to do whatever it took to get her back. Swallow nodded and transformed into human form. Patrick gave Swallow a bracelet called Demura and said it helped stabilize mana. He explained it was expensive and might not work perfectly on him but could prevent his body from pulsing badly in his polymorphed state. Swallow said it was quite the preparation and asked where he got it. Patrick said he picked it up from the floor and warned him not to do anything strange with it. Swallow wore it and said they would see about that and told Patrick to take care of the place while he was gone. Patrick reminded him he had to return within 5 days before the humans came. Swallow asked if he needed to be back before the subjugation party arrived. Patrick nodded and said he could only keep the place safe for 5 days and Swallow had to remember that. Swallow nodded and changed into dark clothes with magic. He said he would return with Renee within 5 days. Patrick shouted a warning not to stand out if he got near a human village or the dungeon monsters would be spotted. Swallow smiled and said if things went wrong he would wreak havoc and come back. Left alone, Patrick thought things were more complicated than he expected. He remembered how Renee gave up the beheading Fong, brought in a mana stone with a demon, and almost got killed by Swallow losing control. He read the news of a dungeon raid and felt shocked. Swallow lay on the ground and thought it was already the second time he had teleported to a random place. He wondered if it was because of magic but decided to try once more. He set his target to the town of Harston, where Renee had gone to sell the mana stones. Dark mana flowed around his body as he prepared to teleport again. The scene changed to a woman sitting on a throne. She looked down at the humans before her, and said they were mere mortals who had climbed too far. Her golden eyes glowed as she promised to grant them a glorious death. A man stood before her with his sword raised. He said it was funny how proud she was for a demon and introduced his group as the elite Dawn Tiger Mercenary Party, ranked 32nd in the Empire. He said their fame would soon spread across the continent, and that they had come to drag her down from her throne. The woman called them insolent fools and stood up. She introduced herself as Melzda Ylymphagria, the 17th descendant of the demon king Asmodeus. Dark mana surrounded her, as she told them to bask in the glory of her name and die. The man smirked and said he would take her words and give them back to her. Then he charged forward, shouting with determination to strike down the demon king's descendant. She blocked his attack and shouted that puny humans who did not know their place should burn and disappear. Purple mana filled the area and surrounded the mercenaries, leaving them shocked. The demon raised her staff and formed sharp shards of ice. The man quickly grabbed a stone and threw it at her, saying he would not let her do as she pleased, but she blocked it easily and hurled ice nails toward him, calling him a fool for inviting his own death. The man blocked the attack with a golden barrier shield. She clenched her teeth in surprise, wondering when he had set up a barrier since she was sure she had already taken care of the magician. They both charged at each other, and a powerful blast followed, shaking the ground and shattering it into pieces. Both were thrown back, staring in confusion as a shadow appeared through the dust. One of the man's subordinates rushed to him and asked if he could stand. The man, bleeding from his mouth, told him not to worry and then looked toward the figure, wondering who it was since no other subjugation party was supposed to be there. The demon, still tense, thought that if the subjugation party had grown this powerful, the situation was not good. She wondered what kind of person had appeared before them. As the dust settled, Swallow stepped out from the shadows and calmly asked if they knew where Harston was. The mercenaries and the demon king Asmodeus looked shocked and shouted in anger, demanding to know why someone had suddenly burst into the battle. One of the men warned Swallow to stay away from the demon king, saying she was dangerous. Swallow stood confused while Asmodeus wiped her face and declared that no number of humans would ever be enough to defeat her. Swallow thought to himself that she was indeed a demon king, but her aura felt completely different from the ones he had met before. Asmodeus, furious, shouted that the intruders would pay for damaging her castle and that she would show them what it meant to be crushed by lowly scum. The mercenary leader cheered and suggested they take her down together, but Swallow tried to stop them. They ignored him and continued shouting, making him sigh in frustration. He thought he was already tired of all this chaos and needed to find Renee quickly. He realized there was no way to reason with them and worried that Patrick would scold him later. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Annoyed, Swallow transformed into his devourer form. The mercenaries panicked and tried to flee, but he caught them with his large hands and devoured them before returning to his human shape. Asmodeus stared at him in fear and amazement, asking what he had just done. She said his power was astonishing and even greater than hers. Her expression brightened with curiosity, as she admitted she was deeply interested in him. She asked about his true identity, his name, and the secret behind his strength. She stepped forward and introduced herself proudly, saying she was a great and well-known demon king, the 17th descendant of Asmodeus, Melzda Ylymphagria. Then she looked at him and asked for his name. Swallow felt irritated and thought how much he hated the situation. He knew that if he revealed his true identity, the news would spread everywhere, and Patrick had already warned him not to let that happen. He decided there was no need to expose himself now. So, after a moment of hesitation, he introduced himself as Swaldo Raunier, even though he thought the name sounded awkward. Mel smiled and asked if she could call him Lord Swaldo, to which he simply agreed. She thanked him with a cheerful tone for saving her, though she admitted it had been a bit of an overkill. With a small pout, she added that if not for his help, the enemy might have landed a single attack on her, though she quickly claimed she didn't really need saving. Placing her hands on her hips, she said that since he had helped her, she wanted to return the favor and asked if there was anything he wanted from her. He asked if she knew the way to Harston. When she nodded with interest, he smiled to himself, thinking it had been the right choice to deal with the humans instead of her. He felt hopeful that he would find Renee soon. But she tilted her head and asked what Harston was. His smile faded as he realized she not only didn't know the way but had no idea what Harston even was. He sighed in disbelief, wondering if he had really asked the one person completely clueless about human lands. Trying to stay calm, he asked where the nearest human village was instead. She replied that the closest one she knew of was a city called Liège. He froze and covered his face with his hand, thinking in frustration that Liège was the imperial capital and that it took 2 months by carriage to travel from Harston to Liège. She noticed his reaction and asked if something was wrong. He dropped to the ground, muttering that he had overshot his destination by a mile. Mel's raised her finger thoughtfully and said that if he wanted to go somewhere far away, he could use something called a teleportation hub. She explained it was a device created by humans using magic and alchemy that could forcefully transfer someone through space. He sat up quickly and asked where it was. She smiled and said that the teleportation hub was located in Liège. As they reached the city, Swallow looked around and asked if this was Central Liège. Mel's confirmed it proudly, saying it was the best place to gather information. Swallow thought it was unlikely he would find Renee here, but he needed to collect clues since he was unsure if she had gone to Harston. Mel's reminded him that he was looking for a woman with silver hair and promised to help him find her. Swallow looked surprised and asked if she should not be at her own castle instead. She smiled and said it was admirable of him to worry about her, but there was no need. She explained that as a demon king, she was born to rule, and that the castle itself did not matter. Wherever she stood became demonic land, and the demons who followed her were her soldiers. Swallow asked if that was some kind of power unique to a demon king, the ability to summon demons at will. Mel's laughed and agreed, though she admitted she had never actually tried it. She added confidently that her father had done it, so she was sure she could too. Then she mentioned that the castle her father left her was already partially destroyed, leaving her with little to work with. Swallow scratched his head awkwardly and apologized for her situation. She said the castle had not been that great anyway. Humans were always causing trouble, and even as a demon king, she had a hard time living so close to the human capital. Then she shook off the thought and cheerfully said they should go gather information. Swallow nodded and walked beside her, thinking that something about this felt troublesome. He wondered if it was just his imagination. Later, they sat in a cafe. She sipped her drink calmly while he asked why they were wasting time there when they still had a long way to go. She smiled and explained that pubs were the best places to find information in human villages. She pointed around the room, saying that every conversation was like a hidden gem of knowledge and all one needed to do was listen carefully and choose the right ones. He turned his head curiously and asked what she meant by picking and choosing. Then he noticed a large notice board nearby and asked about it. She walked closer and said she was not sure at first but realized it was part of the network of information she had mentioned. Swallow joined her as she explained that it was a list of subjugation parties currently active in the nearby dungeons. She said the list helped prevent multiple parties from entering the same dungeon, which would cause problems with splitting the rewards. With a hint of disdain, she said humans were foolish, chasing gold even when it meant walking into danger. Swallow glanced at the board and said it was better for them that way. She looked at him suspiciously and asked what he meant by saying us. Then she narrowed her eyes and wondered if he was also a dungeon demon. Realization struck her, as she said it was strange that he could walk outside so freely when he was supposed to be bound to a dungeon, especially since she herself was the lord of a demon king's castle. Swallow sighed and said it was too complicated to explain and asked her to just let it go. She gave him a knowing smile and said he had many secrets, but promised not to press further, believing he must have his reasons. He turned back to the notice board and thought that it was his dungeon listed there. Seeing that the subjugation list was still empty, he felt relieved, thinking he still had time. Mel's handed him a paper she had taken and told him it was a raid advertisement for the 7 malevolent dungeons core of the Ancient. Swallow looked at her curiously and asked if she knew about it. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she explained that the 7 malevolent dungeons combined all the strongest traits of other dungeons, and even humans admired their power. He asked if she was even allowed to take that, but she proudly raised the paper and said it was what every demon strived for. She explained that among all the 7 malevolent dungeons, the core of the Ancient was the strongest, ruled by the Lord of all creation, God's guardian, who punished those consumed by fear. She said it was the greatest of all core monsters and called out his name with admiration. Swallow looked at her silently and thought to himself that the ruler she described sounded less like a mighty king and more like a landlord struggling to deal with troublesome residents. She said her favorite dungeon was the core of the Ancient because she wanted to become stronger. If she grew stronger, she believed she would be able to meet Lord Swallow again in the future. She mentioned that her father had also been powerful, a true demon king worthy of the throne, though humans stronger than him had existed. She recalled one of them being a young hero named Byrne. Swallow looked surprised and asked if Byrne was the hero who had defeated the demon king, saying he had no desire to go near someone like that. Mel shook her head and said she did not want to live her life managing dungeons like her father. Raising her hand with determination, she said she wanted to give her demons the freedom to create their own dungeons. Smiling brightly, she asked if her dreams sounded wonderful. Swallow smiled faintly and nodded, thinking to himself that he had once been like that too. Long ago, further back than he could remember, he had led armies powerful enough to rule the world. He had sought to master all knowledge and had been more serious than anyone about it. He had once interacted with humans he thought were weak, grown close to them, and devoted himself to them. But in the end, he had realized it was all meaningless. Now his only goal in life was to sleep all day. Moments later, Mel's rested her head on the table and fell asleep. Swallow stared at her in disbelief and asked if she was seriously sleeping, but she gave no reply. With a sigh, he lifted her onto his shoulder and quietly walked away. The next morning in the inn room, Asmodeus sat up on the bed while Swallow stood nearby, yawning and asking if she was awake. She replied that she had no memories. Suddenly, Swallow fell to the ground in shock and wondered if his eyes were going bad because she looked like a little kid. Asmodeus looked embarrassed and shouted while punching him that she was not a little kid and that his words were too impolite. Swallow asked who told her to suddenly become so young, saying he was surprised. She explained that she had not become younger, and that her appearance yesterday was her version 2, made so humans would not look down on her. Her current form was version 1. Swallow raised a finger and asked if that meant her real appearance was this one and not the one from yesterday. She frowned and asked why his face looked strange, wondering if he had eaten a midnight snack without her. Then she shouted that transformation magic was a spell that projected the user's future appearance, meaning when she grew up, she would look like her splendid version Z self. She pointed and asked if he understood. Swallow nodded, but she yelled that his response lacked heart. He calmly said they would need new clothes first. She shouted angrily that they must not keep treating her like a kid and that she would not forgive him for that. A group stopped at the front gate of Harston Earldom. A man shouted loudly that Earl Harston must hear them and that they should open the gates at once to welcome the subjugation party. He said they had come from Liege to suppress the core of the ancient. Lord of Harston Earl Itar clenched his teeth and thought that the Third Eye was a damned association under direct imperial control. He slammed his hand on the table and thought that for dungeons B rank and above one must first gain permission from the Lord of the territory before entering. He told himself that since this was a command from the imperial family he could not kick them out. He then asked a servant if this subjugation party could completely suppress the core of the ancient. The servant shook his head. Earl Itark said that the party seemed far too weak for that mission and that he had never heard of their leader Nifrim. He worried that if they touched the core half-heartedly his territory would face a crisis, and he thought it would be better to send a stronger, trustworthy subjugation party. The servant told Earl Itark that the answer might be closer than he thought. Earl Itark thought that it could be the Magic Tower Wing, which had expanded recently because of high-quality mana stones of unknown origin. He considered that even with rapid growth, an A-rank magic tower trying to suppress the core of the ancient was insane. He thought that if the rumors were true, the only monster left on the right trail, where even the Guardian had been defeated, was the boss monster who confronted Hero Burn's subjugation party, Swallow. He told the servant to send someone to the Magic Tower Wing with a request in his name, promising a large sum in fame, and to ask them to suppress the core of the ancient by any means. Suddenly, a man stepped inside and asked if he was Lord Itark. Earl Itark asked who he was. The man said he was Nifrim and apologized for letting themselves in since the gates had not been opened despite their calls. Earl Itark asked why they came without previous notification. Nifrim sat on the sofa and asked if he had not received the official papers from the imperial family, and questioned if there was a reason they could not come. One subordinate smiled at Earl Itark, saying they were guests, and told him to smile. He added that he wanted tea, snacks, and chocolates. Earl Itark clenched his fist and told his servant to hurry and prepare for the guests. Then he sat in front of them and asked why they had come looking for him. Nifrim said they had come to crush the core of the ancient. Earl Itark smiled and said it had only been a day since the official papers arrived and asked when they planned to leave. Nifrim interrupted and said they had planned to leave that day, but something came up, so they would go tomorrow. Earl Itark worried that tomorrow was too soon and suggested they recover fully first, offering shelter and amenities. Nifrim refused, saying they would visit the Magic Tower Wing and leave immediately. Earl asked why they were going to Wing and if they had an acquaintance there. Nifrim said it was not courteous, but to kill them all. He explained that the earldom's security was too weak and eavesdropping with magic was easy. He said they would not give up this subjugation and would eliminate anyone who could be a disturbance. He added that it was beneficial for Earl Itark because the stronger party would handle the core of the ancient. Earl Itark apologized for his lapse and said he would not request any other group, allowing them to start the raid whenever they wished. Nifrim smiled while crunching a cookie, saying he was impressed by the Earl's favor. The scene shifted to the dungeon where Patrick said it was almost time for their arrival. Walking in the street, Asmodeus said to Swallow that it must be there. Swallow asked a man that he wanted to go to the teleportation hub. The man replied that it was still a long way and that this was just the entrance. He said the hub was located in a castle outside the Imperial Palace and they would have to go through 3 more castle walls. Swallow asked if it would take long. The man raised his hand and said that if they walked, it would take maybe a week at least. Swallow and Asmodeus looked shocked. Swallow thought that at this rate it would be too late to find Renee and Patrick might run away from home. Asmodeus murmured to him about using flying magic. Swallow said they could not because letting out mana would reveal them to humans and he thought it was too risky. Another bald man approached, scratched his head, and said they looked to be in trouble. He apologized for eavesdropping and asked if they were trying to go to the hub. Asmodeus nodded and asked who he was. The man smiled and said he was the flying coachman, Belver. He pointed to a figure and explained that it was an abandoned 4th-generation homunculus, created by the Empire's artificial angel manufacturing plan. He said it was strong, followed orders well, and could fly, but had been abandoned because it could not fulfill its original purpose of collapsing the church. Asmodeus asked if humans had stopped experimenting with homunculi. Belver said no and explained that the Empire would not give up such power. He mentioned a story about homunculi being mass-produced somewhere through a large-scale process, and said that 1st-generation homunculi were incubated in giant flasks 150 years ago. Swallow thought that it had already been that long since Renee was born. Asmodeus said the homunculus looked durable, and asked how long it would take to reach the hub if they used it. Belver placed his hand on his chest and said the flight would take 3 hours, plus 1 hour for inspections at each castle wall, making about 4 hours in total. Swallow asked how much it would cost. Belver said it was 8 ounces of gold for the 2 of them. Swallow thought with shock that 8 ounces of gold was equal to 800 ounces of silver, and that it was 100 times more expensive than staying at the tavern the day before. Asmodeus apologized, saying she did not have that much money. Swallow asked if it looked like he did, then found a cloth in his pocket. He opened it and saw a letter and gold coins from Patrick, saying that one day he would be thankful. Later, during the flight, Asmodeus peeked down and asked who gave him so much money. Swallow yawned and said an associate from the dungeon had secretly given it to him. She asked how a dungeon monster could go around so freely. He said that being kicked out was a suitable answer. She asked if the associate he was looking for was also someone who had been kicked out. He said something like that. Asmodeus said she was jealous that even after leaving the dungeon, he still cared for his associate. She smiled and said she wanted a colleague like that and a life where people take care of each other, saying how nice that would be. The scene shifted to the Street of Gold and Pleasure Survey Rose. Swallow said angrily that they could not use the teleportation hub now. A man closed his eyes and apologized for the inconvenience. Asmodeus said sadly that she did not expect this to happen and felt ashamed. The man suggested that if it was not urgent, they could come back around 8 p.m. because the hub had been shut down for the security of an auction. After the auction, VIPs would use the hub and the higher-ups would allow them access. Swallow asked if the hub was closing just because of one auction. The man said yes and explained that a rare item, the beheading fong, which had been missing for a long time, was suddenly put on display a few days ago. He said this was to prevent anyone from abusing the hub to infiltrate the auction house. Asmodeus looked at the drawing with wide eyes and said it was really well made. Swallow murmured in surprise that it was the same as what his associate used. The man asked if he was mistaken. Swallow clenched his fist and said it was exactly the same, describing how it transformed into a large blade when gripped tightly. The man said he was not sure, but only one beheading fong existed in the world, so Swallow must be mistaken. Swallow thought with shock that if only one existed, it was definitely Renee's weapon. He wondered why it was in human hands. He quickly dismissed the idea that humans could have harmed Renee, knowing even the bosses of the other 7 malevolent dungeons could not easily challenge her. He recalled that Renee, called Blade Maid, had been holding a blade when she left, wearing frilly clothes with no pockets to hide weapons, and had thrown a blade at him by mistake. He thought about how many weapons she usually carried and realized that without her blades, she would be much weaker. He clenched his fist as dark mana flowed around it, and asked himself if Renee had been killed by humans. Swallow transformed into his devourer monster form. The man looked frightened and shouted not to come closer and called him a monster. Swallow said then it would be right for him to kill everyone there. He killed the man and changed back into his human form. Asmodeus grabbed his sleeves and shouted for him to calm down, and asked what had happened. Swallow turned with bright yellow eyes and asked about the beheading Fong, one of the 36 virtuous masterpieces, asking if only one existed in the world. Asmodeus said yes according to what she knew but asked why he suddenly asked. Swallow said he had been looking for it because it belonged to his friend and that he had to find it. He pulled his sleeve and told her she did not need to help him anymore, thanked her for her help, and said he knew the way back to Harston and could go alone. He advised her to leave as fast as possible. Asmodeus shouted and asked if the person he meant was the silver-haired warrior woman who wielded the beheading Fong, Lady Renee, and said it seemed she had guessed correctly. He said enough with the provocations and asked how much she wanted to know. She smiled and said there was no need to tell the whole story. Even with his vicious voice, he could not scare her because she already knew who he was. She explained that Lady Renee was the guardian of the great core of the ancient, and the highest of the highest. If Lady Renee was his friend, then he must be the master of the core of the ancient, the great Lord Swallow. His eyes widened, then he closed them and admitted he was Swallow. She beamed and said she was sure of it, that she had caught him red-handed. She said she knew the dangerous thoughts crossing his mind and promised to help him without objection. He questioned if she was sure to trust such simple reasoning for someone near the level of the Demon King. She said it was not the logical demon who became king, but the Demon King who dictated logic. She laughed and said he had been very scary before, with strange things shooting from his back. She was glad he was back to his normal self and promised to assist him, asking him never to use that voice again. Later, the scene shifted to the day of the auction at the front entrance, while the back entrance was also shown. A soldier thought he expected this but did not see anyone and wondered why he was guarding the place. Suddenly Swallow and Asmodeus approached him. Asmodeus asked politely if they could enter the auction through that entrance. The soldier agreed but asked for their names. She said she was Mel's of House Agria and that Swald was her attendant. The soldier checked and said she was not on the guest list. She found this strange and asked Swald if he had the invitation. Swallow stepped forward, showed the invitation, and punched the soldier in the face, joking about it and telling him to wear something different. Asmodeus teased him, asking if he was afraid of being charmed by her. They then walked inside while fighting. The scene shifted to Chait Castle, where Renee lay on a bed and murmured that she could no longer return to the core of the ancient. The scene shifted to 80 years ago in Great Nia Forest. Great Nia the Witch Earth spirit held a dead body and apologized to Granny while gritting her teeth. She said she never thought humans would do such a bold thing and hoped the forest would recover. She thought the core of the ancient had used the forest as a natural fortress, so she needed to make a good impression on Great Nia. Swallow stood nearby with dark mana flowing around him, and wondered if all the humans who started the fire were dead. He thought that if they were, then Gripinia's anger would slowly calm. He grew more curious as he looked at a girl who might be a homunculus, a non-human made to look like a human. He wondered if he should kill her to leave no witnesses, but then remembered his master's final words and told the girl she was free to leave. The girl's eyes widened. He held the iron prison gate and said he would not help her leave. He told her it was up to her whether she wanted to die trapped inside or outside. He bent the iron bars and said her master had been searching for a maid named Lelo. Since no other maids were there, it had to be her. He said his mercy born of curiosity ended and then vanished. The girl stood up and walked outside. Lelo was the name of a maid who served the head of a household and was a title for the most talented maid. The current Lelo was a middle-aged head maid, and the homunculus had never been called that before. But because of that, she became Lelo. The scene shifted to Chait Castle in the present. Renee was standing when a cloaked woman called her, and said she had heard the subjugation party sent by the Empire was heading toward the core of the ancient. Renee said that even if Bathory said so, she would not return to the core of the ancient. Bathory told Renee she was not asking her to go back. She said she valued Renee's happiness but valued choice and freedom more. She advised Renee to settle all her problems and warned that if Swallow or Patrick found out she had been tricked by a human, they would react strongly. Bathory told her to erase all her tracks and said it did not have to be perfect because Patrick would understand her intentions. She added that the core of the ancient would be busy for a few days due to the subjugation party, and said if Renee planned to tie the knot, she had to do it now. Renee said she was going somewhere far away to get fresh air. Bathory noticed her right eye was getting blurry and asked if it was okay to go alone. Renee said she was fine, thanked Bathory, and asked where her blade was. The scene shifted to Swallow holding a man by the neck. He demanded to know everything the man knew about the beheading Fong. The man shouted that it was submitted by the magic tower of Harston called Wing, and begged him to believe he did not know anything else. Swallow asked with a cold expression if the man had said the magic tower of Harston Wing. He released the man and thanked him for telling the truth, letting him live. Swallow and Asmodeus then walked away. The man whispered while holding his neck, complaining that he almost died and asking what he had done wrong. Suddenly Swallow appeared behind him and said he had done nothing wrong but had caught his attention. Swallow began to transform into his monster form and asked what humans call it when they enter monster territory. He said humans used fancy words like raid or subjugation and never felt sorry for the monsters they killed. He told the man that the monsters had done nothing wrong and that it was the same for him because the man was his enemy. Meanwhile, the auction began in the hall and people started announcing bids. A girl named Wuin Historia, an executive of the Black Tiger's Order, said she was bored and suggested joining the bidding just for fun to fool around. Another girl, Garrett, an executive of the Black Tiger's Order and a tracker, scolded Wuin Historia to get a grip and reminded her that they were there for auction security, not to participate. Wuin smiled and said she could not seem to joke around with Garrett. Garrett told her not to forget their purpose and suggested they finish quickly and go eat something delicious. When the man on stage announced the third call and that he would end the auction, Swallow appeared in his monster form and killed him. He said he would be the one ending the auction. Then he transformed back into his human form and asked if everyone there had gathered to buy the beheading Fong. There were 3 warriors of the Empire, and when one of them, Bern Hishtaltz, died in the core of the ancient, public anger rose because a warrior who should have protected the people had fallen while attacking a dungeon for personal reasons. The blame could not rest on Bern, so it landed on the 2 warriors who remained. Garrett clenched his teeth, angry, and warned the thing was far too dangerous. Swallow looked at the blade, thoughtful, and said it had been just a hunch, but it was real. He could feel Renee's traces, too strong to be fake. He believed Renee had been killed by those human bastards. Swallow picked up the blade calm, and said though the situation was too complicated to explain, this item already had an owner, and I will return it to its original owner. People shouted, fearful, and demanded guards stop that fool. Swallow smiled cold, and said right it looked like they had no plan to send him off nicely. That was fine, for he felt the same way. He would rip them all to pieces and bury them with this blade. Suddenly Wen rushed towards Swallow. She moved fast like a flying squirrel. Her movement and gear were decent, but she had no real talent and only those gauntlets as weapons. Swallow blocked her attack and she slid back. He decided to grab her hand and break those gauntlets, admitting that for a human she was quite impressive. Wen clenched her fist, furious, and slammed at him, but he blocked and threw her back. She stared wide-eyed through the dust, shocked that he was still alive. She could not believe it, for her technique usually destroyed dungeon bosses without leaving a trace. Even the replica of the Apocalypse, known to endure 3 hits, had once shattered from a single blow. She noticed black fluid or gas and realized he was not human, though not an ordinary monster either. She wondered what he really was. Swallow smirked and said it was a pity. Garrett then began to gather mana while raising his hand. Outside, Asmodeus asked, worried, if Sir Swald was really okay. She had thought he had died a helpless death. Swallow wondered if he was still alive. He thought about the earlier attack. It was not something a human could have done. If that blow had hit his heart, it might have broken his polymorph, and if that had happened, Patrick would have reacted badly. He did not even want to imagine it, and felt he would rather die than face that. But what mattered more was that he missed them all. There were not 1, but 2 fast fighters, the redhead especially. While he had been distracted by the blue-haired one, the redhead had evacuated everyone, cast several layers of protection magic, and escaped his spell at the same time. Swallow smiled and said it was interesting. A man ran to Wen, worried, and said she was badly injured, calling for a healer. Wen thought about how she was a warrior yet had been defeated by an unknown monster in a single strike. She worried not only about herself but also about the people in the auction house and about Garrett. They helped her to stand, and she called for Garrett. He answered with a smile, asking how he could hear her when she called so softly. Wen smiled in relief, happy he was alive. Garrett sat before her proudly, saying she should thank him, because if he had not been there, her funeral preparations would have already begun. Wen hugged him, crying and apologizing, saying she had failed as a hero. Garrett shouted her name and told her to pull herself together, reminding her that she was a hero and that people would laugh seeing her cry. He whispered that losing one arm was nothing and asked if she even knew who she had faced. He said the monster was Swallow, the core of the ancient. Wen was shocked and refused to believe him, insisting he must be joking, since there was no way a monster like that would appear there. Garrett said he did not know the reason either, but he was certain it really was Swallow. He explained that the Black Calamity was the ancient monster Swallow and that on its foot were fresh traces of hero Burn Hishtaltz, less than a month old. He warned that the situation was more serious than they thought, and that if it continued, the Empire might fall. Wen shouted in shock, saying that if it was really Swallow, they must try harder to stop him. She said this was human territory, and they had the upper hand. Garrett told her this was not something they could handle with their own strength. He said she had felt that immense power, and that they had no chance of winning now. They needed help from the Demon Subjugation Coalition and to report to the Imperial family. He said he would go first because in his condition, he could not teleport both of them. He told Wen to stay there. He healed her but warned that it would not fully heal her, asking her not to roam and to wait for him. Wen protested, saying they did not know when the monster would rampage again, but Garrett insisted she still wait, then teleported away. Swallow thought it was annoying. He wondered whether he should leave the ones who had escaped and go to Harston or follow them to remove the risk factors. He decided to leave it since he had recovered the beheading Fong. He also remembered his goal to find Renee's body and called to Mels to prepare, and Asmodeus nodded. He asked if something was wrong, and she replied there was nothing wrong. She said Sir Swald was truly strong. She had thought she knew his strength from what she had seen at the Demon King's castle, but now realized he was even stronger. She said he claimed to be Renee's friend, yet he seemed stronger than she had believed Renee to be. She asked if she was wrong or if Renee had been stronger than she thought and begged him to tell her who he really was. He scratched his head and patted her, calling her a brat, and told her not to be depressed over such things. He said he was just Sir Swald and smiled, promising that once everything was done, he would tell her the truth. He told her to finish things and show them the power of a demon king. She transformed into her woman form and agreed. Then she created a pink shield, and a huge blast shook the area. Wen saw it from afar with wide eyes, realizing it had come from the direction of the auction house. She was shocked that such destruction had occurred in the middle of the capital and feared for the people. A child caught her hand and said his dad was over there. Wen comforted the child, telling him not to worry and promising she would take care of everything. She walked forward, thinking of herself as the hero, Wen Historia, and resolved not to avoid a monster like that. Swallow asked Mels what the magic she had just used was called. Asmodeus replied that it was called Reconstruction, a high-ranking spell that could even make the ground collapse. She floated in the air in her fairy form and asked what he thought, saying everything looked tidy now. He asked if she really had no other options she could have used in that situation. She replied brightly that he could not blame her, since he had told her to finish things and let her use the coolest and most stylish magic. She complained that if he wanted something specific, he should have told her what spell to use. Swallow said he had trusted her to use her best judgment, but thought things were getting complicated. He then asked if she remembered the way to the hub. She said she remembered it well. He told her to go there and handle things, since humans would gather there, and to make arrangements for him to travel to Harston as soon as he arrived. She agreed and then, raising a finger, asked curiously where Harston actually was, since he kept mentioning it. Swallow turned and asked if she knew where the core of the ancient was. She replied with excitement that she did and said it was her favorite dungeon. He told her that Harston was the town closest to that place. She admitted she only knew about the core of the ancient from books but promised to handle the hub and protect it. He waved and said he would follow soon. Later, Swallow walked through the streets and saw many masked men. He thought they were busy forming up and wondered why humans acted that way. He had worried earlier after hearing about a crowd near the auction house but realized they were just soldiers under someone's command. He said coldly that if they wanted to know who he was, he would tell them that he was their enemy. At the same time, in the core of the ancient, Sylvia suggested returning, saying it was scary and that it was not too late to go back. Nifrim told her to stop joking. Sylvia pouted and said it was strange, because the first room they entered had been full of monster corpses, but the next one was too clean, as if someone had been cleaning it. Nifrim turned and asked what everyone else thought. The group murmured in confusion, saying there was no way the Hishtalt's subjugation team would have cleaned up while advancing. They wondered if an intelligent monster had done it, and noted that the dungeon had only been attacked up to room 5, excluding the boss room. There was no way a monster could have cleaned everything. Nifrim shouted angrily, asking if the monster was playing tricks on them or trying to deceive them. A calm voice came from the dark, saying they were being too loud and that the noise made its ribs echo. It said it had not deceived them but had only cleaned because the mess looked unpleasant, and since guests were coming, it wanted things tidy. But if they cursed it, it would get upset. Nifrim ordered Sylvia to use light, and she nodded, creating light with her magic. Then they saw Patrick standing there. He said it was so bright, and welcomed them for reaching a rare place, even though they had not been invited. Nifrim recognized him as the Death Knight, Patrick. Patrick said he had even prepared an introduction for himself, but now it was useless since they had spoiled it. He complained that he could not use the dialogue he had worked hard to prepare all day and told them to calm down, put away their weapons, and relax. He told the mage to lower her staff and another to put down their fists. Suddenly, Nifrim shouted and raised his dagger, saying that the nonsense ended there. Patrick said they had no manners and did not even give him time to breathe. He used the ice bolt shower technique, and an icy blast covered the ground. Then both sides began slashing with their weapons. Patrick commented that for a human, their strength was good. Nifrim used many techniques, including strong body, reading omens, light feathers, step of silence, boiling blood, and bone ashes of famous warrior. Patrick said the secret to their strength was buff magic, and thought it was unreasonable. He calculated that the buffs would not last long, and if he could last just 1 minute, it would be enough. Then he fell to the ground and admitted it was impressive, saying he never thought they would use magic to corner him. Nifrim attacked again, but Patrick blocked the dagger with his hand. He laughed, saying it was fun and that he was really immersed in his acting. He apologized, saying he had not planned to mess around at first but had been bored for years and wanted to feel the crisis, even if only through acting. He thanked everyone for playing along with his rhythm. Suddenly, Nifrim's eyes snapped open when Patrick asked if he was awake. Patrick said it had only taken him a few seconds to wrap things up after Nifrim collapsed. He added that it would be quicker for Nifrim to see for himself and explained that out of all the humans who had faced Death Knight Patrick, not one had survived. He said he had thought Nifrim would know more since he knew his name, but it seemed he only knew the name. Patrick mentioned that the green-haired magician had been challenging, using wide-range divine magic, and that it made his bones itch just thinking about it. He confirmed Nifrim's identity, saying the magician had called for him desperately until the end. He had hoped for a more emotional reaction but found Nifrim's response boring, commenting that Nifrim was ruthless. Patrick raised his sword and said it was time for a survivor Q&A. He criticized the subjugation party as subpar and pointed his sword at Nifrim, asking what he was hiding. He offered Nifrim a choice: answer by raising his right hand or refuse by raising his left, saying he was a kind and generous skeleton. Nifrim raised his right hand but then suddenly raised his middle finger. Patrick pointed his sword and said he could not believe he had been cursed like that. He said he would respect Nifrim's decision, told him to die slowly, and stabbed him. Muttering about when he would ever clean up all of this, he thought it would still be easier than before. Nifrim sat near Sylvia's body, wondering if it was gone. He murmured to her, apologizing, but said he had to live. Then he opened his mouth and crunched her body. Patrick thought the sound was unpleasant, and realized there was something hidden beneath the surface. He wondered if eating corpses made Nifrim stronger and healed his wounds, and if the effect accumulated with each meal. He questioned whether it was limited to human corpses and considered whether the source was alchemy or magic, deciding to take his time testing it. He then wondered where his boss was and hoped he was not doing anything strange. The scene shifted to a fiery ground, where Swallow asked what it was and if she was there to die too. Wynn clenched her teeth and said no, she was Wynn Historia, the hero. Swallow said he never asked who she was but liked her spirit, telling her she could not defeat him. She clenched her fist and thought that even if it was true, she had to stop him. She attacked, but he blocked her punch with his hand, saying she would only get to land one attack if she tried to escape. Her eyes widened as he slammed her to the ground. She slid on the ground, thinking she could not defeat him but hoped she had bought some time. She reminded herself that as a hero, her duty was to protect. Through a bleeding eye she spoke, saying she was a hero, win Historia, and could not go down like this or let him reach her people. She clenched her fist, gathering mana around it, and lightly punched his chest, declaring that as a hero she had to protect innocent people. Swallow raised his hand and congratulated her, saying she did not die in vain. He said he would remember her name and, out of respect for her perseverance, would grant her a painless death. Suddenly, an army appeared behind him. Swallow turned and mocked them, saying they had come like links of sausage. One of them said they had taken drastic measures to save Win and asked for forgiveness for their rude actions. Swallow asked if anyone would forgive someone who hit them on the back of the head. One of them formally introduced himself as Jarl Ethelbria's Gal Livison of the Ethelbria's Black Tigers Order, and said he was honored to meet Lord Swallow. Swallow asked angrily how they had known to call him Lord Swallow. Livison replied calmly that he simply had a talented person under his command who was able to recognize him. Swallow said harshly that he was in a bad mood and that they were wasting his time. If they planned to attack after running their mouths, they should get it over with. Livison closed his eyes and explained that they were mistaken. They would not dare to fight Lord Swallow, and had only come to offer a deal. Swallow transformed into his monster form and growled that he had nothing to regret, and that they should read the situation carefully. If they dared insult him, they would not die an easy death. Livison spoke plainly, saying that the original owner of the beheading fawn was still alive. Swallow's eyes widened. Livison continued that they assumed he had not come all this way just to retrieve a masterpiece, and that they had come to offer aid in fulfilling what he desired. Swallow stepped forward and sneered, asking what they would do if he had nothing he wanted help with, or if he had come to get the beheading fawn out of boredom with the intention of wiping out all humans. Livison answered steadily that if he was always going to destroy everything in the end, it was worth a try. Swallow's eyes glowed bright yellow as he demanded that they find the owner of the item immediately, wishing to avoid unnecessary destruction. Livison agreed and called out to Garrett, mentioning she might have met the owner once. Garrett explained that to find someone's location, she needed to examine traces left on objects, and asked to inspect the beheading fawn. Swallow warned her that if she did anything reckless, it would not end with losing just one arm. Garrett nodded, saying she understood. She sensed someone who had left an overwhelming amount of traces. Though they were too far to pinpoint exactly, they were moving west, away from Lie's imperial palace. Swallow said that information was enough and that he was in their debt, and would remember them. Livison said he was honored to help, and then Swallow walked away. The scene shifted to Asmodeus. She told Sir Swallow that he was a bit late but smiled, showing she had upheld her promise. She had defended the teleportation hub well and said the favor had been sufficiently returned. Swallow praised her with his tentacles and thanked her. He tested the cords to Hearthstone by infusing his mana, but the glass shattered. He was surprised that his polymorph remained stable. He thought about using Demura's mana suppression function to safely teleport but realized undoing his polymorph would announce his existence to everyone. Deciding it was too late to end things smoothly, he removed his bracelet to use it, shattering the hub. The scene shifted to the magic tower wing. A man welcomed them with a smile, explaining that their affiliation and house could be confirmed through a verification process. Renee asked if a human could use transfer magic there. The man said no, the magic tower had a resistor surrounding the premises, and no one could enter without verification. Renee unsheathed her sword and said it seemed he could not escape. She slashed through him, and blood poured out. She recalled noticing when she first arrived that human magic towers were similar to dungeons. Sure enough, magic towers were essentially dungeons made up of humans. She slashed through many men, killing them, thinking they were just weak monsters. She killed all the humans she could find on the first floor, leaving only the top floor. Gromits looked surprised, noting that Renee was carrying a weapon that did not match her cute face. She questioned whether Renee really thought she could face the Magic Tower Guild Master with just a blade that had no attributes. Gromits created a shield and attacked, but her eyes widened as she realized Renee had blocked all her defensive magic in a single strike. She thought to herself how strong this brat was. Even so, she believed that by using all the mana from the spring beneath the tower, she could definitely win. Renee ran toward her, shouting and demanding to know where the beheading fawn was, insisting that Gromits tell her quickly. Gromits shouted back that the beheading fawn was no longer there, and that it had been a while since she had put it up for auction. She created a magic circle above her head, noting that Renee seemed strong, so she would go all out from the start. She unleashed numerous magic techniques, and the mana pressure shook the ground. When the dust cleared, Renee was sitting on the ground coughing. Gromit smirked, thinking this was top-class magic that not even most dungeon bosses could withstand, and believed there was no way someone like Renee could handle it. Suddenly, her own hand burst into pieces, and she fell to the ground screaming. Renee angrily told Gromit that all she had done was cut off her hands and that she should not make a fuss. Gromit begged, pleading to live, but then fell unconscious. Renee thought it was over and that any trace of her presence had been erased. She wondered what was left for her and felt exhausted, almost drifting into sleep. A man rushed to Gromit, shouting for the leader and asking how this had happened. He held a mana stone and told her to calm down because she had lost too much blood. He explained that the mana stone was a high-rank magic stone that could allow her to escape, but he did not have enough mana to activate it. She would have to imbue it with her own mana. Renee recognized the sensation, recalling the same feeling from the love stone, and her eyes widened. Gromit tried to infuse her mana, but the stone turned dark, and dark mana covered her body. Sue screamed. The man sneered, saying Gromit had many enemies and that Renee had come for revenge. He claimed even her own family had wanted her gone the moment she acted suspiciously. He told Renee that he was grateful because she had done his job for him. He added that at this rate she might come after him, so the stone was his insurance to buy time to escape. He then left, and Gromit transformed into her monster form. Renee realized she could no longer see from her right eye and knew she could not defeat that opponent in her battered state without a proper weapon. She decided to erase any trace of herself and clenched her teeth. She warned that Lord Swallow's scent must not be touched with dirty hands, even if she died. She attempted to gouge out Gromit's eye and wondered if Lord Swallow would be sad if he found out she had died. At that moment, Swallow caught her and asked if she was okay. Renee's eyes widened in surprise. Renee wondered why Lord Swallow was there. Swallow told her to wait for him there, then stood up and turned. She thought maybe this was just her delusion. Swallow's eyes glowed bright yellow, and he shouted how dare she and that he would show her who she was messing with. He punched Gromit hard and said she did not know her place. He lifted Gromit and slammed her on the ground, then punched her again. A blast shook the ground, and when the dust cleared, Gromit lay defeated. Swallow said now he understood how she kept regenerating. Her power source was a magic tower's mana. He transformed into his monster form, devoured her, and then returned to human form. He approached Renee, sat behind her, and said there were many things he wanted to say, but his mind had gone blank. He wished he had written them down. He mentioned meeting a green-haired human on the way and killing her, but said it would not be a problem. He apologized to Renee for what he had done a few days ago. Renee said there was nothing Swallow should be sorry for, and that she did not have the right to face him. Swallow said the core of the Ancient needed a guardian named Renee, and that he needed her. She asked if he was resentful of her. He said he did not resent her. She asked if he hated her. He said he did not hate her. He stood up, raised a blade, and gave her the item she had left behind. Renee cried, scared of being abandoned and hated by Swallow. He reassured her that he would not abandon her, and did not hate her. He raised his hand and told her to go back with him to the core of the Ancient. The scene shifted to the dungeon in the past. Swallow said he recognized the homunculus. He had met her during the previous arson case in Grape Nia, and again at the lab. He decided to bring her along since it seemed like fate. Patrick said that meant this small body held all the knowledge about homunculus research. He thought moreover that seeing her completely unfazed inside the room of the strongest boss in the core of the Ancient, also called the lair of demons because of the thick dark energy, implied she had the mental strength and physique to handle anything. He then asked Swallow what he was going to do with the child. Swallow said he was going to let her live there. She seemed talented, so they would first teach her how to fight, and if teaching did not work, they would let her live in peace. Since she had experience as a maid, maybe she could cook or help in other ways. Patrick said wait a minute boss, and asked if he was serious and who would educate her. Swallow said Patrick would do it, and told him not to play hard to get. He reminded him that he had been bored with nothing else to do. Patrick said that was not a lie, but thought that being a homunculus her physical abilities would be outstanding, and she might still have some lingering subconscious resentment toward humans. He asked Swallow what the child's name was. Swallow asked what it was and said he believed he had heard it before when they first met. Renee said her name was Lelo. Patrick asked if Lelo was her full name, and if there was nothing more. Swallow asked if they needed more. Patrick said since Swallow was the master, why not give her a new name? Swallow asked what about Renee. Patrick agreed and said it would be Renee Lelo, and then complained that Swallow was sleeping again. He sat in front of her, and said they would start by learning how to smile. In the present, Patrick asked if Swallow was smiling in this situation, and what he had done at Harston to make the ground shake like that. He joked if Swallow had danced wildly in the village. Swallow said there was always an exception in a monster's life. Patrick asked what that exception was. Swallow said it was a long story. Patrick shouted, asking if Swallow had just kidnapped a child. Swallow said he would not bother doing something so troublesome. Patrick asked where Renee was and why he had brought the kid instead. Swallow said he had met Renee at a human village. Patrick asked if she had been injured. Swallow said she looked tired and that perhaps they had been restricting and limiting her life. Patrick said if she had been rejected he should just say so, and asked why he was expressing it so poetically. Swallow said from now on she would have to wear a maid costume and manage the dungeon. Patrick said his resignation letter was always ready and asked what Swallow was going to do now. Swallow said there was nothing else to do, but since they did not know when she would be back, they would wait. Patrick understood and thought it was best to leave Swallow alone when he was in this state. It might be tough and depressing, but after some time he would recover. Then Patrick stopped and said Swallow that she was here, the one he had been waiting for the most. Renee asked Lord Swallow if he had eaten and offered to prepare a meal. Swallow said Renee's right eye was completely ruined and asked if she could have seen properly, would she have been able to tell it apart. He told her that if she still had that heart he did not care when he gave her his own eye, and told her to look at it properly and give him a real love stone next time. Renee smiled and said she would always be with Lord Swallow. The scene shifted to Asmodeus. She woke up and wondered where she was and what had happened. She looked at Patrick and asked if she was dead, if he was the Grim Reaper, and if this was hell. Patrick said this was not that kind of place, this was the core of the ancient. She shouted in surprise but then noticed Patrick. Patrick said she was quick to catch on. Then he turned to Swallow and said he did not know when he would wake up and kicked him, telling him to wake up. Swallow yawned and said he was just having a nice nap and asked what was happening. Then he looked at Asmodeus and asked if she was awake. Asmodeus shouted with surprise that Swallow was the owner of the core of the ancient, and the embodiment of all things. She called him the guardian of God who punished those trembling in fear, and the ancient beast that stood above all things. She knelt and introduced herself as the 17th descendant of demon Asmodeus, Melz the Lymphagria. Swallow said he had already memorized it. Asmodeus asked how Swallow knew her name, and if Swald had told him. She asked if he had seen Swald. She remembered him punishing humans in Liaise and retrieving the beheading fawn, but was confused. Swallow said it was him. Her eyes widened and she asked what he had just said. Swallow said he was Swald. She thought in shock about the disgrace she might have shown toward Lord Swallow. Patrick asked Swallow about what Demon King Melz had said regarding punishing humans in Liaise and what he had not told him. Swallow looked confused. The dungeon felt like a battlefield where only those who stayed alert could survive. Renee raised her finger and told Melz to stay still if she truly was a demon king. She reminded her again that silence was the basic rule in Lord Swallow's room. But Asmodeus refused loudly, saying she was a free dungeon monster who had lived in the core of the ancient long before becoming the demon king. She said she came only to speak with Lord Swallow. Renee shouted back that Lord Swallow was resting, but Asmodeus only smiled and said that was why she was needed. She wanted to stay by his side until he could sleep peacefully. She teased Renee for being too strict and old-fashioned, calling her a boomer. Renee shouted in shock, unable to believe what she heard, while Asmodeus laughed and ran away. Meanwhile, Swallow lay awake, annoyed by the noise. He told Patrick that they were too loud and he could not sleep. Patrick replied that Swallow had no right to complain since the outside world was already in chaos because of him. Swallow turned his head with confusion and asked why things were that bad. Patrick looked tired and asked if Swallow had even read any of the newspapers he gave him. He explained that because troops were being forcefully moved to strengthen Liaise defense, the border villages were being destroyed by monsters. He added that the Lord of Harston had taken his own life, leaving the whole region in complete disorder. Patrick said he had gone through every human newspaper from the past 3 weeks and found only 3 short articles about Harston. He asked if Swallow understood what that meant, but Swallow simply said he did not know. Patrick grew frustrated and scolded him, saying he was ready to hand in his resignation at any moment. Swallow quickly apologized, panicking and asking what Patrick thought about the situation. Patrick sighed and said he was not sure, since he had no clear information. Still, he guessed that Harston might have been completely cut off from the outside world. He reminded Swallow that it was his own rampage that caused such heavy destruction in that village. The lack of any news from a place that suffered such massive damage could only mean trouble. Patrick explained that the core of the ancient depended on Harston, because by monitoring it, they could know the size of the human subjugation force and when it would strike. He said they needed to head to Harston as soon as possible, before things got worse. Swallow told Patrick to have a safe trip and not to overwork himself. Patrick nodded and said he would return as soon as possible before walking away. Swallow sighed in relief, thinking he had finally sent Patrick off and could now rest. But Patrick stopped and turned around, saying it might be too difficult to go alone and that it would be better if someone accompanied him. Swallow thought about Mel's and immediately rejected the idea. To him, she was as dangerous as explosion magic, and if she used her spells like she did back at the capital, the entire village would vanish. He then thought about Renee and shook his head again, calling her super explosion magic. He begged silently for her to just stay still, believing her doing nothing was the greatest help. Patrick then suggested that maybe Swallow himself should come along, since the mission could take time. Swallow realized too late that he had fallen into Patrick's trap and could not escape. He reluctantly said he seemed like the best option but added that he could not use his polymorph ability anymore because he had broken that strange Demura bracelet. Patrick agreed, saying that without the bracelet, Swallow could not go with him. Swallow felt pure relief inside, thinking his excuse had worked and that he could finally get some sleep. But later, when something clearly went wrong, he looked at Patrick with irritation and muttered that he was really going to die painfully. Patrick laughed and said that even though Swallow had cursed him, it would not matter since he was already dead inside. Swallow sighed and said Patrick was the one who started it. Patrick then reminded him that he could not go because he did not have the Demura bracelet, but that also meant if he had it, he could go right away. Swallow grew angry and shouted that it was not like that at all. Later, the two stood in front of a silent village gate. Patrick pointed at the scene and said they had arrived. He explained that there were 4 ways to know if a human village was active. As he walked, he said the first way was to see how crowded the market was, but there was no one around, so maybe they should go back. The second way was to check the smoke from chimneys, but since it was already late, they had missed the chance. Swallow asked if that meant they could finally leave, but Patrick ignored him and continued. He said the third way was to check the number of mercenaries or adventurers at the request board, but Harston did not have one, so that clue was useless. Swallow sighed and begged again to just return. When they finally reached deeper into the village, Patrick's face darkened. He said this place was not functioning like a normal village at all. The scene then shifted to a cliff overlooking the area, where a monster stood among countless corpses. It praised its forces for their efforts and declared that after finishing with Harston, they would march toward the Empire's capital, Liège. It said humanity had grown weak under the shadow of the Black Calamity, and now was the perfect time to bring destruction to the Empire. Patrick looked around the empty inn with concern, realizing how serious the situation had become. He said it was strange to see the place so deserted and guessed that Harston must have been completely isolated. When he noticed a man on the upper floor, he asked who he was. The man replied that he was the owner of the inn and asked why they had come. Patrick introduced himself as a knight from the Patarian Black Dog subjugation team of Natrange. He explained that they only needed a simple meal and a place to rest. The man came down the stairs, surprised but apologetic. He said they had no food left to serve anyone, not even a knight, and that the entire village was suffering from the same problem. Patrick asked if it was because of the Black Calamity, and the man nodded, scratching his head. He said Patrick must already know about the situation, and sadly added that they didn't even have a room ready for guests. Patrick smiled faintly, took out a gold coin, and handed it to him, asking again if the rooms were still not ready. The innkeeper's attitude changed instantly as he guided them upstairs with a bright tone. As they walked, he asked about Swallow. Patrick told him that even though Swallow was his slave, he was very helpful and that was why he treated him well. He said the slave would stay in the same room with him, then asked where their room was. Inside the room, Swallow looked around with surprise and said it was better than he had expected. He dropped onto the bed with relief, saying it was his now and that it felt far better than the one he had used in Liège with Mel's. Patrick agreed that it was a good room. After settling down, Swallow frowned and asked if calling him a slave was really the only thing Patrick could come up with. Patrick replied confidently that it was the smartest choice. He said that the shabby clothes Swallow wore made him look like a beggar, and people would pick fights with someone who looked poor. But a slave, being the property of a master, would be left alone. He explained that since Swallow could not even be bothered to change clothes, it was only logical to treat him that way. He raised his voice and reminded Swallow that he preferred moving as little as possible. Swallow shouted that he absolutely did and joked that he would be reborn as a rock in his next life. Patrick smirked and told him that in that case, it was best to listen to his advice. Swallow nodded and said Patrick's reasoning was sound, even calling him master in jest. As Patrick turned to leave, he told Swallow to rest for now. Swallow warned him not to overwork himself on the first day, but Patrick only smiled and said there was no need to worry. It was night, after all, and there were still plenty of places they could explore freely. Patrick walked on the roof at night and thought about why the black calamity had fallen on Harston Great Square. He felt the imperial family had to blame someone for failing to control the core of the ancient. He thought bitter and proud what an artistic way they had destroyed it. He noticed Count Itark had died before the imperial hand could act, and he wondered curious who ruled Harston now. He had been quite curious all this time, and he decided daringly that he would go see the new lord face to face. The scene moved to the lord of Harston Castle. Patrick watched the knights and felt worried because the security was tighter than he expected. He knew he could kill or knock them out, but he thought wise that such violence would only make a mess at sunrise. He chose patient and careful to wait. He remembered a specific place he had come for, and he sensed something humans could not feel. He smelt the lingering scent of corpses and moved toward the downstairs with a plan. Swallow lay on the bed in his own room and murmured with a small smile that sleeping in a cool dungeon was nice, but resting in a real bed once in a while was not bad either. He sighed tiredly that people never let him sleep in peace. Suddenly a loud knock came at the door, and the inn owner called out for the knight inside. Swallow got up, opened the door, and said calmly that his master had gone for a night walk. The owner nodded with relief and asked him to come downstairs since the meal had been served earlier than usual. He spoke warmly that an innkeeper should never let his guests starve, and since the knight had paid a high price, he wanted to repay that kindness. He introduced himself as Novin Hedeker and asked to be called Mr. Novin. Swallow replied simply that his name was Swald. As they walked downstairs, Novin told him not to be disappointed because there was little food left to serve. Swallow followed him and asked if the situation in Harston was really that bad. Novin sighed and said it truly was a calamity. Most people who had seen the event lost their minds. The Lord had taken his own life afterward, and all routes in and out of Harston were now closed. He described the horror of the streets where starved corpses lay beyond the castle walls. He admitted that he planned to leave soon and advised Swald to do the same. He added in a grim tone that Swald should already know what happened to people when they were cornered. A girl slipped quietly through the window into Swallow's inn room. She looked around with a sly smile and thought that the guests must be outsiders since no local would stay in such a ruined village. She noticed they had taken the most expensive room, which meant they were likely rich, and she decided to steal anything valuable she could find. She frowned at the sight of worn clothes and muttered in disgust that they looked like rags. Still, she thought she could keep them to use as a bundle. When she opened a chest and found it empty, she gasped in frustration, wondering if the guests had already taken everything and left. Soon after, Patrick entered the room and greeted Swallow, saying he had gone to look at the Lord's castle. Swallow remained lying on the bed and replied calmly that he had been doing exactly what Patrick could see. Patrick explained that he had planned to see the new Lord's face, but the security had been tighter than expected, so he returned without any results. He asked if Swallow had discovered anything, but Swallow answered lazily that Patrick shouldn't expect that from him. Patrick chuckled and said he had only asked out of politeness. Swallow then mentioned that Harston had been completely cut off from the outside world and that even the inn owner knew little else. Patrick exclaimed that he was shocked Swallow had actually done something and realized that Harston had been completely isolated from the outside world. He said they should learn more about it tomorrow, but Swallow told him to do it on his own. Patrick insisted they had to do it together and asked Swallow to keep the windows closed since both were now open and they might get robbed. Swallow denied touching the windows, but Patrick argued it was impossible that the wind or a ghost had opened them. Swallow shrugged and said whoever it was must have opened them. Suddenly, Swallow shouted that his coat, made by Renee, was gone. Patrick discovered his own things were missing too, including the rib he had put in the drawer. The scene shifted to the street where the girl, Rosalina, ran murmuring to herself that what she had taken should be enough. A man stood in front of her and scolded her for being out so late, reminding her not to wander when it was dark. Rosalina explained that her actions had not been without reason and that this time it had been for the sake of everyone. The man pointed at her and questioned her, saying that wasting her stamina and getting hungrier would not help anyone, even if it was for the sake of others. Rosalina raised her hand and protested that what was said was not true. Their boss, Toth, spoke calmly and warned her not to be too harsh. He said thieves should not fear the dark, and it was not something to get angry about, but wandering around without telling anyone was a clear mistake. He reminded her that the situation was already chaotic, and she should think about the harm she could cause if she acted carelessly. He added that this place was different from the old house that had welcomed her warmly. Rosalina nodded and promised she would be careful. Toth then asked what she had done. Rosalina placed a sack on the ground and explained that she felt she had to pull her own weight. She said she had taken it from a really expensive room in the inn on the main street, where it had been stored carefully in a drawer. Toth closed his eyes and told her that it was the rib of a human. Rosalina shouted in shock that she did not know it was human and insisted she had no idea. Toth asked if she had bought a chance to rob a grave, and she firmly said no. Toth said it could not have come from a grave because Rosalina had shown it off so proudly. He explained that the bone was likely used for some wicked hobby or magical purpose. He asked if anyone collected human ribs. Their boss said the world was full of rotten people who used slave limbs as ornaments, so it was hard to be sure. It could be a human bone or a bone from someone who used to be human. He thought with wide eyes that if it belonged to someone practicing necromancy or black magic, it would be even more dangerous. He noticed the shabby-looking clothes seemed ordinary but were actually made from the highest quality fabric and scolded Rosalina for not checking the pockets. When he checked, he found gold coins inside. Rosalina shouted excitedly about the gold, but their boss scolded them that it was not the time to be happy. She protested that they had gone through a lot of trouble to find it, and that this time they had gone to the right place. Their boss thought it was suspicious to stay at a luxury inn in a crumbling village and realized they had messed with something they should never have touched. Suddenly Patrick and Swallow arrived, and Patrick announced that they had come to collect back their things. Patrick felt relieved to see everyone safe. He said he really wanted to see them all and asked Swallow if those clothes were a present from Renee. He thought that if he left another hole in Renee's heart, he had no idea what would happen, so it was better this way. The boss stepped forward and told everyone to get back. Patrick asked if the boss was their leader, and the boss asked how he had found them. Patrick wondered aloud, thinking the item must have been crying out for its owner. Swallow said he was tired and wanted to hurry back to rest. Patrick decided to let it go just for today, thinking the boss had been running around for so long. He told the captain of the back alley that he had chosen the wrong item to steal and asked if he still had no thought of returning it. The boss questioned whether there was any guarantee they would just leave if the item was returned. Patrick agreed that the boss was probably right to think that way. The boss thought something was strange. Even if Rosalina had left traces, they had found them too quickly in the dark. He realized it would be impossible unless they were some kind of monsters or used dark magic. Then he asked if they were the ones who lived in the dark. Patrick guessed that the cave was pretty dark anyway. The boss asked if the rib bone was really important to them and smiled, saying they treated it as if it were a part of his body. Patrick said no, it was part of his own body and told him to stop stalling and return it. The boss threw the bone into the air and shouted for Rosalina and Toth to retreat with the people who could not move well first. Patrick ran toward the rib and caught it. Swallow yawned and said the condition of the place must be really bad. He grabbed a man by the collar, lifted him off the ground, and asked what he should do with him. Patrick suggested knocking them all out first. Swallow questioned if he wanted to let them all live. Patrick explained that he was not saying they should be spared, but that everyone should be treated the same. Swallow said he did not care and admitted he was so tired that he was not sure he could control his strength properly. Patrick grabbed a man by the head and slammed him on the ground, saying it would be fine if he just tried. The scene shifted to the dungeon, where Renee said it had already been over half a day since Mr. Devourer left. Asmodeus nodded and said she understood, noting it had only been half a day. Renee worried that nothing should have gone wrong with Mr. Devourer. She wondered if it was right for just the two of them to enjoy a relaxing break while he might be starving out there. Asmodeus told her she was overthinking it and asked if there was any reason for such a great person to skip meals. Renee admitted she was worrying too much and thought that Mr. Devourer and Patrick were just at a human village, so how could they run into trouble? Asmodeus reminded her that they were dealing with the ancient monster, the Lord of all things, and the Death Knight, the one in charge of death. The scene shifted to Patrick. He crossed his arms and thought the situation was more troublesome than he expected. He admitted it was not bad for a human to surprise him a little. He had hoped the thieves would have a map, but they were unlucky. He decided it was better to end this quickly rather than drag it out, and shouted for the boss not to lie down already. Swallow smiled and told Patrick he should try lying down too, saying it was cozier down there than he would think. Rosalina, fearful and crying, apologized and admitted she was the one who stole. She shouted that the others had nothing to do with it, and begged to be taken instead of them. Toth shouted at her to get up, warning that they would not let them off that easily and had no intention to do so. Swallow told Patrick to take care of it. Patrick nodded and walked toward them. Toth shouted that he would kill Patrick if he got close. Suddenly, Rosalina held an artifact and closed her eyes. Patrick grabbed the artifact and asked where she had gotten it. He realized it was a rosario shaped like a phoenix that resembled a reversed cross. He noticed the mana leaking from it, and understood it was surveillance magic meant to monitor someone in the slums. Patrick shouted to the boss that the people of Harston were being spied on. He explained that when Rosalina prayed with the rosario, surveillance mana started leaking, meaning the rosario would activate under special conditions. If they could find out those conditions, they could understand what the person who gave her the rosario was planning. Swallow said it was strange for Harston, a city not known for magic, to have a magic stone and now an item with magic in it. Patrick said he would try to get the humans to cooperate, asking the boss to trust him. Swallow asked how he could get them to cooperate in this situation. Patrick nodded and said he had thought of something amazing. In Harston, Patrick apologized to the group for his earlier behavior. He explained that it was not because they had stolen anything but because his orders from the Empire were to leave no trace of those they conflicted with. He revealed that he and his companions were members of a secret organization called the Fog of Roano's Shadow Knights, acting under direct orders from the royalty. He assured them they meant no harm for now and told them to relax. A bald man asked why they were in Harston. Patrick said they were there to save the city. He admitted that going against the royal decree to spare them was necessary because he needed information to understand the situation and send supplies and manpower. He asked for their help in restoring peace. The people murmured, uncertain but attentive. Patrick then spoke to Swallow, saying that persuading the humans had been easy and that the lower class accepted what was given to them without much resistance. Swallow asked if they were going back. Patrick said no and added that they were just getting started, noticing more strange points in the city that required attention. Swallow thought that he appreciated Patrick's effort, but it seemed like things were becoming more troublesome. He wondered if the situation had worsened because of Patrick. He lay on the ground, reflecting on what it meant to always watch for enemies around. Patrick raised his hand and told him to get up and not lie on the road. He said that since things had reached this point, Swallow would have to start working too. Swallow asked why he was so fired up today and if Patrick could not handle it alone. Patrick explained that he needed to watch the captain, who seemed most suspicious, so Swallow should stay with the people and get close to them. Swallow widened his eyes, surprised at the idea of mingling with humans. Patrick insisted that it was necessary and reasoned that between a fully armored knight and a beggar-like boss, Swallow would have an easier time approaching the people. He told Swallow to mingle and follow the humans before he returned. Swallow thought about humans, noting that most spent the day asleep or dazed and even when working, they lacked motivation. Excited, he realized that all he had to do was act as he always had. Patrick spoke with bright eyes and said that getting information would not be easy. He reminded Swallow to investigate the religion that had given out the rosarios and to gather as much information from the humans as possible. He added that the faster they finished, the sooner they could rest, and warned Swallow to stay composed even if the humans were rude. Swallow thought that getting close to humans sounded impossible, and that he would have preferred to devour them all. Still, he knew he had to be friendly and act normally. Smiling, he asked the humans what they were curious about. A child with sparkling eyes asked if he had ever seen Sir Vern and Sir Wynn in person. Swallow admitted that he did not even know who they were. Rosalina returned something to Swallow and apologized. He scratched his head and said it was fine since he had gotten it back. Toth introduced himself as the one in charge while the captain was away and said he would fulfill their requests as much as possible. He acknowledged that Swallow had come to rescue Harston, and Swallow nodded. Toth said that seeing the village for himself would be quicker than hearing about it, and offered to guide Swallow right away. Swallow thought it was suspicious but realized staying would only lead to more questions. He stood up and agreed to go with him. Later, they stood in front of a door. Swallow asked where all the people were. Toth opened the door and explained that those inside had starved to death. He said there was no food to steal even from neighbors, and the ones still alive did not know when they would starve. Swallow thought about the famine and wondered why the villagers were not revolting. Usually, anger would be directed at the Lord and citizens would rise against him. He questioned why, even after the Black Disaster, the people of Harston were starving without fighting back. Toth added that it had been over a month since the disaster and asked if Swallow was not curious why the village remained so quiet and why the people did not revolt. In the dungeon, Asmodeus said she had really wanted to go to Haston with Mr. Devourer, and that staying in the dungeon was boring. Renee told her she could not think that way and reminded her that Mr. Devourer had left the dungeon in their care. She asked if anything could be more important than this, and said it showed they had his full trust. Asmodeus smiled happily and agreed that she should have realized that. Renee scolded her to stay focused at all times since they never knew when humans might invade. Asmodeus said not to worry and that she was always checking. She added that she had checked 10 minutes ago but would check again now. Renee thought it was a good idea since she would be cleaning. Suddenly, Asmodeus widened her eyes as Renee announced that someone had invaded. She explained that since the observer's eye did not react much, the invader was likely a single person. Renee stood up and told Asmodeus to get ready. A woman with a red aura appeared and smiled, asking why they were so jumpy and if Renee had been well. She introduced herself as Elizabeth Battery, the boss of Chite Castle, a great, evil dungeon. Renee apologized and said there was not much prepared, adding that she would have prepared something if she had been informed ahead of time. Elizabeth told them not to worry and said there was no need to be bothered since she had come unannounced. She winked and teased that if Renee really wanted to prepare something, she could offer her blood. Renee refused, saying that would not be possible. Elizabeth looked disappointed but asked who Asmodeus was and if she was someone new. Asmodeus proudly introduced herself, sparkling as she declared she was Melge de Lymphagria, the 17th descendant of Asmodeus, and the one who ruled over the monsters as a demon king. Renee remembered to introduce her properly, saying that Melge was the boss of Chite Castle, Lady Battery. Elizabeth smiled, noting that the young demon king explained why her aura was so interesting. Asmodeus whispered to Renee, asking if she would be able to see all the dungeon bosses if she lived there permanently. Renee smiled and teased her for saying funny things and mooching off them. Elizabeth asked if that meant Asmodeus was not yet a member of the Primordial Corvette. Asmodeus admitted she was not yet. Elizabeth then asked where Patrick and the dull guy were. Renee replied that the two of them had stepped out for a moment. Eltman frowned coldly, asking how they could be absent at a time like this. Renee widened her eyes and asked if something had happened. Elizabeth told them that the villages near Chite Castle had all been destroyed. She said all the humans must have died since the village was covered in blood, but there were no corpses. She noted that it did not seem like the humans had done it. The blood on the floor had all flowed in one direction, forming a path that ended at Haston. She said few could have done something like this. Elizabeth explained that most undead lacked intelligence, and only the elder undead of a higher tier could think. Since the army of the dead was moving together, someone must be controlling them. She suspected the Lord of the Undead, the immortal King Erivos. She admitted she had no concrete evidence but wanted to notify the dull guy. She asked if Renee had monsters that could send messages. Renee said the dungeon was currently empty and had no way to communicate, but she believed in Mr. Devourer's decisions. Elizabeth said it was a good thing Patrick was resourceful, but it was worrying and someone had to inform him. Asmodeus excitedly said it was time for her to step up and that it could not be helped. The scene shifted to a dark room where Toth told Swallow that the Black Disaster was the start of everything. He explained that soon after the disaster hit Haston, someone set fire to the fields. The fire spread quickly and destroyed all the crops that were ready for harvest, turning them into ashes. Around the same time, a bad rumor spread saying that the crops in the affected area were contaminated and would cause pain if eaten. That was how Haston became a cursed land. Toth said that when even news of the Emperor giving up on Haston spread, the people fell into despair. Despite this, a rich commoner couple stepped up, as they had many crops unaffected by the fire. They opened their storehouses and gave food to the residents. Some people even suggested that everyone should unite with the couple as the center. Just when hope was returning, the couple was found bloodied in their home, likely killed by someone greedy for more food. After that, nobody trusted anyone else. Without trust, there was no cooperation, and everyone fought to protect their food, often starving in the end. Toth said that those in the back alleys, like them, were able to survive thanks to the rumors about the contaminated crops. Swallow asked if, unlike the rumors, they were fine even after eating the crops. Toth nodded. Swallow thought that there was no way the crops she had not even touched could be contaminated, and suspected someone had spread lies with bad intentions. They walked to another place, and Toth explained that at first, everyone thought they could overcome the disaster quickly. He said that since bugs would gather on the corpses left on the streets, they dug holes and started piling them up. Covering his nose with a cloth, he added that many people who lost their families were still unable to let go, or more accurately, nobody wanted to take on such a troublesome role. Swallow asked if they could not handle it themselves. Toth revealed that the couple who had been killed had a daughter, and that Rosalina's parents were likely among the pile of corpses. Swallow asked if the soldiers always stood guard there. Toth said yes, they guarded in 2 shifts, not really to protect but to control. Swallow thought that soldiers controlling the gates in such a situation must be following the Lord's orders and felt that the Lord of the place was suspicious. He concluded that they would not see through the plans with normal means, and needed to meet the Lord directly. The scene shifted to Patrick, who held a harpy egg and explained that he had stolen it so the harpies would come after it. This would allow Swallow to appear, defeat them, and meet the Lord. He thought it was a brilliant plan and considered himself a genius. But looking at the flying monsters, he did not expect so many of them to come. The scene shifted to Lara, who woke up from a nightmare. A servant asked if she had another nightmare. She said she was fine. She was Harston's lord, Larison of Earthark. She stepped onto the floor and said she was going to get some fresh air. Standing on the balcony, she thought that it had been a few weeks since she became the lord, but she still vividly remembered the day her brother died. Her family had fled with their wealth, and Harston had not yet recovered. She realized that the only way to survive in this situation was to bring Harston back to life. Later, she entered a room and spoke to a man covered in a cloak, reminding him that he had promised salvation and protection for her and her territory. He nodded and confirmed that he had. She shouted at him to look outside the window and asked if this was the salvation he had promised. He replied that he had not broken his promise and that soon all the problems affecting Harston's residence would be resolved, so she need not worry. She thought that he never gave her specifics, but in her current situation, she had no choice but to believe him. The man added that everything was proceeding smoothly and told her to continue living in comfort, smirking that soon all her problems would disappear. Lara sat and said she understood and would trust him and wait a bit longer. Then a woman stepped inside and reported about the territory's security. She said that according to the guards, a flock of harpies had attacked near the north gate, but a knight suddenly appeared and single-handedly stopped them. Lara widened her eyes and asked who the knight was and who they served. The man said he would meet the knight himself and asked where the knight was. The woman closed her eyes and said she would guide him to the castle reception room. The man warned Lara to think carefully, as the knight could be an assassin in disguise. Lara said that even if the knight appeared suspicious, it did not diminish his contribution to saving Harston and that it was natural for a lord to praise such achievements. She ordered them to bring the knight to her. The scene shifted to Patrick, who knelt and greeted Lara, saying the road to Harston had been difficult and tiring, but standing before her made him feel that his hard work was rewarded. Lara acknowledged his courage and pride, saying it was what protected Harston and expressed her gratitude on behalf of all of Harston. Patrick said it was an honor and thought that Lara did not look like a lord at first glance. Judging by her age, he guessed she must be the previous lord's young sister. Lara asked which family's knight he was. Patrick remained silent, so she asked his name. Patrick said he was unfortunately unable to tell her and asked for her understanding. Lara noted that he seemed to be hiding a lot and asked if he would refuse to take off his helmet. Patrick explained that his face was full of battle scars, with half of his skin cut off, but said he would follow her command if she insisted. Lara told him to forget it, and said that if he was hiding his face out of consideration for others, she would not push it. She offered to repay him as much as she could and asked if there was anything he wanted. Patrick requested something to eat as compensation. She ordered a maid to prepare it, and Patrick thanked her. He thought that her answer was quick, which meant the castle was not lacking food. He wondered why the Lord allowed the village to fall into hardship, noting the energy he could feel as an undead. He also felt a strange sense of kinship with the cloaked man and then asked Lara a question. She asked what it was, and Patrick said something had been bothering him from the start and asked her to tell him who and what she was. The scene shifted to the street where Swallow was lying down and asked Patrick if the Lord had really let him off just for asking a question. Patrick said he had only explained that he asked out of genuine curiosity, and she had apparently let him go with that. Swallow commented that they were doing a half-baked job and asked if Patrick had really left it at just feeling a sense of kinship. Patrick said she did not expect him to fight on the spot, and that feeling a sense of kinship did not necessarily mean someone was undead. He explained that some necromancers and even humans practicing black magic could exude undead energy depending on how corrupted they were. Swallow asked when he would have time to consider each option and said that if it were her, she would have attacked immediately. Patrick reminded her that they were there to solve the problem she caused and asked if she wanted him to turn in his resignation. He then asked if she had found anything. Swallow said the villagers believed the grains were cursed and had refused to eat them, starving to death. She also mentioned the thief, Rosalina, who kept running away, making it hard to handle her. Patrick said it would have been better if they had learned some mind control magic and that he should have brought Mel's instead. Swallow questioned why he would say that after forcing her to come. Patrick held up a sack and said they still had options, showing food he had gotten from the Lord, and suggested using it to win Rosalina's favor. Swallow asked Rosalina why she looked so surprised and then showed her a biscuit, telling her to take it so they could share. She looked happy and said it was the communal wafer given by the priest, which made Swallow ask who that priest was. As they walked, Rosalina said she was glad to meet someone who believed in that person too. She told him no one around her was a believer and pouted, saying everyone else seemed so stupid because all one had to do was give unconditional faith to be saved. Swallow simply nodded. When they reached a cave, she said it always felt creepy coming there and warned him to watch his step as they went inside. In the darkness, a priest spoke, saying the disaster in Haston was a trial given to humans for their evil deeds, and that person was an all-powerful being who could overcome it. He said those who had gained that being's trust should be praised as the chosen ones. Rosalina smiled at Swallow and asked him to sit, while the priest reminded everyone not to forget the divine message and told them they would again eat the blessings provided by that person. Swallow thought that it did not seem special at all and wondered if it was just brainwashing. Rosalina laughed and said they had arrived just in time for the liturgy of the Eucharist. When he asked what that was, she explained it was when the priest handed out the wafers. Swallow looked at the wafer in the priest's hand and realized it was the same one Patrick had received from Haston's Lord. He wondered why something like that was in the Lord's castle. Rosalina then whispered to him that it was a secret she was only sharing with him. She said when that person came to save Haston, those who truly believed would gain eternal happiness. Smiling as she held an artifact, she said they could become closer to that person and receive an even greater blessing. When Swallow asked what that bigger blessing was, she widened her eyes and said she was not sure but guessed it might be something better than a wafer, maybe even meat. The priest approached them and greeted Rosalina, giving her a wafer as he said it was that day's blessing. She thanked him warmly. Then he turned to Swallow and said he had not seen him before and hoped he would come more often. Swallow took the wafer and said he would think about it, and the priest told him that person would also be happy with his visit. Swallow looked cold and demanded to know what was going on. Pulling down his cloak, he whispered that they were trying to trick him right in front of his eyes. He said humans might not see mana, but such tricks would not work on him. He warned the priest that while he did not care what they did to humans, they should not cross the line by investigating him. The priest stepped back in fear and said he was not human. Swallow replied that he had a bad memory, but would be sure to remember him. Rosalina looked confused and asked if something was wrong, but Swallow told her it was nothing and said he had only been thanking the priest for the food. He told her they should leave. Later, Rosalina ran off happily, thanking him for the day, and Swallow waved, telling her to get home safely. As he walked away, he thought there were too many suspicious signs for him to even need proof. He considered how the cult leader had come to isolated Haston, used unknown mana, brainwashed people, and kept watch over them. He also recalled the man with the aura of an undead beside the Lord. Everything fit too perfectly, making it clear that someone powerful was behind it all. The scene shifted to Asmodeus, who looked excited and praised him for figuring things out. She said she had wondered how bad it was since he had claimed to destroy it. Standing on a rooftop, she admired the view, but Swallow told her he knew she had not come just out of curiosity, and asked her real reason. She said Lady Battery had stopped by the primordial core and mentioned that Haston would soon face the undead. When Swallow asked if Battery truly said that, she confirmed it, and explained that she had found traces of strange phenomena near Chite Castle moving toward Haston. She said Battery believed Arivos was behind it. Swallow said Arivos might be the main culprit, but it was still just a guess. Asmodeus said she had thought about it, and explained that normally a place attacked by the undead would be overrun quickly, especially since Haston was weak. Raising her staff as a purple aura surrounded her, she asked if he wondered why Erivos had not used that usual method. She said if her guess was correct, he must have used the flow of mana instead. Then she slammed her staff to the ground and cast low-class magic for mana detection. A magic circle appeared beneath her feet, and she smiled, saying it was exactly as she had suspected. The malevolent dungeon gatekeeper of the grounds of corpses, Lich Simon Magus, knelt before Lord Erebos. Erebos looked at him with glowing blue eyes and said that his faithful servant had come. The Lich bowed and said he wished to give his final report before Erebos arrived at Harston. Erebos told him he would not forget his hardships, and the Lich replied that he had only done his duty because he understood the greater purpose. Erebos then asked him to continue. The Lich reported that there had been an unexpected intruder. Erebos said he had already heard the same report from Ummel and asked if the intruder had worn armor filled with the energy of the dead. The Lich said the intruder wore no armor and carried no such energy but was deeply connected to darkness. He asked if Erebos had any idea who it could be. Erebos replied that there was no way that person would be active, and regardless of the situation, their priority was to occupy Harston to gain control of the Empire. He reminded the Lich to stay cautious and remember the purpose of their mission. The Lich bowed his head and said he was ashamed for failing to complete the task entrusted to him. Erebos told him that Ummel had requested reinforcements at the Lord's castle, so he had sent Massam to the underground dungeon, then asked if the Lich needed help against the intruders. The Lich said not at the moment, but that he would send a message if he did. Erebos agreed and vanished, leaving the decision to him. The Lich bowed deeply and said that the Lord's wish was his command. In his thoughts, he felt certain that soon the dead would rule over everything on Earth, and that no one would be able to stop them unless that monster appeared. The scene shifted to Swallow, who asked Asmodeus if she could find the person who had cast the magic. She said there was no sure way to know, but usually, large-scale magic used methods that kept mana flowing continuously into the ground. Swallow, sitting on a rooftop, said that meant the caster had to be nearby to maintain it. Asmodeus, standing beside him, said that could be true but not always, as they might be using a medium to direct their mana steadily. She guessed that a medium strong enough to support magic surrounding the entire area of Harston would require immense power. Swallow said that must mean it needed a huge amount of mana. Asmodeus explained that unless they twisted the magic pathways, they would have stored that large amount of mana underground, making that place the most suspicious spot. Still, she said it was only speculation. Swallow yawned and thought that even if they did not know what was going on, causing some chaos might draw someone out to investigate. He stood up and said that Patrick was also nearby, then asked if she was busy. Asmodeus smiled and said she was not. Swallow told Asmodeus to come with him to the castle. Her eyes widened in surprise and he smirked, saying it was about time to replace one of the malevolent dungeons. The scene shifted to a dark dungeon where Patrick stood surrounded by the foul smell of rotting corpses. He thought the scent was stronger than before and that the place was definitely suspicious. The dungeon, once useless, now echoed with strange sounds, making him certain something was hidden there. He noticed a large creature and said he was sorry to interrupt but asked who its master was. The monster attacked, but Patrick caught its hammer with ease. He remarked that the attack matched its size but was too slow to ever land. He commented on its terrifying strength, and wondered how something like this could exist beneath a castle. Then, breaking the hammer into pieces, he realized that both the mysterious man and the Lord might be working together. Deciding there was no reason to hide anymore, Patrick grabbed the creature by the mouth, told it that they now had confirmation, and ordered it to disappear before throwing it away. Suddenly, a purple aura appeared before him, and he murmured in surprise that even a Dullahan had shown up, wondering what exactly they were preparing for. Patrick demanded to know on whose orders the Dullahan was guarding the place, but the creature attacked without answering. He noticed the weapon it carried and realized it was the evil sword, a cursed blade that corroded other weapons. He thought it was far stronger than a normal Dullahan and tried to reason with it, asking if they could talk as fellow undead. The Dullahan ignored him and swung again. Patrick dodged and thought that it was strange for an undead with intelligence to refuse conversation. He decided he needed to find out why it was there, and said that the lord of the castle must have the answers. Then he summoned his magic and attacked with his hammer. Since the creature refused to talk, he said he would end it quickly. After overpowering it, he picked up its sword and said he would be borrowing it since it was being wasted. With a single strike, he shattered the Dullahan into pieces. The scene shifted to the Lord Lara, who woke suddenly to find Patrick standing beside her bed. He told her it was cold, and asked if she had slept well. She shouted at him in anger, demanding how he dared trespass in the middle of the night. Patrick calmly said it should be obvious he had business with her, then pointed the sword at her, and told her he would give her 5 minutes to summon the man who had been with her earlier. Later that night, Patrick stood in the hall with Lara and the cloaked man. He apologized for calling them so late, and said he had found something during his night walk. He threw a severed head onto the table and said it was the helm of a Dullahan, then asked why the Lord of Harston was working with an undead. Lara looked confused and asked what he was talking about. Patrick said it was disappointing that she would keep pretending and asked if she was truly unaware of who she was working with. He said it was no surprise since she was an unfit lord who did not even know what was happening in her own land. The cloaked man stepped forward and told her there was no need to listen to such nonsense, and that she should call the guards to capture him. Patrick interrupted, saying he had personally killed the Dullahan in the mansion's basement prison. He drew his sword and said that piles of corpses lay beneath her castle. Then he pointed his blade toward the cloaked man and said that the one standing beside her was also an undead. Lara shouted that she would not believe him and that his accusations meant nothing. She said the man had promised her the salvation of Harston and that accusing him was a threat to the safety of the city. Patrick's words froze her when he asked if she was saying that while already knowing who had been endangering Harston all along. The cloaked man tried to calm them both and told them to lower their voices. He said that Dullahans were not creatures one could easily encounter. Patrick laughed with excitement and agreed, saying he had been surprised himself to see such a high-level undead in that place. He added that something about the Dullahan had felt strange. In his thoughts, he noted that it had not spoken even though Elder variant undead usually had intelligence, and its movements during the fight had not seemed normal. After burning its soul, he had investigated further and discovered something. He revealed the armor and said that inside it was a magic circle used for mind control, along with the name of its owner. The Dullahan's name had been Massam, the same as the vice-captain of the Massam and Harda brothers who had once led a raid against a brutal undead 30 years ago. He said the knight had been strong but disappeared after that raid. Then Patrick asked them who they thought the brutal undead from that raid had been. Lara hesitated and asked who it was. Patrick turned toward the cloaked man and said he would ask differently this time, demanding that he answer personally. Then he called him an undead underling and asked where exactly the brutal undead Erebos was. Lara looked confused and said she did not understand why the name of a boss from the great evil dungeons had appeared. The cloaked man began to laugh, and Lara shouted at him in anger, reminding him that he had promised to save her and the territory. He smirked and said that the plan had changed and that a peaceful resolution was no longer possible. He told them both to stay still. Lara fell to the ground in shock as his form began to change, realizing he was an undead. The man revealed his true identity as Ummel and declared that he would kill everyone in the territory, turning it into a land of the dead. He said humans should feel honored to be granted such a chance for salvation and that everything was part of the immortal King Erebos' plan. Patrick said he had not imagined anything like this at first and admitted he had always thought the undead relied on numbers, never expecting such a well-organized invasion. Ummel said he had taken an interest in Patrick when he first saw him and congratulated him for surpassing expectations by killing Massam. Patrick replied that it was the first time someone had ever praised him for killing their own underling. Ummel said he found him even more interesting and asked why, as an undead himself, Patrick was not serving Lord Erebos. Lara's eyes widened, and Patrick thought that he had been caught. He realized they still needed a lord to take care of the land and cooperate with them, so he had no real intention of killing her. He said his mood had suddenly turned sour and that it would be best for her to follow his orders. Ummel asked if he thought threats would work on an undead. Patrick said of course not, but reminded him that he had much to lose and that the person who had come with him was far stronger than Ummel realized, strong enough to ruin his plans easily. Ummel found that interesting and said it should also affect the humans. Patrick replied that they were not on the humans' side and told him to explain everything, including what Lord Erebos was planning. Ummel agreed to answer. He explained how an elder comes to be, saying that for a normal human or elf to become an elder, a very rare supernatural phenomenon, or an immense amount of hatred was required. He said elders were called so because each could fight 1,000 zombies alone, and Lord Erebos was powerful enough to create such elders with his magic. Patrick realized then that this explained why Haston had been isolated, and why a religion had been created there. Amul explained that everything they had done was to create an elder. He said humans, with living bodies but weak souls, were perfect for gathering undead. Lara trembled as he added that Hasten had been isolated to starve the humans and weaken their resolve, which was also the reason the religion had been created. Patrick said he understood, but asked about the mountain of corpses in the underground jail. Amul said it was to create even more elders and that they planned to destroy the Empire. Patrick thought that if the Empire fell and all humans became undead, the 7 great evil dungeons would be the main targets of Erebos, who had obtained great power. Suddenly, a red aura filled the room and Amul said that chopping off his arms would not stop him from casting magic. Many magical hands reached for Patrick, who laughed and said it was impressive that Amul could cast with just words. Amul said there was no being that could oppose Lord Erebos. He added that the only one who could was the ancient monster, which went into slumber for many years after moving, so nothing could stop his lord's plans, and he sent mana toward Patrick. Patrick, unbinding himself, asked one question, making Amul realize he was breaking free with just strength. Patrick summarized that no matter how great their plans were, if the ancient monster appeared, whether it was Amul or Erebos, their plans would be ruined. Amul attacked, causing a dust blast. When the dust cleared, Patrick remarked that the timing had been perfect. Swallow was sitting nearby, watching. Asmodeus lay on a pile of stones and complained that the building was so brittle. Patrick asked how much she had found out. Suddenly, a red mana beam shot toward Swallow, but he blocked it with a wave of his hand. Dark sharp nails then pierced Unhumul's body, widening his eyes. Patrick said their companion was much stronger than Unhumul had expected. Unhumul thought there should not have been any contact, and he could not feel the energy of the crystal upstairs. He analyzed Asmodeus's energy, and realized she was definitely a demon king. He decided to stall and get the information to Lord Erebos. He asked the ancient monster why she had come there, and remembered she had gone into hiding after the incident at Riez. Suddenly, a blast hit, and when the dust cleared, Unhumul lay on the ground defeated. He said they were already too late. Asmodeus raised her staff and told him he talked too much. Unhumul, surrounded by pink mana, commanded everyone to worship their lord who had descended upon the land. Swallow remarked on how much effort their lord was putting into his entrance. The scene then shifted to Rosalina running through the street when Toth called her and asked where she had been. Rosalina said she had just gone out for a walk to clear her head at Jarbet Plaza. She thought about why she had mentioned a place that no one went to because of the pollution, and worried that he would be angry with her again. Toth told her that the captain and the others had come to a conclusion at the meeting and that they would all leave Hasten the next night. He added that he was not sure what her thoughts were, but the captain did not trust those knights and told her to follow him as he would explain on the way. Later, they walked in the dark holding burning wood. Toth told Rosalina that they would not be able to come back once they left, and that the choice was hers. She said she did not really understand why the captain wanted to leave Hasten, and wondered if Hasten could not be saved if they just waited a little longer. He told her that he would not try to convince her, and that believing in the religion was her choice, but asked if she wanted to wait for salvation, not knowing when it would come while her parents were stuck in that dark place. He said it was not only the God she believed in who could grant salvation, and that her actions could bring salvation as well. Rosalina clenched her fist and agreed with him. Toth handed her burning wood and asked if she could do it. She nodded and began to throw the wood, but suddenly Lich caught her hand. Toth asked who was at the place so late at night, and what they were doing there. Rosalina's eyes widened when Lich called her name. Rosalina clenched her eyes and shouted at the priest, asking what he was doing. Toth told her that priest or not, she should let go. But Lich slammed her onto Toth and they both fell to the ground. Then Lich transformed into his original undead form, making their eyes widen in shock. Lich, surrounded by a dark aura, warned that humans should be silent for that person's descent. Rosalina and Toth started running as many undead chased after them. They locked themselves in a room, and Toth said it should give them some time. Rosalina took a deep breath and said she could not move anymore. Toth told her they had no choice and that the first floor was not safe either, so they needed to move to the second floor. He told her to get on his back so they could move quickly. She climbed up, thanked him, and commented on how horrible the place smelled. They walked through the dungeon and reached a room where they sat on the floor. Rosalina asked if they were safe, but Toth said it was still dangerous. He stood up and told her to stay focused if she wanted to survive. Then, while leaning and holding an artifact, He said that it had been bothering him for a while and that she should believe in something more believable from now on. Suddenly they heard some sounds and Toth said the door must have given in and asked what else they could do. Rosalina said she should find something to use as a weapon. Toth started walking, and she called after him asking where he was going. He turned and smiled, making her eyes widen. She stood up and shouted his name, but he walked outside and shut the door. He thought that if he did this, they would not be able to find Rosalina because of the smell. She shouted, scared, asking him not to leave her. Toth told her from outside that she had depended on others for too long and had been a burden. He instructed her not to make any noise no matter what she heard and not to move without thinking. She covered her mouth and finally listened. Many undead with red glowing eyes rushed toward him. Toth ran toward them holding his weapon and apologized to Rosalina for picking on her all this time. Rosalina fell to the ground crying. Lich ordered his undead minions to attack. People murmured while running, noticing the eerie red sky and blaming it on the new lord. They said something felt strange because she had not shown her face in weeks, and that the heavens must be angry. Suddenly, a man fell wounded to the ground. Another man stepped forward, saying he would check the wounds because he had been a trainee at the Magic Tower's Wing Guild. After examining him, he said the man was not bleeding and that it seemed to be someone else's blood. Another man said that everyone who could still move should have gathered and wondered who it could be. Suddenly, someone shouted that the undead were coming. Many undead ran toward them, but a knight arrived and attacked. He said the undead were not as strong as before and asked the humans whether they would run or stand together and fight. The people shouted that they would fight. A man stepped forward and said they had once been trainees of the Magic Tower's Wing Guild and had survived the day of the Black Disaster while on assignment. He said they wanted to help, even if it was late. Everyone raised their hands and declared that they would fight. The knight told everyone who had the strength to pick up a weapon to go to the front lines and said that everyone else should work on setting up a perimeter defense. He said they would defend Haston until the last man and to get ready with their magic. They created a blue mana shield around themselves. The scene shifted to another street where Boss asked what was going on and clenched his teeth, asking where Toth and Rosalina could have gone at such a time. Then he saw Rosalina. He asked what had happened to her. She said that Toth had told her to stay put, but she had come out because she was afraid and cried. His eyes widened and he asked if Toth had resented her when he died. He reassured her that Toth was not that type of person and said it was thanks to Toth that she was alive. Rosalina said those were not normal undead and that they needed help. Boss asked what she meant and she shouted that they needed a knight's help. He said those knights were probably in the Lord's castle and gave her a mana potion, telling her she probably did not even have the strength to walk and to drink it for the trip. He said he could not leave his comrades to fight and thought that he could not put Rosalina, whom Toth had sacrificed his life to save, back in danger. He told her to go bring the knights while they held the undead there. The scene shifted to the castle. Patrick said they had really made a mess of things and told Boss he should come take a look because it was no joke. Asmodeus pouted and said they were really struggling out there. Swallow asked why he should take a look when it did not have anything to do with them. Patrick said it did have to do with them, and noted that the humans seemed to have an advantage at the moment. He said they were not doing badly, had plenty of arms, and the perimeter defense was good for something put together in a rush. However, he added that if that was all they had, they would quickly tire and be run over by thousands of undead. He mentioned that, according to Unhumal, there should be an elder mixed in with the undead and that Arivos had put a lot of effort into preparing this. He said they should slowly start repaying the favor. Swallow smiled and said they should repay but they had something to do first. Patrick asked what he was planning and told him not to do it. Swallow said he thought Patrick had told him to do some work. He then walked toward Lord Lara and asked her name. She said it was Lala Sinaviratark. Swallow sat in front of her, called her Lala, and said he was Devourer. He held her face and asked if she wanted to live. Patrick shouted at Swallow, asking what he meant and insisting that they needed to kill her. Swallow replied that he had planned to do that at first, but he had changed his mind. Patrick questioned him, pointing out that Haston was already past the point of no return. Swallow told him to think carefully. He said they were about to give up on Haston because of the undead, but if all the undead disappeared and the Lord of Haston acted according to their words, there would be no need to give up. Patrick admitted that it was strange but worth considering. He worried that humans could not keep secrets. Asmodeus agreed and said humans who knew the truth would not stay silent. Swallow stood up and said he did not think all humans were like that. He believed this human had a reason to live. Even after seeing him and his true form, she had not avoided him and seemed useful. He thought she might have something special about her, something that could not be achieved by effort alone. He noticed that she had the mental strength to stay sane after seeing him. Lara said fearfully that she had a reason to live. Swallow said he was sure a human like her would not go out of their way to die. Patrick asked if that was the only thing he was relying on. Swallow added that his gut feelings also played a part. Patrick sighed and asked him to add something more tangible than just gut feelings. He said that since the boss was adamant, he would go along, but if things went wrong, Swallow would have to handle the aftermath. Swallow said he would think about it and asked if Patrick understood. He told them that everything would be done if Lara simply said the words "Please save us." Lara asked what would happen after that. Swallow explained that the undead would be chased away and until Haston regained peace, Patrick would do his best to help. Patrick shouted at him, feeling like he was being sold off. Lara asked what she would have to do in return. Swallow said she would have to offer everything to him. Lara was surprised and thought that if she declined, she would die either by his hands or from the undead, but if she accepted, she would survive but lose everything. She clenched her fist. Patrick said they should just get rid of her. Suddenly, they heard a sound. Asmodeus asked Mr. Devourer how he wanted to handle it, and offered to block it with magic. Swallow told them to forget it, and just open the door. She nodded, and the door opened. Rosalina came running in, smiling, and exclaimed that they were really here. She begged the knight for help, saying the village was overrun by the undead. She explained that everyone was trying to fight back but it was too much. Thoth had died, and the captain said he would be waiting for her. She pleaded desperately, reminding him that he had promised to save Haston. Patrick replied that he was a skeleton and that, regrettably, the current situation was in the hands of the human over there. Lara asked if the people of Haston were dying. Patrick said it reminded him that they were close to their limits, and asked Ms. Melge for a favor. Asmodeus nodded and created a magic circle on the ground, summoning a huge one-eyed monster. She told him to go directly and not get off track. They observed the situation through a screen. Patrick noted that there were ghouls, which he disliked because of their smell, and that it would be hard for the villagers to survive much longer. Rosalina, with tears in her eyes, asked how he could stand by when he had the power to stop it, and begged him to kill them all and save them. She turned to Lara, demanding to know what she had been doing while everyone was dying. Lara cried out to Swallow to save them and begged for those still alive in Haston to be saved. Swallow nodded and said it was not hard to do and decided to go. Then they began to walk. A man clenched his teeth and shouted that no one said the monsters were weak. An undead rushed toward Asmodeus but she landed on him, slammed him to the ground, and complained that she should have landed on the roof because it was so nasty. The man looked at her with a smile and called her an angel. Asmodeus clenched her teeth in anger and told him he was a worthless human speaking nonsense. She kicked him hard and warned him to get lost if he valued his life. She cursed at being compared to an angel and thought how ridiculous it was that she ended up helping humans. The Lich appeared with dark energy swirling around him and said she was no human but a demon. He noticed the huge mana she carried and guessed she might be a demon king or a dragon, then questioned why she sided with humans. Asmodeus replied that she only did what she wanted and told him an undead had no right to question a king. The Lich growled that he would find out the truth after tearing her flesh apart. He lifted his hand and offered her to throw away her humanity and become an undead, saying she would become a powerful variant. Asmodeus said she did not understand his nonsense but was sure he was the most talkative undead she had ever seen. He laughed and said he served the commander of the undead, the darkness of the 10 evils. As he gathered his mana, he shouted that someone like him, Simon Magus, would never lose to a demon king. Asmodeus looked at him calmly and said she was not sure what he meant, but she was not the one who would be facing him. Suddenly 4 glowing eyes appeared behind the Lich. Swallow emerged with a cold voice saying he had found him and reminded him that he had promised to remember him. He punched the Lich's face hard, sending him flying as dust filled the air. Swallow smiled and said it felt good, then told the Lich to get up quickly since that punch alone would not kill him. Asmodeus walked up to him and asked if he held a grudge against the Lich, or if he knew him. Swallow said he simply did not like him and might hit him a few more times. Then he said it was not safe to stay there for too long, and asked if Erivos was in the village. Asmodeus said probably not and pointed at the glowing barrier, explaining it was meant to trap those inside and that the caster was most likely outside, though she could not tell what his plan was. She added that she could not break the barrier. Swallow said he would handle it himself and asked her to take care of the extras. When she asked if he meant the undead, he nodded. She smiled and said it would not be perfect, but she could handle it well enough. He patted her head and said he would clean up the area before going to face Zarivos alone. She cheerfully told him to leave it to her and asked how long he would take. He guessed around 15 to 20 minutes. She smiled again and said she could hold out just fine for that long and wished him a safe trip. He nodded in response. The Lich, lying on the ground, asked if Swallow was an ancient monster. Swallow replied that he was somewhat right and guessed the Lich was probably Patrick's servant. The Lich stood up angrily and said that was nonsense. He called himself an ancient monster and declared he was Simon Magus, one of the pillars of Lord Erivo's army, and that he had never disappointed his master. Dark energy surged around him, pushing Swallow back with heavy pressure. As he took a deep breath, the Lich muttered that he needed to use this chance to reach Lord Erivos. But before he could move, Swallow suddenly appeared in front of him and said that he was becoming annoying. The Lich widened his eyes in shock when he realized it was Swallow of the Malevolent Dungeons. He thought it was dangerous and tried to escape, saying he needed to reach Erivos quickly. Swallow opened his mouth wide and tried to devour him whole, but the Lich used his magic to create a portal, slipping out from inside Swallow's body and escaping through another portal. Swallow shifted back into his human form and said he had tried to eat the Lich in one bite, but the creature had run away. He scratched his head and thought it would be troublesome to go after him, yet he could not leave things unfinished. He told himself he could last 20 minutes but worried about Mel's and decided not to waste more time. Raising his hand, he gathered his mana and thought that the Lich had likely gone back to his master, Eribos, who was probably outside the village. He figured the Lich would stay near the castle walls if he tried to escape. Smirking, Swallow decided that blasting everything in that direction would probably take care of the problem. He murmured that the village's layout had not changed much and joked to himself that he could almost hear Patrick's voice, wondering if he was just imagining it. Then he noticed a body on the ground and muttered that he had found the corpse. He wondered aloud if it still counted as a corpse since it was already dead before. Lifting the body, he said it was the creature's fault that the village had fallen into chaos, and asked how it would take responsibility for the mess it caused. As he walked further, Swallow spoke to the corpse in his arms, saying it should not complain if he blamed others and that it should have stayed alive if it wanted to argue. He told it to explain everything to Patrick later. He then stopped in front of a large glowing barrier and observed that this was the same one Mel's could not break. Placing his hand on it, he admitted it was a decent barrier but doubted it could really impress him. When he tried to force his way through, his hand was wounded, and he quickly admitted that it was indeed impressive. He thought he could probably pass through it, but only if his Demura could hold out. If it broke and Patrick's polymorph spell failed, he would surely get scolded. Holding the corpse tighter, he said that if things went wrong, he would just blame it. He looked around to confirm there were no humans nearby, then charged toward the barrier, creating a hole and slipping through. Inside, he was met by a large crowd of undead staring at him with glowing red eyes. He muttered that there were far too many of them, and commented that their way of welcoming guests was terrible. As the undead prepared to attack, Swallow smiled faintly, and said he should have done this from the beginning. Then he muttered that it was time to have a proper talk with Eribos. Eribos called him an ancient monster, and accused humans of being proud, crass, and selfish. He said humans always wanted more and invaded other races. He insisted that humans needed to disappear and that Swallow had the power to destroy the Empire. He said he had once thought taking down Riez was impossible until the Black Disaster hit Riez. He added that if the idea of wiping out humans had been spoken earlier, all the demons would have fought for it. Swallow grew impatient and told Eribos to stop talking and get to the point. Eribos complained that Swallow had been too hands-off and that many demons died because of it. He said they could have wiped out the humans. Swallow scratched his head and asked if Eribos meant that everything was his fault and that he should not get in the way because he planned to wipe out the humans. Eribos said he was disappointed. He then formed a magic circle above them and summoned a huge monster that landed with great force, shaking the ground and cracking the earth. The scene shifted to Asmodeus, who looked around at the countless undead and said there were too many of them. She raised her staff and released her pink mana, deciding that since they were spread out, she had no choice but to move quickly. She thought the barrier covering the sky was close to god-class magic and admired that it was expected of Sir Devourer, noting that he had left only a few minutes ago. Suddenly the boss appeared, wounded and struggling, asking if everyone else was safe. Asmodeus replied that if he meant the humans, they were burning in the fire nearby. The boss then asked if she was a companion of the knights, mentioning the one in heavy armor and the wanderer dressed in black. Asmodeus smiled and said she was not their companion but merely a servant, unworthy to be compared to their greatness. The boss thought she must be with them and felt relieved that Rosalina had made it in time. Falling to the ground, he thought at least Thoth's death was not in vain and that Hasten would be saved. As he began to lose consciousness, he said he would soon turn into an undead and asked her for a favor, requesting a weapon if there was one nearby. Asmodeus quietly observed him, then handed him a spear. The scene shifted to Swallow facing a giant monster. The creature attacked, but Swallow slammed it to the ground with ease. Erebos watched and thought that Swallow's power truly suited the title of an ancient monster. He then realized the creature had an ancient soul sealed within its core. Swallow turned as he sensed a shift in mana. The monster rose again and unleashed its magic, using a technique called God-class magic Fangs of Evil. Erebos watched proudly, thinking that even an ancient monster could not withstand the strongest God-class magic. Erebos released a powerful aura that filled the land as he declared his desire to kill the ancient monster and fill the world with undead to become a true ruler of the dead. He shouted that the ancient monster should feel blessed to die after so many years of wandering. Swallow then transformed into his monster form and the ground shook violently from the blast. Leaning slightly, Swallow said it hurt so much that he could not keep letting him attack. He asked if that was the strongest magic Erebos could use and looked up saying he probably had nothing stronger. Erebos realized in shock that Swallow had let him hit him just to test the strength of his god-class magic. Fear filled his mind as he thought of retreating, knowing he had been too hasty and needed to escape. Swallow called out to him, telling him not to get any strange ideas and to use something stronger if he had it. Red aura flared around Swallow as he asked again why Erebos was silent, and assumed he had no stronger attack. Erebos responded by sending mana beams toward him, which exploded against Swallow's body. Swallow sighed in irritation, saying that they all acted the same as if following the same script. Erebos then summoned chains that wrapped tightly around Swallow's body. Swallow growled that he hated this kind of spell. A huge monster charged at him next, and Swallow looked at it with frustration, wondering if it was another of those god-class creations and why it was so annoyingly sturdy. Swallow broke the chains and killed the monster in a single strike. He then turned back into his human form, frowning as he complained that it was dirty and nasty. His bright yellow eyes glowed as he said it was fine to get a little serious now and thought it might be time to replace one of the 7 great evil dungeons. The scene shifted to Rosalina, who widened her eyes in shock. Patrick muttered about Swallow, wondering what his boss was thinking and how excited he could possibly be. He reminded himself that Swallow was a disaster, yet it was probably because of that very reason he was the boss. Patrick thought it would be nice if he could calm down a bit, though he knew he could not fight him and would only be left cleaning up the mess afterward. He sighed to himself about Erebos, calling him a damn skeleton, before realizing with irony that he too was a skeleton. Lara looked confused and asked what was happening outside. Patrick replied that the boss was making a mess while dealing with the undead army. She asked in hope if that meant Hasten would be saved. Patrick said things would work out somehow, and she should not worry too much. He mentioned his bones almost getting goosebumps, and told her she could speak comfortably. He added that the village seemed free of undead now, as expected from the Demon King Melge. Suddenly Asmodeus fell to the ground, exhausted, and said it had been tiring. Patrick said her timing was perfect. Lying on the ground with a smile, she said she had finished everything and it had been a long time since she used so much mana. Patrick told her that if she had not been there, things would have gone much worse. She asked if Sir Devourer was not the one doing most of the work, and Patrick replied that she had done better this time. She wondered if he was still fighting, and Patrick sat beside her saying the boss was still in the middle of battle. She looked toward the battlefield and said his power was incredible, especially when thinking about the destruction that would follow. She added that he always caused more work whenever he tried to fix things. Patrick agreed that he would have a lot to clean up after this and complained that the boss could have just finished things quickly instead of dragging them out. He sighed that Swallow never considered how much trouble he caused him. Then he raised his sword toward Rosalina and said she was the only one they had promised to keep alive, so he should start cleaning things up from there. Patrick said there was no point in keeping anyone alive except the lord of the territory. Lara quickly stood up and asked him to wait, saying Rosalina was also one of her subjects. Patrick smiled with excitement and said there was no reason to kill her. In his thoughts, he knew Rosalina was harmless and could not do anything on her own. The thugs she had relied on were already gone, and with her mind in such a state, she posed no threat. Killing her might even cause problems for the Lord, so he decided to leave her alive and said that everything on their side was already taken care of. He then turned toward Asmodeus and asked if she could put someone to sleep. Asmodeus sat up and agreed easily, asking who it would be. Patrick said he wanted to speak privately with the Lord. Asmodeus nodded and gently put Rosalina to sleep. Patrick then faced Lara and told her it was time to begin. He reminded her that they had done their part in saving Haston, so she needed to keep her promise. Lara asked what she needed to do. Patrick told her not to reveal anything she had seen so far, saying she likely already understood that. Then he said he would tell her a story she must remember carefully. He told her about a brave territory lord who bore all insults to protect her land. The lord realized the undead would soon overrun the territory, yet despite being watched and having too few soldiers, she resolved to protect her people. She asked for help, but before reinforcements could come, her citizens turned against her in fear and anger as many died to the undead. Still, she held firm and did not abandon them. After a long struggle, reinforcements from the Empire finally arrived and drove the undead away, saving the land. Patrick called it an amazing story and said she was not a cowardly lord hiding away but a noble ruler who had sacrificed herself to protect her people. Lara asked if he was telling her to lie to her subjects. Patrick pointed toward her and reminded her that she had said she wanted to live. He told her to send out all supplies and open the castle to help the surviving citizens. Soon, aid from other cities would arrive. When she asked how he could be so sure, Patrick replied that he was not sure but would make it happen. He said they planned to turn the young Lord of Haston into a hero and added that since things had gone quiet, the boss must have finished everything. He then told Asmodeus they should go and meet him. Before he left, Lara asked why he was going so far to save Haston. Patrick simply told her that if she truly wanted to live, she should know her place and not try to learn too much. The scene shifted to Swallow, who stood before Erebos. Swallow said it was about time to replace one of the 7 great evil dungeons and felt a bit sorry for him, saying he could have avoided all this if he had just stayed quiet. As his body began to shift into monster form again, he muttered with irritation that everyone kept bothering him and that he had been stabbed so many times his back itched. Erebos admitted that he was shocked by Swallow's strength once again. Swallow said he did not care about that and asked why it had to be Haston, saying that if Erebos had not attacked this place, he would never have needed to come here. Erebos replied that Haston was the best place to invade the Empire from. Swallow shook his head and said he was not talking about strategy. In his thoughts, he realized that Erebos had come here knowing it was his territory. Erebos asked what Swallow thought the reason was, then started laughing as a heavy aura spread through the air. But before he could act, a blast of smoke filled the sky and his head fell to the ground. Swallow looked down and said he had not been trying to use transfer magic after all. He picked up the head and said it did not matter since Erebos was going to die anyway. Placing the head on the ground, he looked around and wiped the sweat from his face, wondering what to do with the destroyed land, knowing it would be unusable unless repaired. Soon after, Patrick and Asmodeus came running toward him, calling out for him to stop and not move. Patrick shouted with excitement that he had missed him and asked if Swallow missed him too. Swallow stood there silently, clearly annoyed by the noise. Rain fell over the ruined city as Rosalina sat under a wall's shade, staring blankly at the wet streets. She muttered that there was nothing left, and wondered what kind of help this was when she was the only one who survived. Her voice trembled with anger and despair as she said she hated everyone and questioned whose fault it was and who had killed them all. The scene then shifted to the dungeon where Renee welcomed Swallow back with bright excitement. She said she had waited quietly for him and even cleaned everything while he was gone. Swallow, though clearly tired, patted her head and said she had done well. Asmodeus lay on the ground saying she was exhausted, while Patrick sat beside her saying he felt like dying. Renee turned to Swallow and asked cheerfully if he wanted dinner first or a bath first, saying he must be tired. Swallow replied that he would drink the bath water, which made Patrick glare and ask Battery what she had been teaching the girl while they were away. Battery avoided the question and wondered aloud if everything had gone well on their mission. Swallow told her to leave now, But Patrick began counting the damage. He said that if they added up all the humans who died from starvation and the undead attacks, the number would be around 3,000, not to mention how the boss had blown up the entire town. Still, he admitted things had turned out better than expected. Battery wiped her mouth and asked Swallow what exactly he had done out there. Swallow replied calmly that he had only cleaned up the undead. She pressed again, asking if he really only cleaned them up and what he meant by perfectly. Without another word, Swallow placed the severed head of Erebos on the table and said he was going to sleep and not to bother him. Battery looked at the head with a serious expression and said it was only a shell. Everyone in the room froze in shock as the weight of her words sank in. Swallow later admitted that he had used magic at the end. Patrick complained that the cleanup had been sloppy and called it bad work. He said leaving the Lord who knew everything alive had been questionable and that Erebos being alive now made things worse. Battery had said that Erebos had lost about 70% of his life. Patrick agreed but warned that the conflict between the great evil dungeons had not ended and that they needed to be more careful. He told them to stop slacking because dealing with monsters in the dungeon was Swallow's responsibility. He looked at Swallow sleeping and fell silent. In haste the people murmured in fear and anger. Rosalina said she wanted to run away and asked why they had to be the ones to flee and die. She thought it was unfair and told them not to aim their hate at the wrong target. She said there was no point in pointless deaths and if they were to die they should take revenge on the one who caused it. When someone asked what they should do, she answered with a cold voice that they should kill all the undead. The king sat on his throne and looked at Edelbria's Gar Livestein. He said that his speech had been long but Livestein still did not lose focus. Livestein knelt before him and said he would never dare to do such a thing. The king told him that the lives of the raid force were in his hands and that he had high expectations of him. Livestein promised to live up to his expectations. Later, Livestein sat inside a flying carriage while Garrett asked if he had received full rights to lead the dungeon raid. Livestein replied that he did and asked if the warrant had been issued for Paymur. Garrett said that even though Paymur was on the run, since he was once a rich noble, someone would surely be helping him and the warrant might not work. Livestein said it was enough that Paymur knew about the arrest warrant. He thought about how it had been a month since the black disaster had descended upon Riez. It caused unrest in the empire, with the higher ranks blaming each other, and those who failed to handle it properly were devoured. Everything had changed since then. When the carriage landed, Garrett reminded him that there was a meeting in 2 hours and asked what she should do if he was late. Livestein told her to wait until he arrived. He then asked about another person, and Garrett replied that she should already be inside. Livestein pushed the door open and said he was coming in. Inside, he saw Wen sitting and eating. He smiled and asked if she had been resting well. Wen smiled back at him warmly. The scene then shifted to a group of people in cloaks walking through a dungeon. One of them told the others to stay alert and retreat at the first sign of a monster since the place was known as the Primordial Core. They were close to reaching the first room. He hoped the information they received was true. When he looked upward, he realized that the reports were right. The monster had not appeared again after the Hishitalt raid force came 2 months earlier. He said there must be something valuable inside and ordered them to move further in. Another man became excited and shouted that they would be rich. But as they kept moving through the second and third rooms, they found nothing. A girl grew suspicious and asked if someone else had already looted the place. One of the men denied it, saying it was impossible. He explained that the fifth room was said to hold an ancient plant monster called the Anthropophago. It was a plant-type creature with thorny vines and leaves, and if its body was treated and forged, it would harden like ore and sell for a high price. He said they could recover their losses if they managed to bring that back. A girl became frightened and warned that they might die if monsters appeared since their raid force was only C rank. The man told anyone afraid to leave, but said those who did would lose the chance to earn any money in the future. Before anyone could answer, the ground shook and a massive monster opened its mouth full of sharp teeth. Panic spread and they all began to run. Patrick looked at the bodies and said that, as expected, those people had nothing valuable on them. Renee said they could have lived if they had stopped while they still had the chance. She clenched her teeth and said she hated humans, calling them endlessly greedy. Patrick turned to Swallow and asked for his opinion. Swallow said the bodies tasted better than undead ones. Patrick laughed and said that was exactly the answer he expected. He pointed out that the dead group did not seem to belong to the Empire, and that their coat of arms showed they were from the West Crantal Kingdom. Renee held a cloth and said they had come from far away. Swallow said it was amusing to think that a local specialty had arrived right at their doorstep. Patrick asked how Swallow came to that conclusion, and said they could no longer delay reinforcing the dungeon. He teased Swallow, saying it was strange how calm he seemed about his own dungeon. Then he told him to come down. Swallow shouted that he understood and was coming down. Patrick smiled and said they were lucky to have Lady Melge as a guest because her detection magic had helped them find the intruders quickly. Asmodeus smiled, and Swallow agreed, saying she was truly reliable. Renee pouted and reminded everyone that she could use magic too. Swallow patted her head gently, and told her she was amazing. Asmodeus said she was glad she could be of help to the great primordial core. Patrick happily said her assistance had saved them a lot of trouble. Then Asmodeus asked softly how long she had to remain as a guest. At night, Asmodeus sat alone on a stone, thinking that her future looked bleak. She felt sad in that even as a demon king, she had no money or home. She decided she needed to make a choice soon since the gathering of demon kings was only a few days away. Patrick arrived and said the air felt fresh that night. She looked at him and asked if he was also out for some air. He asked what she was doing there, and she said she was just enjoying the night breeze. She then asked what brought him there. Patrick replied that since he did not need sleep, he spent his free time training. She asked if he still needed any improvement, and he said that a swordsman's hand and sword would rust if unused. He mentioned that Mr. Tentacles had nearly finished recovering and that even Lady Renee was waiting. He asked if she wanted to go with him, and Asmodeus looked at him with wide eyes. Later, they arrived in the dungeon. Asmodeus looked at the creature and said it did not seem completely healed. Patrick said that was already a miracle and probably the best recovery possible. Renee said there was still some recovery left to go, but that the process was slow, and it might not regrow more than 5 limbs. Asmodeus asked if it had fought against the Hishitalt trade union. Patrick nodded and said that since Lady Melge had a demon king's castle near Riez, it would be strange if she did not already know about it. Asmodeus said she remembered that the raid force included the greatest hero, Vern Hishitalt, and it was the same group that had killed her father. She wondered just how powerful Mr. Tentacles must be to survive a fight against such enemies. She thought that if it had been her, she would have ended up like her father, and that her wish to stay in Primordial Core was only a dream. Patrick said that now Mr. Tentacles had nearly recovered, he should convince the boss to recruit more monsters. Renee smiled and suggested they should recruit males only, like the golems that protected the 4th room. Asmodeus told them that she thought it would be best if she left for Judica. The scene then shifted to a house. Garrett stood in front of Wynne and told her it was better to act as if she was still recovering, since showing how fast she healed would not be good. Wynne pouted and replied that it was fine. Livison offered them some tea since they had snacks and reminded them about the meeting. He asked if the maid had been there that day, and Wynne said she was not sure because she had gone out to buy snacks. Livison then asked Garrett and Wynne to head to the meeting room first while he took care of some papers and said he would catch up shortly. They started walking toward the exit. After the others left, Livison asked if anyone knew which maids had cleaned the tea set. A shadow replied that they would find out as soon as possible. Livison told them there was no need to report on the progress. He thought about the thousands of confidential files scattered across the office and realized that cleaning the tea set without his knowledge could mean the maids had looked through some of them. With a cold expression, he ordered that those maids be found and dealt with exactly 4 days from that day. The scene then shifted to the meeting hall. Livison called everyone together to discuss the Black Disaster, Devourer, which threatened the peace of the Empire. One man, crossing his arms, said the royal courts had announced that the Black Disaster was not Devourer, and asked if Livison was denying them. Livison raised his hand and explained that the announcement was only meant to calm the citizens. Cardi asked for proof that Devourer was responsible. Livison said he had seen it with his own eyes. He explained that Devourer had fought directly with the hero Wynne, causing Garrote Azanelgia to lose an arm. He said the evidence was right in front of them, and that the problem was that Devourer appeared without warning. They were preparing because no one knew when he would appear again. Duke Rothos asked what the plan was and how they intended to stop Devourer. He noted that the defenses of Riez had seemed fine, but it appeared that such defenses were meaningless against Devourer. Livison answered Duke Rothos and reminded everyone of the need to find the 36th masterpiece. He thought about how the recently released brachycephalic tooth had ended up in Devourer's hands, and wondered how many of them could even fight him. He believed that even with the Empire's greatest talents, only one might make a difference, and that fragile human bodies could not even scratch Devourer. To overcome that huge gap in power, the 36th masterpiece was necessary. He also said the Pope had been acting strange and was spreading rumors that Devourer was God's punishment on the Empire. A woman shouted that this sounded like a joke, but Livison said he was telling the truth and accused them of overestimating their own power. He warned that if they ignored the issue, the Empire could split because of the Pope faction. He thought about the 36 masterpieces and remembered that the Pope faction already held 3 of them and called them holy relics. To take those back would mean starting a war, a great holy war. Patrick shouted that Lady Melge had left, and Swallow replied that he already heard him, asking so what. Patrick looked frustrated and asked if Swallow's ears were just for decoration since he even had 2 pairs. He reminded him that Melge had left their dungeon. Swallow covered his ears and said that they went to Judica, so it was normal for demon kings to go there, and there was no problem. Patrick held his ears and said that the problem was they might not come back. Swallow shouted that they never said they would not return. Patrick paused and admitted that Swallow was right but mentioned that Lady Melge had been acting strange before talking about going to Judica. Instead of saying she would be back, she had said she might have to go. He thought maybe he was reading too much into it. Renee agreed that she also found it strange. Patrick suggested that maybe Lady Melge was planning to start her own force again. Swallow then looked at a bright fluid and asked Renee about it. She smiled and said she had prepared a stew because he looked tired. Swallow looked surprised as he saw it. Patrick said that Swallow had misheard but the result would be the same, so he could take it that way. Renee slapped Patrick. Swallow, sweating, said he understood that Melge had left but wondered if that was a reason for everyone to gather like this. He asked if they had something else to say. Patrick, now on the ground, said they could not delay the matter of replenishing the monsters any longer. Swallow, lying on the floor, said he would not take a single step and asked why the Guardian could not handle it in his place. Patrick admitted Swallow was right but said it would not work. He reminded him that everything related to Haston had been left to him, and that it cost a lot. He pointed at Renee and said she would handle it. Renee smiled with excitement, and told Swallow not to worry and to leave it all to her. Swallow looked surprised and said Renee still had trouble with her eyes and that people might be suspicious of her. Patrick said that was fine and told Swallow to rest easy. The scene then moved to a carriage where the driver said they had arrived and told the young lady to take care of herself while traveling the world. Asmodeus, covered in a cloak, nodded and looked around. She thought about how strange it felt to come to a place like this. It was the mercenary city of Nihit, a dangerous place located between the Empire and the Kingdom Alliance, unaffiliated with any power. 1 in 4 people here were dungeon raiders, and it was known as the best place for dungeon information. She noticed there were no maps or signs and thought it was her first time in such an unfriendly city. She planned to use the stars to find her way to Judica. The place was as big as the Demon King's castle and filled with dense mana. She sensed about 10 strong presences, similar to the mages she had seen in Riez. The city seemed full of raid requests and information, but entry required proof of raids, making it hard to gather what she needed. Her eyes widened when she saw monsters trapped in a prison, and wondered if they had been captured. Then a man approached her and said it was surprising to see such a pretty young lady in a place like that, asking what she was there for. The man greeted her politely and asked what she was doing in a place like that. He introduced himself as Pun from Albright Merchants and asked if she was looking for something special. In his thoughts, he noticed that although she looked young, anyone who came alone to such a dangerous place could not be an ordinary noble. He decided it was best not to get on her bad side. Asmodeus turned to him and introduced herself as Melge of the Agria family, then asked what the place was. Pun explained that it was a storage warehouse for dungeon items. He said that most of the things there were used as materials for equipment or decoration, but he simply sold them as they were and invited her to look around. Asmodeus noticed a lycanthrope among the creatures and recognized it as a powerful demonic being that had fought till the end of the war as an army commander. She thought she needed to buy it and asked for its price. Pun looked shocked and said it was dangerous, explaining that 4 B-class raid members had been sacrificed just to capture it. She told him to name his price. He checked his paper and said the lycanthrope cost 250 ons. Asmodeus was startled by how expensive it was. She thought that although she had the money, it would be unwise to spend half of the 500 ons Lady Renee had given her before even building her castle. She turned away and said she would look at the others instead. Pun nodded quickly and told her to take her time. She then stopped in front of a dog and curiously asked what it was. The man told her that the creature had been found after a raid. Its mother could not be located, and since it never attacked anyone, people treated it like a large dog. Asmodeus raised her hand toward the creature and gently said that it was a lost child too. The man shouted in panic, warning her that it was dangerous and still a demonic being. The dog licked her hand, and she told it softly that she would not blame it for anything, so it did not need to worry. The man cried out again, saying she could have been bitten, but Asmodeus only asked with shining eyes how much the creature cost. Later that night, Asmodeus stood before the same creature and admitted that she had ended up buying it. She looked at its size and said it was much larger than she expected. Because of its dark fur and the dim light earlier, she had only seen its head floating around. She smiled and decided to name it Zons. The creature groaned happily at the sound of its name. Asmodeus looked at the evening sky and thought about how beautiful it was. She remembered that people said night fell 30 minutes earlier in Nihit, and it seemed true. The sight reminded her of the sky and the primordial core, but she pushed away her emotions, saying she needed to reach Judica soon. She called Zons to follow. As they walked, she noticed an animal ahead and said that they had come to the right place. The creature shifted shape and welcomed her as the Demon King, telling her to go to the fallen monastery behind the mountains where the other demon kings had already gathered. She nodded and continued walking. Then she looked at Zons and scolded him while holding his face, saying he should have stayed behind like a proper soldier of the demonic army. She told him to wait there until she returned and to hide quickly if he saw any humans, since she could not take him somewhere where escorts were strictly watched. She sighed and said maybe the name Zons was not right for him after all, thinking he needed a better one. Zons looked happy as she spoke to him. Asmodeus rubbed the creature's fur with a gentle smile and told it that from now on, its name would be Sir Devd. She promised to return soon and told it to wait quietly. Spreading her wings, she flew into the sky and thought that since she would not be seeing the real one anymore, he would surely forgive her for using his name. The scene then shifted to Swallow, who muttered that he would not forgive and reminded Patrick that he had told him many times he would never die a peaceful death. Patrick replied that Swallow had been cursing him like that for over 100 years and asked if he was not tired yet. Swallow coldly wished that Patrick would get osteoporosis. Patrick laughed and said it was a new one, then told Swallow not to take it too seriously and to think of it as a casual task instead of a mission. He tossed a bracelet toward him and said it was for him. Swallow caught it and asked how many of those Patrick had. Patrick said he still had about 30 left. Swallow frowned and reminded him that he once said the bracelets were expensive, asking if he had spent all the dungeon funds on them. Patrick denied it and claimed they were cheap. When Swallow asked if he had lied, Patrick said he only meant that Swallow should use them carefully. Soon Renee arrived with a backpack, blushing as she asked if Mr. Devourer had waited long. She said with excitement that it felt like they were going on a honeymoon, just the two of them, eating together and spending time alone. Swallow turned away and said they should go tomorrow. Patrick stopped him, warning him not to run away or do anything strange and reminding both of them not to forget their mission. As they left, Patrick shouted after them, asking them to come back without causing trouble. While watching them disappear, Patrick wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered that maybe it had been a mistake to send those two together. He sighed, thinking that as long as they used their heads, everything should be fine. Late at night, inside a small house, Asmodeus stood quietly and thought that it had been a long time. She was attending the meeting of the Demon Kings in Judica. Holding a glass filled with blue liquid, she felt nervous. She remembered how she had once been the center of attention whenever she came here with her father, but now she felt completely irrelevant. Suddenly someone bumped into her. She turned sharply and shouted in anger, asking what his problem was. When she saw the man, her eyes widened. He was not a demon king, and she thought furiously how he dared to touch one. She was ready to punish him, but the man only smiled and turned away. Then laughter broke out among the demon kings around her, confusing her even more. She realized they were mocking her because she had no power to fight back. In her thoughts, she promised herself that she would endure it for now and one day build a great army that would make them regret it. Then a hand rested on her shoulder, and she turned with alarm, thinking they were trying to provoke her again. Instead, she saw a young woman smiling warmly at her. The woman called her name, asking if she was really Melch. Asmodeus froze, then her eyes softened as she recognized her. The girl, Marmolia, hugged her tightly in joy, saying she was alive and that she had worried so much. She said it felt like only yesterday they used to play and study together as children. Asmodeus frowned and told her to let go, saying she was still far from acting like a proper demon king. Marmolia only smiled and said they had never treated each other so formally before, then suggested they go somewhere else to talk. The scene shifted to the mercenary city of Nihit. Renee placed 2 gold coins on the counter and told the innkeeper to give them the best room available. The innkeeper smiled and said he would guide them right away. Once inside the room, Swallow dropped onto the bed and said he wanted to rest. The innkeeper told him to have a good rest and to call if they needed anything before leaving them alone. Renee looked around the room with a smile and said it felt nice, then told Swallow he could not just lie there. Swallow sighed and said they had traveled all the way there without getting any rest. Renee told him she had heard there was a dungeon store nearby and that all they had to do was pick out some monsters from there. She encouraged him to get up, saying they could finish quickly if he came along. Swallow looked annoyed. Renee watched him and thought they really needed to get moving, though he did look exhausted. Still, she told herself that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. She remembered her earlier talk with Patrick, where he had asked if she wanted to spend some time alone with the boss. He told her to suggest going alone a few times, and she had asked excitedly if that meant they could go on a honeymoon. Patrick had nodded. Now in the present, Swallow sat up and complained that he could not even lie down for proper rest. Renee thought proudly that she had done exactly as Patrick told her. She was thrilled that Mr. Devourer had come along on his own, believing it showed how much she meant to him. Determined, she told herself they would finish their tasks quickly and then go on their perfect honeymoon. In her mind, she called herself a genius for making it happen. The scene shifted to a quiet room where Marmolia sat with Asmodeus. Marmolia told her that she had heard about what happened to her castle. She explained that she had sent some monsters to investigate, but the land where the castle once stood had already become human territory. Everyone had believed Asmodeus was dead and wanted to know where she had been for the past 2 months. Asmodeus looked confused and said she had just been wandering around. Marmolia smiled, held her hand, and said there was no need to talk about the primordial core, that it was enough that she was still alive. Asmodeus widened her eyes in surprise and admitted that she thought Marmolia would hate her like the other demon kings. Marmolia looked surprised and said their father's rivalry was a thing of the past. She reminded her that they were both demon kings now, walking their own paths, and that the conflict between their fathers had nothing to do with them. She said she understood that Asmodeus had come to Judica seeking help and that she would gladly assist her, not as a demon king but as a friend. She told her she could do it as long as she tried. Asmodeus's eyes softened with emotion. When Marmolia raised her hand and said it was time to return, Asmodeus reached out her own hand and thanked her for helping. She promised she would rebuild her castle no matter what. Marmolia smiled warmly, held her hand, and said that she believed she would succeed. The scene moved to Asmodeus's childhood where she cried that her dad was stronger and the real descendant of Asmodeus. Marmolia shouted back while crying that her dad was stronger and had a cooler-looking horn. Asmodeus remembered that even when they were kids, they were always fighting. It was not because of personality or outlook but something natural between them. She wondered if it was because of their fathers who were always on bad terms though still friends in some way. She thought that was the time when everything between them started to change. In the present, Marmolia stood and called Melge to follow. Asmodeus smiled and said that she still felt childish. Marmolia looked surprised and asked why she said that. Asmodeus replied it was nothing and asked where they were going. Marmolia smiled and said it was almost impossible for her alone to help rebuild Asmodeus's forces, but there were other demon kings who shared the same goal. Asmodeus followed her and smiled while entering the room, but her smile slowly faded when she saw many demon kings gathered inside. She turned to Marmolia in confusion. Marmolia announced that she had brought Asmodeus there. Asmodeus realized she was still too young and thought that Marmolia had not changed at all. Marmolia looked at her with a confident smirk. Asmodeus knelt on the ground while Yubar, a 4th-generation demon king of Satan's direct lineage, mocked her and called her disappointing. Marmolia whispered with a mocking tone and insulted Melge for losing her forces. Asmodeus widened her eyes and thought she had expected bad treatment, but never this humiliation. Yubar told her, as a descendant of Asmodeus, that she could give her excuse. Melge said it was a misunderstanding and that she had not lost to the humans, but another demon king interrupted and asked if being the sole survivor could be called a victory. Melge had no rebuttal and bowed her head, saying it was all her fault. The demon kings murmured that she was a disgrace and argued she should lose her title or be killed. They decided to deal with her on the last day of Judica. Yubar ordered that the criminal be placed in jail. The scene then shifted to a guard who raised his hand and warned that the area was restricted and an insignia was needed to enter. He thought that a beggar and a maid looked weak and might fall over at any minute. Renee then showed him 2 permission cards. They entered the dungeon store and a man welcomed them inside and urged them to keep working for the safety of humanity. Swallow asked when Renee had prepared the supplies and she said she kept the clean ones while she was cleaning. He agreed that many items should have been lying around. Renee smiled and stood by the notice board and said it seemed to contain all the information about dungeons. They searched for a strong monster that humans had not yet defeated. He said he should have brought another monster from the great evil dungeons and asked if a monster 1 level below would be enough. Renee checked the raid requests and said those listings would be good. A man arrived and said he had to close soon and asked them to come back tomorrow. Renee worried that it would ruin her date plan and did not want to return. She secretly decided to bribe him, gave him a gold coin, and asked for more raid requests so they could stay longer. The man relented and handed over the additional papers. Later in the inn room, Renee read through the raid requests and said that all of them seemed lacking and there were not many useful monsters this time. Swallow lay on the bed and pointed out one request about an ancient metal slime, saying it looked promising but the dungeon was too far away. Renee nodded in agreement. He mentioned that maybe he should have recruited Melge. She said she had thought of it too but explained that Melge would only last a few years as a room manager, considering the strength of the humans who challenged the great evil dungeons. She added that Melge looked the coolest as a demon king. Swallow agreed and said he might have let her go too easily since she had helped bring Renee back home. Renee smiled and thought that she had blown Melge's castle away anyway. Swallow then asked how long Judica would last. Renee said it was a 2-day event and warned him to reach there before it ended. He replied that they could try even if it was far away. Renee clenched her fists and said they would need to read the stars to locate Judica, but she did not know how to do it. Swallow calmly said that he knew how to read the stars. That night, the deer-faced man and the Zons waited for Melge. When they heard footsteps approaching, the deer-faced man became alert and demanded to know who was there. He warned that only demon kings were allowed beyond that point and threatened that anyone who came closer would lose their life. But the man kept walking forward without hesitation. The deer-faced man shouted again, calling him foolish and claiming to be a servant of the great Yubar Bamet. He said no intruder would survive while he guarded the place. His body changed into a monster, and he let out a loud roar. Swallow stayed calm and asked why the creature was being so loud. The scene then moved to the prison where Marmolia stood in front of Melge's cell. She spoke mockingly, saying Melge looked better than she had expected and offered so-called friendly advice. She told Melge that during their discussion, everyone had wanted to kill her as an example, but Marmolia had convinced them otherwise. As punishment, they decided to cut off her horns and pull out her fangs. Marmolia laughed at her, saying that without horns or fangs, many demons would look down on her. She teased that she had looked forward to seeing her in such a miserable state. With a cruel smile, she suggested Melge should become her underling, promising a better position if she served well and even licked her boots. When Melge stayed silent, Marmolia grew irritated and asked why she was not responding. A zombie came forward and informed Marmolia that he had received orders to take the criminal to court. Marmolia coldly told him to take her away, then smiled and said the fun was just beginning. Later in the Grand Hall, a demon announced that the trial to decide Melge's punishment would begin. He declared that she had lost the trust of her followers and brought shame to the title of Demon King. As punishment, her horns would be cut off and her fangs pulled out. He gave Melge one last chance to speak in her defense. Melge knelt on the ground and said that during her short time in the cell, she had thought about many things but still could not understand the reason for all this. She said the weak always fell while the strong survived, and the Demon King army had been created to protect her. The weak had died, and the strong had survived, so she did not see what was wrong with that. A demon from the crowd shouted angrily, asking if that was how she viewed her army as a demon king. Melge looked up and asked if they were accusing her of throwing her soldiers away, questioning if they even knew how she and her army had treated each other. Marmolia started laughing loudly, mocking her for talking so boldly even after her army was wiped out, and she had fallen into such a pitiful state. She said Melge must have lost her mind. Melge stood up and said that she had finally come to her senses. She said the trial made no sense, and that they claimed to judge her faults even though she had done nothing wrong. She said it was laughable that they spoke of punishment before the ruling and mocked them for their pettiness. With a calm smile, she looked toward Yubar and asked if he agreed with such a farce. Her words made the demons in the hall shout in anger. Yubar spoke coldly, saying there was no need to bother, and that someone who had lost everything could say whatever they wanted. He said her words meant nothing to him. Melj lowered her head and thought that nothing she said would change the outcome. She felt that these so-called demon kings were ignorant and foolish, and the thought strangely brought her relief. A demon declared that her punishment would begin immediately and that further punishment would be decided for her insolence later. A zombie walked forward with a blade in hand and said he looked forward to it, telling her to enjoy the pain because it would hurt a lot. He said he would start by cutting off her horns. Before he could move, a strange noise echoed through the hall, surprising everyone. A demon shouted, asking where the sound was coming from. Melj's eyes widened as she thought that it could not be Devourer. She tried to convince herself that her mind was playing tricks on her, but her heart wavered. Tears filled her eyes as she slowly turned her head, hoping that somehow it really was him. Then she saw Swallow sitting calmly on a chair, smiling. He looked at her and asked gently if she was having a hard time. Swallow stood over the defeated man and asked if that had been the last of them. He wondered why anyone had bothered to resist since the so-called demon kings were only slightly talented demons. He told the man that if he had horns he must be a demon king and asked how old he was. He said it was hard to tell unlike with humans, and ordered him to lift his head and give his name. The kid sweated and stammered his name. Now someone nearby then called the man Sir Yubar. Zons hugged Melj and she scolded him for not waiting patiently, and accused him of following Mr. Devourer. Marmolia shouted at the two and demanded to know which demon king they belonged to as she railed about interrupting the sacred judgment. Renee clenched her teeth and told them they did not know their place. Swallow told Renee to forget it, and admitted they had interrupted. He said they did not belong to anyone and had only stopped by while traveling. He grew curious about why they were shaming Melj for acting like a demon king when she had lost everything. He finished with a smirk and said that if he destroyed all their armies then no one here would have a problem with having their horns cut or their fangs pulled out. A demon clenched his teeth in anger and called Swallow a fool who did not know his place. He shouted that it was already bad enough for Swallow to insult the demon kings gathered in Judika, but now he was even daring to threaten Sir Yubar. Swallow calmly replied that he had only asked a question. The demon grew furious and shouted for him to shut up, promising to tear him apart until nothing was left. He charged forward, screaming for Swallow to die quietly. But before he could reach him, the demon suddenly collapsed to the ground. Swallow looked around and asked why everyone was staring at him, saying he had not done anything and that the real person responsible was someone else. Everyone turned to look at Yubar, who stood with his hand raised, glowing with mana. Yubar spoke with a cold tone, saying that no one should dare make a move against the great being. He apologized for what had happened and promised to punish the one who had raised his sword toward the supreme being. He then lowered his head and greeted Swallow with deep respect, calling him Sir Devourer. The demons around murmured in shock at what they had just heard. Swallow stared at Yubar and said he looked familiar, wondering where he had seen him before. Yubar thought to himself that if he had not intervened, Renee would have already decapitated the demon, and that it could have ended with all the demon kings in the hall being slaughtered. He then bowed deeply and asked why the supreme being had come to such an unworthy place. Swallow smiled faintly and said he finally remembered him, calling him Yubar and saying the little kid had grown so much that he almost did not recognize him. Yubar humbly said it was all thanks to Swallow's grace 900 years ago. Swallow sat down in front of him and told him to get up, saying he had not come for such formalities. Yubar trembled slightly, remembering the same fear he had felt long ago when the Supreme Being had appeared without warning 900 years earlier. Yubar remembered Swallow's earlier words when he had asked if he wanted to know why he had come. Swallow's bright yellow eyes glowed as he said he wondered what they thought his reason was. He told Yubar not to be nervous and said that while he must still be frightened because of the past, this time he was there for something different. Yubar asked what that could be, and Swallow turned toward Melj and said he had come to see her. Melj's eyes widened in surprise. Renee walked up to her and said that after discussing things with Mr. Devourer, they had concluded that she was needed in the primordial core. She asked if Melj would agree to become a member. Melj, still confused, asked if they were really talking about her. Renee smiled and explained that Melj had come to rebuild her army, and if she accepted their offer, she would become a manager of one of the rooms in the primordial core. She told her that demonic beings would be assigned under her, and those beings would form her new demon king army. Melj's eyes widened even more as she repeated that she would become a manager of a room. Renee nodded with a warm smile. Swallow then walked closer, saying that this was the main reason they had come. He sat in front of Melge, extended his hand, and asked her to accept his request. Tears filled her eyes as she answered with emotion that she would do so. But Marmolia shouted furiously that she could not accept it. She screamed that it made no sense for someone like Melge, who had failed to manage her own castle, to become a manager in the primordial core. She shouted that she had always been compared to Melge and called lacking, and now that she had finally brought her down, Swallow was lifting her up again. She turned to him desperately, claiming that he must have been deceived by Melge. She said Melge was unworthy and offered herself instead, boasting that she had an ancient bloodline and was a true demon king. With a smile, she extended her hand and said that if given permission, she would give her heart and body to him. Before she could move any closer, Renee swiftly drew her weapon, her eyes sharp with anger. She told Marmolia not to dare touch Mr. Devourer with her filthy hands. Marmolia screamed in pain as two demons held her, and Melge's eyes widened in shock. Yubar bowed his head and apologized to Swallow, asking him to excuse her offense. Swallow said it was fine, but Yubar insisted that if left to him, he would punish Marmolia thoroughly. Marmolia shouted and struggled, demanding to be let go. Renee turned to Melge and asked what had just happened, explaining that if Melge had requested it, all the demon kings there could have been punished and Yubar would have carried it out. Melge replied that Primordial Core would gain nothing from such an action. She thought to herself that she had not made the request out of kindness, but to ensure that no one would look down on her and that keeping them alive could benefit her in the long run. Then she asked Renee how they had found the location of Judica. Renee smiled and said that Sir Devourer could read the stars, and although the gatekeeper had refused to guide them, they had encountered a demonic being that carried Melge's scent. Melge turned to Zons with a smile, praising him for doing well as her #1 soldier. She said she would put effort into fulfilling her role as a member of Primordial Core, but she asked if it was okay with him. She admitted that the previous managers had been much stronger than her, and that she would try her best, though she still felt a bit worried. Renee told Melge the truth, saying that she did not really meet the standard and might not even last 3 years. She warned that Melge could be raided as soon as tomorrow. Melge admitted that she had expected that, but it was still difficult to hear it directly. Renee smiled and explained that the reason they had come all the way to pick her up was because Sir Devourer wanted her, and she should make sure not to disappoint him. Melge smiled back and promised to try really hard. Renee said that was a good mindset and added that she had already received permission to confess to Sir Devourer, so Melge should keep that in mind. Melge nodded. The scene then shifted to a meeting room where a demon king spoke to Yubar as the representative of the Northern Veermen. He said that although he knew Devourer was an ancient beast and one of the strongest in the great evil dungeons, Yubar's actions had been too extreme for the king of demon kings. Yubar stood and said that he had taken the words deeply to heart, and understood that Veerman was worried he had brought shame to the title of demon king. Veerman agreed that it was possible if such incidents kept happening. Yubar then asked if Veerman thought he would overlook his actions as courage and forgive him. He questioned if Veerman had only seen a chance in his behavior. Yubar grabbed him by the hand and said that if he was so worried about the one who ruled all the demon kings, it would be simple for him to take the seat himself. The other demons shouted for Yubar to withhold his anger. Yubar clenched his fist tightly until blood dripped from his hand. He threw Veerman's dead body and shouted that no one should think he had bowed his head out of weakness. All the demons quickly apologized. Yubar thought that this should serve as a strong enough warning. He then wondered how the child from the Agria family had become acquainted with such an ancient monster. Suddenly, Swallow peeked in and asked if Yubar was there. Yubar's eyes widened and he acknowledged Swallow, asking if he needed anything. Swallow scratched his head and admitted that he did not really want to do what he was about to, but realized he had forgotten something earlier. He smiled and reminded them that they were demon kings, and then extended a raid request, teasing why they were getting so scared. Later that night, Renee's eyes widened as she said she had wondered why they had suddenly held a meeting and was shocked by what had happened. Swallow commented that the demon kings were really friendly and that he had not expected them to go so far. He also noted that he had not expected Melge to take such an active role. He said he could not be any happier and thought to himself that rather than worrying about the future, it was smarter to let the demon kings handle things. They stood in front of a house and asked Miss Melge with curiosity if she had finished her business. Melge nodded and said with calmness that now that she was also a member of Primordial Core she could help carry some luggage, and asked if they really did not need any help. Renee smiled and said it was fine, and then asked with friendly tone if Melge did not want anything else from there. Melge said with happiness that she had already gotten what she wanted from that place, and there was nothing more she needed. She said she would, after returning to Primordial Core, put her best effort into becoming a strong demon king, and then asked if they were going back to Nihit. The scene shifted to Marmolia. Marmolia touched her cut horns on her head and said with certainty that there was no way that had been just a dream. A demon spoke with fear that she had been asleep for over a day and asked if she was okay. Marmolia brushed it off and asked angrily about that bitch Melge. The demon answered with worry that Melge had left with that ancient monster, and told her not to worry about her broken horns. He said the other demon kings had promised to make a good reason and that although not many, there were still forces that supported her, and they still followed Lady Marmolia. Marmolia cut him off with a dark expression and told him to shut up. She said with anger that a bitch like Melge was not her friend and that he had dared to say such things in front of her. She bit her nail and said she had to kill Melge and that she could not depend on the other demon kings. She said she needed someone with more power. She said she wanted someone who could become an enemy of Primordial Core and stand against Primordial Core and more as she smiled evilly. The scene moved to Nihit and where Renee spoke with energy that maybe it was because the demon kings had worked hard, but the list was really detailed and looked like the raid requests humans made. She said that from what Mr. Devourer had heard, the monsters were picked to be at least at their level. Swallow agreed proudly, saying that this was the aura of His Majesty. Melge asked if Lady Renee was still not satisfied even with monsters that strong. Renee replied that about the succubus Queen Elizabeth, just from her race and profile, she looked like a harlot who would hit on people. Melge's eyes widened in surprise and she pointed at another name called Under Mountain's Giant Lamia, asking if that one was fine. Renee refused again, saying that the notes mentioned her skin was really beautiful and complained that all of these monsters were useless. Melge looked at her with wide eyes and thought in shock that when Renee said that before, could it be that she had been wary of her because of her beauty? The scene then shifted to the castle where Livison spoke coldly that he must take down the damned Devourer for the safety of the Empire. Soon after, Garrett arrived and knocked on the door, asking if the captain had found anything. Livison looked calm and said he would like to have some tea first. Garrett nodded and prepared tea with magic, then said softly that it should be good now. Livison sat quietly while sipping his tea and said that the only information in the books he found somewhat credible was about the Primordial Core. He mentioned that it was already known information, but as he read further, certain things began to bother him, such as the identity of the gatekeepers and the purpose of the dungeon. He explained that the tentacles could be ignored since most of those creatures came from unknown origins, but even after carefully searching through the books, there were no records of the other two. He thought that even after considering many possibilities, too many things felt strange. While most of the great evil dungeons focused on expanding their forces, the Primordial Core showed no sign of doing the same. What troubled him most was that the Devourer's goal remained completely unknown. Garrett then closed her eyes and said that she had something to tell him first, and that it would be best if he listened. Livison looked surprised and asked what she had come for. Garrett smiled faintly and said that the Third Eye had sent an emergency message and that Demon King Marmolia had requested a meeting with him. The scene then shifted to the Third Eye, who greeted him and thanked him for accepting such a sudden meeting. Livison stood in front of him and said that he heard the Demon Kings wanted the meeting. The Third Eye nodded and explained that the place had been chosen by them and that they seemed to be in quite a rush. He added that he had not wanted to recommend this meeting because it felt dangerous. Marmolia stepped forward and teased, saying she had expected the leader of the humans to be an old man, but he was actually young and handsome. Livison stood tall and proudly declared that he was Ari Delbriasgar Livestein, reminding them that the message had said he would come without bodyguards. Marmolia grinned, noting that he was not exactly alone either. The Third Eye moved closer and suggested they all sit down. Livison asked bluntly if they should get straight to the point. Marmolia replied with a cold smile, calling him impatient, and warned him that near her castle was a small village of 400 humans called Rosed. She threatened that if he tried anything sneaky or if the meeting failed, she would destroy the village. Livison reacted with anger, calling her the more suspicious one, and refused her offered tea while warning her not to attempt any tricks. Marmolia admitted she had tested him because she felt no aura or mana from him, then ordered him to assassinate a demon king who would soon leave Nihit. She named Melge as the target and promised a rich reward if Livison killed her before she left Nihit. She added that demonic beings in robes would be useful for her experiments. Livison listened calmly and refused the request. Marmolia snapped that he was refusing the deal and asked if the pay was not good enough. She said that since he was called the leader of the humans, and had come all this way, he must want something in return. Livison thought she looked hurried and smirked as he noticed she had no fangs and her horns looked cut. He felt her sudden request for a meeting was either a trap or something serious. Marmolia's face darkened as she demanded whether he was looking down on her. Livison accused her of hiding things and said that asking him to kill a single demon king meant there must be someone behind her. He stood up to leave. Marmolia shouted that there was someone behind Melge, and then admitted it was the ancient monster from Primordial Core called the Devourer. Livison paused. Marmolia insisted there had to be a way to avoid the Devourer's eyes and kill Melge. Livison stepped forward, accepted the offer with a smile, and declared that they would kill the demon king Melge de Lymphagria. Marmolia looked surprised as she realized she had never mentioned Melge's surname. She wondered if Livison already knew about her. Livison replied that he was well aware of the Demon King near Liège and mentioned that if the Demon King would soon leave Nehet, they should act quickly. Marmolia felt something was off. She remembered how Livison had laughed at the name Swallow and thought there was something behind his reaction. She told him to drop the act, reminding him about the 400 hostages from the village of Rosed. Livison spoke coldly and said they could all be killed, as dying for the Empire's revival would be an honorable death. He then demanded the promised reward, saying she had agreed to provide a demon for testing. Marmolia looked toward a large demon and said there was one right there, a demon king suitable for the purpose. Her anger rose and she shouted for her soldiers to kill them all, furious that a human dared to underestimate her. Livison only smiled in response. The scene then shifted to an inn room where Renee cheerfully called Swallow to wake up, saying it was already morning. She smiled and asked him to get up, but Swallow mumbled that he needed to sleep a bit longer. Renee reminded him that he had said the same thing 3 hours ago. Swallow lazily waved his hand and asked when they had ever cared about day or night anyway. Renee then turned toward Melge and told her it was time and she needed to use her power. Melge held her staff tightly and asked if they were talking about that forbidden magic which could bring total destruction. As she spoke, bright light burst from her staff, filling the room. Swallow suddenly sat up and shouted for her to turn it off, asking what it was and how a demon could use divine magic. Melge calmly said it was not divine but radiant magic called genocide. Renee walked over with a cheerful smile and handed him a bowl of food, saying it was breakfast she had prepared, grilled goat meat with steamed vegetables. Swallow looked at it suspiciously and asked where the original ingredients were, wondering if it was made from a homunculus. Renee nodded and mentioned that a reply from the messenger she had sent to Patrick had arrived on their way back from Judecca. She extended her hand and showed him what was inside the letter. Swallow looked at it, and muttered that it was a mirror named Glask, asking if they were supposed to use it to look at their reflections. Melge examined it, and guessed it was a magic item for communication, then poured mana into it. The mirror suddenly glowed and Patrick's face appeared on the glass as he asked if they could hear him. Swallow looked unimpressed and commented that Patrick's nostrils looked weird. Patrick sighed and asked why his boss always started a fight whenever he saw him. He then confirmed that everyone could hear him and said he had learned from Renee's messenger that Lady Melge would help them. He explained that he was contacting them to assist with recruiting more monsters. Swallow asked where he had gotten the mirror, and Patrick admitted he had borrowed it, saying it was a piece of the large mirror from Bathory's room. Swallow looked surprised and asked if Bathory had really lent the mirror just like that. Patrick explained that it was not so simple. According to the trade conditions, she had requested blood, but since he was a Death Knight with no blood or tears, he had to find another solution. He added that Bathory had been curious about the blood of a homunculus, so he decided to offer Renee's blood instead. Then he asked if Renee was there at the moment. Renee's face turned cold as she said she was right there. Patrick's image on the mirror suddenly disappeared and then reappeared, his face covered in sweat. He nervously said that the connection was finally restored and insisted he was the real Patrick. He quickly mentioned that Melge would help them in recruiting. Renee replied sharply that it was already too late because her knife was ready. Patrick brushed past her threat and changed the topic, saying he had reviewed the subjugation request Renee sent and found no particularly strong monsters listed. He said he had therefore included information about some monsters he had prepared. Renee looked confused and asked about the monster information since she had not seen it. Swallow pointed to the letter and asked if it was behind it. Renee picked up a paper and confirmed that there were indeed monsters not listed on the request. Patrick proudly said he had arranged them himself, explaining that while each one might not seem powerful alone, They were strong when working together, and some were especially suited for the caverns. He added that he had been observing them for quite some time. Swallow asked if he meant before he and Renee had gone out to recruit monsters. But before Patrick could respond, his image flickered and vanished again. Melge looked at the mirror and said that this time he was truly gone. Renee nodded. The scene then shifted to a battlefield where many demons lay defeated. Livison stood among the fallen and said that demons were truly untrustworthy, admitting he had not expected them to prepare such a strong force. He noticed one demon still alive and asked Lord Argelia if he could take it. Argelia gave a silent nod in approval. Livison then turned toward Marmolia and said he would now receive his reward. Marmolia sat on the ground, her body covered in wounds, blood dripping as two swords pressed against her neck. She glared at him and asked if he really thought he could get away with it, warning that the other demon kings would not forgive him. Livison cut her off coldly, saying he did not care about that and instead felt grateful to her, since she had given him a chance to kill Swallow. Marmolia suddenly burst into laughter, finding his words absurd. She mocked him, saying it was impossible and that he had no idea of the terror that ancient monster carried. Livison ignored her and turned to Argelia, thanking him for the prime ingredients and asking if the creation was possible. The one with the third eye turned his head slightly and replied that he would make it perfect, calling it a Demon King derivation and the best homunculus. The day was bright as they traveled through the sky, sitting on a flying one-eyed monster. Melge looked serious and said it seemed there had been an enemy among their ranks. Swallow remembered Patrick's words about trust between a lord and their vassals, how loyalty could only grow if the leader personally handled recruitment. Melge then pointed ahead and said they had arrived. She looked toward the ground and saw a large stone creature, recognizing it as the guardian golem Patrick had mentioned. She explained that it endlessly regenerated and said such regeneration was possible as long as its magic stone core remained intact. Swallow understood and said they only needed to find the magic stone and take it. Renee turned her head and asked if the giant creature could even fit into the cave. The massive stone monster stood before them, its body rumbling with power. Melge lifted her staff and said she would restrict its movements so they could take the magic stone before it regenerated. Swallow thanked her for bringing him there and said they would finish it quickly. He jumped down from the flying monster as the golem began slamming its arms into the ground with heavy force. Each strike made the earth tremble until its own stone hands cracked and shattered into pieces. Swallow smiled in satisfaction as the entire creature broke apart and collapsed into rubble. Renee turned to Melge, whose eyes were wide with shock, and told her not to just stand there but to quickly find the magic stone. Swallow looked ahead and asked who was next on their list. The scene then shifted to a group of one-eyed monsters talking among themselves. One of them mentioned that the golem of the stone mountain had disappeared after the ground shook the previous day. It also said there were rumors that the silver wolves who ruled the plateau above the canyon had been defeated and wondered if humans were responsible. The creature worried they might be the next target. Their leader silenced them and said there was no point in worrying about what had not yet happened since no one knew the location of their dungeon. The scene changed again to Melge and Renee observing from a distance. Melge whispered that the creatures were huge since they were all cyclops. Renee nodded and admitted she had not expected them to be in such a place, saying Patrick's information had been impressive. The one-eyed monsters suddenly noticed their presence. Their eyes widened in shock, and one of them shouted, asking who they were and how they had gotten there. Renee calmly replied that they were only there to make a proposal and were looking for monsters willing to work for their dungeon. Their leader stepped forward with a cold glare and warned that they would not go down easily. Renee brushed her hair back and said it seemed words would not work against them once again, turning to Melge for confirmation. Later they moved through the forest riding on a flying monster. Renee remarked that she had not expected their opponents to be so weak and admitted she was surprised at how easily they had died. She then asked who was next on the list. Melge checked and said the next monster was named Yiksha. Yiksha appeared holding the stem from his legs and commented that he had not expected them to find their way there. He mentioned hearing that the Cyclops living nearby had been defeated. Renee said that news spread quickly. Yiksha landed on the ground and explained that they had survived so long without being discovered by humans because they were very quick at gathering information. Renee smiled and said that meant Yiksha must already know what was about to happen. Yiksha confirmed this and agreed to work for their dungeon but set one condition: Swallow had to be the devourer himself. Swallow nodded. Yiksha then smiled and challenged him to a spar, saying he had always wondered how strong an ancient monster could be. Renee shouted in anger at Yiksha for speaking rudely to Swallow and said he did not need to respond, promising to handle the situation herself. Swallow stepped forward and said that since Yiksha had asked for it, he had no choice but to comply and was ready to see what Yiksha had. Yiksha took his stance and challenged Swallow to come at him with everything he had. Later that night, Swallow collapsed on the ground, exhausted. He complained that he was done, tired of moving for 2 whole days without rest. He muttered that doing something out of the ordinary could get anyone killed, whether human or monster. Renee offered him some food, explaining that she had not had enough time to prepare a proper meal, so she had bought it from the city. She then looked at a paper and summarized their progress. She said that so far, the only monster they had recruited for sure was the golem. The Cyclops and Yiksha had been defeated and sent to the afterlife, and Arachne had already apologized for rejecting their offer. Despite this, she noted they had gained a lot. She looked at the gold and boxes they had collected and said it was a remarkable conquest, and she was curious about what was inside the boxes, guessing the monsters had earned them from hunting humans. Swallow stepped forward to examine the spoils. He wondered if there was a tool that could break Patrick's bone. As he looked closer, his eyes widened in confusion at a red flower artifact. The Third Eye bowed and thanked Livison for providing such a great test subject. Livison replied that he was only doing what he could for the sake of the Empire. The Third Eye smiled and said it was wonderful, admitting he had never imagined Livison would find a subject in such perfect condition. Before them, a body was trapped inside a glass case, unconscious and still. Livison nodded and said softly that the appearance did not matter since the experiment was only meant to test its progress. The Third Eye explained that if the body were removed now, it would break down within 2 days and the suppression of the mind might not hold. Livison calmly said that it did not matter. The Third Eye accepted his words and added that he would see the results of the experiment no matter how it was used. Livison smiled quietly and thought that he had already decided what to use the thing for. The scene shifted where Swallow asked Melge about the red flowers. He wondered if they were also a magic tool. Melge nodded and said they were, but it seemed they had already been used and could not be activated again. Only the preservation spell was still working. Renee admired the flower and said it looked very pretty. Melge smiled and agreed. Swallow then clipped the flower into Renee's hair. Her eyes widened in surprise, and he smiled, saying it looked good. Renee smiled softly, the red petals glowing gently under the light. Swallow watched Renee and thought that she always worked hard. She looked a little different since coming to Nihit. He could not tell what it was, but it felt like she wanted something from him too. He realized he had never given her anything before. Renee asked with a smile if the flower really looked good. Swallow nodded and asked if she did not like it, saying he could get her something better later. Renee laughed and bowed, saying she was really happy. Swallow turned and said their work was done so they could rest. But Renee quickly said they still had to stop by 2 more places. The scene shifted to the castle where Wen lay on the sofa and complained that she was bored. She remembered Livison's words telling her to rest and not show that she was recovering too quickly, especially in front of nobles. Tears formed in her eyes as she thought he said that only because he was worried she might be sent to the front lines again. Still, doing nothing felt worse. She stood up and thought that there might be people in danger at that very moment, and she wanted to make sure Riez was peaceful. Standing on the balcony, she decided that going out for a short while would be fine. But before she could leave, Livison's voice came from behind asking where she thought she was going and if they could talk. Soon they were both inside the room, and Wen shouted angrily that he should at least say something before coming in. Livison said he had not spoken earlier because he knew Wen would try to sneak out. She quickly apologized and then hesitated before asking about Garot. She said she had been meaning to ask for a while since she had not been able to talk to her after the incident with her arm. Clenching her fists, she admitted it was her fault that Garot had lost it. Livison told her not to take on all the burdens of the Empire alone. He said it was admirable for a hero to think that way, but she needed to remember that everyone in the Black Wolf Knights would willingly sacrifice themselves for the Empire, including Garot. He explained that Garot had given up her arm for the cause and was not too bothered by it, likely only acting strong for Wen's sake. He told her not to feel too guilty. Wen nodded quietly, and Livison changed the topic. He asked her for a favor related to the artificial creatures once studied by the Empire. He said there had been reports of incidents at a research facility where the remaining artificial beings had escaped. Fortunately, the facility was far from any towns, so no one was hurt. Wen stood up in shock and said they needed to tell everyone immediately. Livison shook his head and said it was something they needed to handle in secret with as few people as possible. He reminded her that she could not appear on the front lines yet, as the Imperan family and their close allies might find it suspicious. When asked what he wanted her to do, Livison explained that he had already arranged things with the palace's West Gate teleportation hub. He told her he would be there and had already given the coordinates, so she only needed to arrive in 3 hours. Wen ran off, saying she would get ready right away, but Livison called out to her. When she turned around, he told her to come exactly in 3 hours. She nodded and clenched her fist with determination. As Livison stood up and opened the door to leave, his eyes widened. An old man stood there smiling and greeted him, saying it had been a long time. It was Pope Euronisia. Livison asked the Pope why he had come all the way here when he served someone other than His Majesty. The Pope laughed and said Livison's words were sharp as always. He claimed he only wanted to see how their hero, the pillar of the empire, was doing. Livison replied that as far as he knew, Wen Historia and the Pope had never met, not even once. He stepped aside and said that even so, the Pope was claiming he came to check on her, but he was too busy for this. The Pope then asked if Livison would believe him if he said he had come to see him instead and asked for a moment of his time. Later, Livison thought about the strange visit. He could not understand what kind of scheme the Pope was planning to make such an absurd proposal at such a time. Nihit was a mercenary city where 1/3 of the residents were registered as part of the raid squad, and Devourer was hiding somewhere among them. To eliminate that ancient monster, he needed more information. To achieve that, he would have to take a risky approach. An old knight named Storman informed him that the preparations were complete, and they were awaiting his orders. The third eye also said that their preparations were finished and asked how Livison planned to find the demon king believed to be hiding in the city. Livison answered that as an ordinary human, he had no special method. Instead, he planned to use someone who was searching for the demon king even more desperately than they were. He then asked how much time they had left. Storman replied that there were 78 minutes before the hero arrived. Livison said it was a little early but decided they should begin right away. Everyone nodded in agreement. The scene shifted to a lively bar where men were cheering and drinking together. One of them, Barchus, stood up unsteadily and went outside, complaining that he felt sick and should not have accepted every drink offered to him. He muttered that someone nearby must have had too much to drink, then suddenly covered his nose as a foul smell filled the air. Looking ahead, he froze when he saw a monster holding a man and sucking his blood. Shocked, Barchus drew his sword and shouted, demanding to know how a monster had entered the city. The creature attacked, slamming its hand down at him, but Barchus managed to block it while gritting his teeth, realizing how strong the thing was. Before he could react further, more monsters appeared from the darkness. From above, an imperial officer looked down at the burning city and shouted in disbelief, wondering what was happening. He said that even as an officer of the empire, this went too far and that something was wrong, even if it had been ordered by His Majesty. The third eye silenced him sharply and told him to watch his words. The man clenched his teeth, thinking he had always known the third eye's alchemy experiments were inhumane, but he had never imagined they would cause such a massacre in the middle of a city. Livison sat calmly on a chair and told him not to worry too much, assuring that the city would not be wiped out. Suddenly the ground shook, and Livison stood up, saying that it had finally arrived. The man's eyes widened as he saw the massive creature and asked if it was a homunculus too. He shouted in panic, accusing Livison of lying, saying that if that thing ran loose, the entire city would be destroyed. He wondered if all of this had been planned from the start. Livison smiled and told him to calm down, calling it a small sacrifice. He thought to himself that Devourer did not seem to want the complete destruction of Nihit. The ancient monster's lack of destructive behavior meant it had another purpose beyond chaos or plunder. Depending on how things unfolded, Devourer might even fight against the homunculus tearing through the city. With a cold smirk, Livison said that the sight before them was beautiful, the sacrifice of the Empire's citizens for the progress of their nation. The man beside him trembled with rage, thinking that Livison had gone completely insane. The scene moved to the forest where Renee looked up and said the tree was as huge as those in Graphinia Forest, and that this forest seemed very old too. Swallow stretched and said that now they were done recruiting monsters, he could finally lie down and rest. Renee nodded and said they should go back after taking a good rest. Suddenly the ground shook, and they turned towards a burning city in the distance. They stared in disbelief, realizing it was where their inn was. Swallow shouted in shock, mourning the loss of his bed. Melge murmured that it might be Marmolia's doing. Swallow frowned and said it looked like someone was scattering their mana all over the place. Melge felt the disturbance too and asked if Swallow could sense it. Swallow asked what was wrong, and Melge clenched her fist and said she wanted to go see what was happening. She looked at them and asked for their permission. The scene shifted back to the city where monsters were attacking humans in every direction. Barchus swung his sword and shouted that there were too many grotesque creatures. A soldier nearby thanked him for his help and asked if he was a raid member, saying they were from the Ursus Red Lion raid force. Barchus recognized the name and thought they were a famous A-class raid group made up entirely of elites, and their help would make a big difference. The Red Lion man clenched his teeth and said they had cleared the nearby area, then asked if Barchus knew anything about the monsters. Barchus said he did not and introduced himself as a member of the Diana Silver Deer raid force. He added that the creatures seemed to be artificial beings but looked completely different from the homunculus Zephyr. He pointed toward the distance and said that the large creature there seemed to be the most important one. The Red Lion man agreed and said they were also heading toward that thing and needed to get closer to it. Barchus said he would follow them and insisted he was also an A-class member. The Red Lion man warned him that if he went there he would die, and he placed a hand on Barchus' shoulder telling him to listen to the sounds around him. He added that he had heard a voice searching for Barchus on his way here. Barchus thought he was the one shaking. The Red Lion man told him they understood how much Barchus had pushed himself to protect the citizens, but he needed to take care of himself and those around him. He asked Barchus to leave the fight to the Ursus Red Lion raid force. Barchus agreed to leave it to them. The Red Lion man smiled and accepted the request, then began to run. A knight shouted that he had never seen a monster like that, and that the beast had wrecked the city. He warned that the amount of mana inside the creature was immense, and they should not underestimate it. Another knight told everyone to step back. The Red Lion man explained that a detection magic had triggered and it was not for attack. Someone asked if the magic was searching for something and suggested they attack with a volley. Magic circles formed above them, and they raised their hands to cast. One man thought the attack was not working, and then a blast shook the ground. A man fell with blood leaking from his mouth and murmured that this was beyond what humans could handle. Suddenly Melge appeared in the air and called out to the monster, asking if it was looking for her and scolding Marmolia for causing such a mess. She raised her staff and declared they would end it once and for all. She used high-class magic and a dark aura flared around her. Melge flew through the sky, her thoughts heavy. It had been a few days since the battle at Judica ended. She believed Marmolia had no reason to remain in Nihit after everything that happened. Yet the demonic power she felt pulling at her senses clearly belonged to Marmolia. She called out to her, wondering if Marmolia hated her so much that even after becoming a monster she still could not let go of that resentment. Melge said she did not know what had happened to her, but she would not pity her. She attacked, releasing dark mana beams toward Marmolia. For a moment, it seemed like the battle had ended too easily. Melge frowned, realizing something was wrong. The attack she had used carried pure destructive power, yet it felt too simple for someone who once fought off a class raid members. Then Marmolia's hand began to move again. She slowly rose to her feet, her body twitching with dark energy. The men nearby gasped in shock and charged at her, stabbing their swords into her head, but she released a burst of magic that exploded around them. Through the smoke and pain, Marmolia's voice trembled as she cried that her body was melting and it hurt too much. Still, she smirked and said she would kill Melge before dying. Both women rushed toward each other. Melge summoned a purple magic circle, while Marmolia burned with green mana. Their powers clashed, and the ground shook with a massive explosion. From a distance, the Third Eye watched and asked if Livison was satisfied. Livison nodded with a calm smile, saying he now understood why the Third Eye had been so confident. The Third Eye told him to wait longer, promising an even more interesting sight ahead. Livison replied that he could not wait and thought to himself that everything was going exactly according to the plan. On the battlefield, Melge faced Marmolia with determination. She thought that her mana was almost gone, but Marmolia's body would not last much longer either. If she could just hold her ground, she might still win. Gathering her strength, she formed another magic circle and tried to stop Marmolia. But before she could act, sharp shards struck her stomach. Marmolia smirked and told her that this would hurt. Melge used the last of her magic to throw Marmolia back. Her body trembled as she fell to the ground, realizing her mana was completely drained. The scene reminded her of the time she had protected the teleportation hub under Mr. Devourer's command. Back then, He had come to her aid as she collapsed, and now, those same thoughts filled her mind again. She understood this must be what dying felt like. Whispering weakly, she apologized to Mr. Devourer for failing to complete the mission he had given her. Her body then went still on the ground. Elsewhere, Renee asked if Melge was going to be alright. Swallow replied that she probably would be, saying Melge was stronger than she looked. Renee worried about the demonic power she had sensed, but Swallow smiled and said there was nothing to worry about. It seemed Melge herself did not realize it, but she was a very capable Demon King. Livison observed that in the end, they had captured the Demon King. Third Eye explained that changing the combination formula had shown a strong effect. He said he had been doing research to gain powerful strength while avoiding side effects, like in the case of Nifrim. But the new creation ignored all concern for safety, and only focused on gaining power. It was unstable but held great strength. Livison thought that everything happening was necessary for the subjugation that was coming. It was meant to measure the power of Devourer. He wondered if the Demon King Melge had any connection to Devourer. He worried that the situation would end before one arrived and decided he had to gather as much information as possible about Devourer. His eyes widened when he saw Melge surrounded by a dark aura that belonged to Swallow. Then Swallow's large bright yellow eyes appeared before Marmolia. Marmolia screamed and rushed toward Melge, but Melge raised her staff and froze her with magic. Melge murmured in shock, realizing that her spell had far greater power than her own strength should allow. She thought that she had used the last of her mana to push Marmolia away and should have died from exhaustion and blood loss. Yet she noticed that Mr. Devourer's mana still remained inside her body and all her wounds had healed. She wondered if Mr. Devourer had done something to her back at Riez and decided she needed to confirm it. Melge sensed that Marmolia was still alive, though her body remained frozen. She whispered that it was finally over and covered her mouth, thinking that if she had overused Mr. Devourer's black mana, she would have exploded before Marmolia's scythe even reached her. She turned and said it had been too close and that she needed to return to Mr. Devourer as soon as possible to ask about the mana in more detail. As she started walking, she murmured that she might have pushed herself too much since she was beginning to hear things. Suddenly, a large green fluid-like monster rose from Marmolia's body. Melge's eyes widened in shock as she realized it was devouring Marmolia's corpse, or perhaps absorbing her mana. She decided that whatever it was, she had no duty to interfere. Marmolia was dead, and she had fulfilled her role as a friend. She planned to distract the creature with a simple spell and escape with teleportation. But when she tried to run, she collapsed to the ground, frustrated by the rebound effect from using unfamiliar mana. She forced herself to stand as the green monster attacked, barely dodging its strike. At that moment, Renee appeared and threw Melge aside to save her. Melge landed on Swallow's furry body and felt relief, patting him with a smile. Renee turned and said she had been wondering what was taking so long and hadn't expected Melge to be facing something like that. Swallow yawned and said she had taken too long and he had almost fallen asleep. Then, seeing the creature grow larger, he muttered that it was becoming a bother. Renee prepared to finish it quickly, but Swallow said he would handle it instead. The green monster attacked Swallow, but he blocked it with his hand, causing the ground to shake under the pressure. He looked at the creature with a cold expression and mocked it by asking if it wanted a handshake. The scene shifted to Renee, who calmly held a kettle and asked if anyone wanted tea. Melge looked at her in confusion and asked where that even came from. Renee replied that being this prepared was a basic requirement for a maid. Swallow lifted the monster into the air, spun it around, and slammed it into the ground. Dust rose as the impact spread through the area. Melge asked if that was really alright, but Renee smiled and said not to worry since it was Mr. Devourer. Swallow stood before the monster and commented that it seemed sturdy, then placed his hand on its body. The monster lifted into the air again and shattered into countless pieces as green fluid rained down. Swallow muttered that he might have used too much mana. Renee quickly opened an umbrella to shield herself. Melge thought that the creature had been incredibly powerful, stronger than any dragon or most demon kings, or so she had believed. Swallow yawned and said he felt sleepy. Renee panicked and told him not to let any of the filth enter his mouth. Swallow scolded her for bringing something so dirty. Melge quietly said that the flesh on the ground had once been Marmolia. Swallow said he remembered her, and explained that Marmolia had looked strange even when he first saw her. He added that the creature had emerged from within her and consumed her body. Though there were still a few things that bothered him, he believed it was likely caused by a parasitic organism. Burgess said there was a hub around the corner that would lead them to Rie's and mentioned he had already contacted a subordinate he had placed there earlier. At the same time, Sir Stormin reported to Livison that an unknown intruder had appeared at the teleportation hub, describing it as a monster shaped like a maid. Livison immediately realized it was the dagger maid and thought that she must be trying to block their escape route. He concluded that she must already know humans were involved in the incident, and that the homunculus could recognize its own kind. He then ordered everyone to return to the Mage Tower and prepare a temporary hub, saying that with the amount of mana around the tower, they could use it for long-distance teleportation. One man stepped forward, holding his sword, and volunteered to hold off the enemy so the others could escape. Stormin objected, saying he could not leave him alone, but the man shouted that there was no time left and urged them to hurry. Stormin agreed and told Livison they should go. Livison warned the man, named Gwyn, that he did not forgive unplanned deaths. Gwyn nodded and stayed behind as the others left. Amid the dust, a shadowy figure spoke, accusing Gwyn of killing thousands of raid members and saying they had heard plenty of his infamous reputation. Gwyn called out for the dagger maid to show herself. The dust cleared, and Renee stepped forward. As they walked across the battlefield, Stormin admitted that he could not understand Livison's actions. He asked why the captain had allowed Gwyn to stay behind alone. Livison calmly asked if it truly seemed like Gwyn was alone. Stormin replied that he knew Gwyn was not completely alone but still found it hard to understand. Livison reminded him that he should already know Gwyn's abilities well. Stormin agreed but insisted they should have left another night for support. Livison refused, explaining that anyone else would only become a distraction. He said Gwyn was a man who carried the blessing of the spirit. The scene then shifted to Gwyn standing against Renee. Renee said that Devourer had ordered her to destroy the teleportation hub and eliminate all suspicious humans. Gwyn clenched his teeth and asked if she intended to play with him since he was the last human left. Renee told him to stop joking and said she knew he had been running to buy time for the others to escape. She rushed forward with her sword, saying he had done well despite being alone. Gwyn grinned and released green mana that struck her with force. Renee realized he was not an ordinary swordsman and noticed the strange nature of his mana. A spirit appeared beside Gwyn, and when Renee attacked, she was blocked and thrown back by its power. Sitting on the ground, she murmured that it was a wall of wind and stone. The air twisted into a storm of wind, stones, and green mana, sealing the entire area. Renee understood that he had trapped her inside with a high-level spell fueled by immense mana. She admitted to herself that this was payback for underestimating humans. She smiled and said that being able to control two high-level spirits at once made him quite an interesting human. The scene shifted to the temporary shelter in Nihit. A man asked what Burgess planned to do alone. Burgess admitted he did not know but said he could not stay there and needed to check the city. The captain stopped him and said he could not allow that. He ordered Burgess to listen and explained that since there might be survivors, they would head to the raid site and the magic tower to open a path for the people. He raised his hand and shouted for the Diana Silver Deer raid force to prepare themselves. With determination, he commanded everyone to push out the monsters that had destroyed their beloved city. One man pointed excitedly toward the distance and shouted that the Guardian had arrived. He said it was the Guardian Golem from the Nihit mountain range, believing it had come with the raid force to save them. But Burgess suddenly widened his eyes in horror and shouted for everyone to run. The next moment, a massive dust explosion erupted. Moments earlier, Swallow had been speaking with Patrick through a glass connection. Patrick explained that they believed Swallow had lost control of something and made up a fake story to cover it. He said the only place capable of creating a homunculus was the Imperial Alchemical Society, which meant the Empire had to be involved. Patrick guessed that the Demon King Marmolia had made contact with a human, which led to a conflict and her defeat. He added that when humans defeated a Demon King, they would cut off the head and display it before the demon army, or in a grand plaza. Though they claimed it was to raise morale, Patrick said it was simply cruel. Swallow then asked why humans did such things. Patrick said that if they had sacrificed that much to make a homunculus, and then released it in the town, something else must be going on. Swallow said it had seemed suspicious to him. He recalled seeing a flying homunculus when they were looking for Renee, but this new one was on a completely different level. He added that all their research data should have been gone since he had destroyed their materials. Patrick snapped that calling it merely suspicious was not enough, and warned that at this pace the humans would be able to produce homunculi on Renee's level within a few years. Swallow said that was scary and then flopped onto the ground, saying he was tired and asking if they could just leave it. He wondered aloud where he was supposed to look for clues and whether he could just destroy the whole village. Patrick said humans would not simply experiment on a demon king and do nothing. He thought they were probably watching the experiment from somewhere, and that they had messed with Melge and seen Swallow. He complained that the humans had even left the problem of disposing of the experiment to them and asked if that was not going too far. Swallow agreed to handle it, and told Patrick not to regret pushing him. Patrick nodded and said that if it became necessary they would simply level the entire city. Melge widened her eyes when Swallow raised his hand and said that their great Patrick had allowed them to destroy everything. He looked toward the fire and admired the sight, saying it was quite a spectacle and that the humans had gathered there. He added that it had actually become easier to track their movements. Then he turned his head and sensed the mana around them, realizing there were two greater spirits nearby. He guessed that Renee was fighting a strong opponent and smiled, saying that if someone that skilled was present, then the top leaders of the Empire must still be hiding somewhere. Melge told him not to worry about the main gate of the city and explained that she was already watching that area using shared vision. She smiled and said her body had healed completely, so he could leave that part to her. Swallow said that since everyone was doing their job well, he should also get started. He lifted a large metal piece, saying he would see what caught his attention first, and began running. He threw the metal piece toward a tower, and it hit with such force that the tower collapsed from its roots. The humans were shocked when Stormen shouted, asking where the attack had come from and if it was the ancient monster's doing. The tower started to fall, and the humans quickly formed a blue shield around themselves. The falling structure crashed against the shield, shaking the ground. The third eye shouted that, just like the main hub gathered mana into the crystal, they needed to accumulate mana in the temporary hub as well. However, since the tower had collapsed, it would take at least 10 more minutes. Livison then asked Stormen how long it would take for Wynn to arrive, and Stormen replied that it would be about 5 minutes. Livison thought about the hub that the dagger maid had destroyed and realized only its device was ruined. The coordinates leading to Nihit should still be intact. He worried that if Wynn met the maid in this situation and caught the attention of the Devourer, it would be over. Without the completed apocalypse, Wynn would never be able to defeat the Devourer, and this time, they would all truly die. Stormen then asked his captain to give him the order to return to the teleportation hub. He promised that he would bring Wynn Historia back safely. Meanwhile, Gwyn thought about the spirits, and how their power was not limitless. Even summoning them required a great amount of time and mana, and maintaining them consumed even more. The longer the battle lasted, the worse it would be for him. Still, he believed he held the upper hand as long as the storm continued. Even if the enemy broke through, he could still block her path using the Earth Spirit. He reminded himself that his goal was not victory but to hold out until all his mana was completely drained. He thought of a scene from a story he had read as a child, where a small blade in the sky grew larger as it fell, resembling a guillotine. With red eyes, he shouted in disbelief, wondering how a monster could do such a thing. But before he could react further, he was struck down and fell to the ground bleeding, his eyes wide with shock. Renee stood over him and explained that her blade and wire could freely extend to tens of meters and could pierce through a storm with ease. She looked at him and said that since he possessed the blessing of Spirit's protection, he might have survived under normal circumstances. Holding her sword, she remarked that being split in half meant he could not be saved even with healing, but she decided to make sure anyway. Suddenly someone shouted for the dagger maid, and Renee turned to see Stormen standing there. Stormen was relieved that she had stopped and thought that since Sir Gwyn had the blessing, he only needed to buy some time. Renee looked at him and said she had more to ask from him than from the corpse lying nearby, then threw her weapon toward him. Stormen saw the small blade flying and thought it would not do much, but his eyes widened in shock when the blade suddenly grew gigantic. He quickly dodged it and thought that she had made a mistake by throwing her weapon away. Confident, he rushed toward her, but another blade appeared above his head, forcing him to block it by raising his weapon just in time. Renee demanded that he tell her everything he knew about Marmolia and the homunculus. The blade continued to grow larger, and Stormen, sweating heavily, admitted that it was her victory. He warned her, however, that she had spent too much time on an old man like him. Before she could react, Renee turned sharply, her eyes widening as a sudden blast of mana and dust erupted around them. Wynn stood firm after the fight, and Stormen thought with awe that it was just as expected from the hero Wynn Historia. With a single strike, she had taken down the dagger maid, showing incredible power. Meanwhile, Livison focused on ensuring the mission's success. He thought their top priority was to return safely. The temporary hub would activate without issues, and Stormen would soon join Win. Everything seemed to be going according to plan. Even if the dagger maid had recognized the homunculus, there was no way that information would ever reach the citizens of the Empire. Suddenly, the third eye called for him. Livison asked how long it would take for the hub to activate, and the third eye replied that it would need about 3 more minutes. Livison acknowledged it and told them to continue without worrying about him. At that moment, Garrett appeared, surrounded by mana. She wondered if what she had seen earlier had been an illusion, saying the fear carved into her would never fade. She looked down at their great captain lying on the ground and could not believe he had made such a mistake. Extending her hand, Garrett explained that the master of the magic tower, Polaris, had sent an official request for assistance to the Imperial family. She said it was fortunate she had intercepted it midway, as the entire incident might have been exposed otherwise. Livison realized the situation and said that the master of the magic tower had caused trouble after all. He then noticed her presence and understood what it meant. Garrett nodded and confirmed that the entire Edelbria's Black Wolf Knight Order had been assembled there. Many knights appeared on the scene as Garrett explained the situation. She said she was not sure if it had been part of the plan, but Sir Gwyn had lost his life, Sir Stormen was injured, and now Wyn was fighting the dagger maid. Livison immediately asked if she had heard anything about the mission from Stormen. Garrett looked confused and said she did not know what he meant, as she had hurried there the moment they arrived. Realizing the danger, Livison shouted that they had to move quickly. He clenched his teeth and ordered Garrett and the entire Knight Order to retreat from the area immediately. The scene shifted as Melge said she thought she had found them, and Swallow turned his head with a smile, asking if that was so. Then the focus moved back to the battlefield where Renee stood firm. Stormen, still injured, told the other knights holding him that they could not fight her. One of the knights protested, saying they had Wyn and the entire Knight Order, so defeating a monster should not be a problem. Stormen insisted that it was an order from the captain, and that they could not stay there any longer. One of the knights shouted for Wyn to return, but Wyn refused and said that with a little more time, she could defeat the monster. Suddenly, a voice called out to her, telling her no. Wyn turned and saw Livison approaching. He said that this was the time to regroup after retreating. Wyn protested, saying it was the perfect chance to eliminate the keeper of the primordial core. Livison raised his hand and admitted that she was right, but said it was still not the right time. He assured her they would surely have another opportunity. Wyn lowered her gaze and said that if Livison insisted, she would obey. Livison then ordered everyone to head to the temporary hub at once. But before they could move, the ground began to shake violently. Renee stepped forward with a dark expression and demanded to know where they thought they were going. She said the Devourer had sent her because he trusted her, and she would not allow a single one of them to escape. She studied them carefully, and thought that the black-haired man seemed to be their leader, which could make things troublesome. She also noticed the blue-haired human, and realized he possessed great power. She had faced countless A-class raid parties before, but none of them had ever produced such destructive energy in an instant. She decided that she would kill the blue-haired one first. Wyn clenched her fists and shouted in anger, asking if a monster like her even had a name. She challenged Renee to try her strength, and declared that mocking the name given by the Devourer was unforgivable. Renee used her magic, and dark butterflies filled the air, making Wyn and Livison widen their eyes in shock. At that moment, Swallow appeared, stepping forward calmly. He said he had come looking for Renee and noticed that everyone was already gathered there. His bright yellow eyes glowed as he spoke, saying he never expected to meet them again since humans lived such short lives. He recognized the blue-haired Wyn as the blue flying squirrel, mentioned the redhead who had revealed Renee's location, and looked toward Livison, calling him the gutsy one. He said it was interesting that among all the humans in the Empire, they were the ones to meet again. Livison thought that if this ancient monster had come to find out who was behind the chaos instead of destroying the entire city, there had to be a reason. He fell to his knees and said it was an honor that Swallow remembered him, asking if he had been well. Swallow nodded but said he did not need such greetings, then asked if this incident was their doing. Livison bowed his head and replied that it had nothing to do with them. Swallow pointed out that they lived in the Empire's capital and had not come here without reason. Livison calmly said they were only there to help resolve the situation and that they would fully cooperate in finding the real culprit. Swallow then turned away and said he was tired and wanted to return with Renee. Livison smiled slightly, but Swallow noticed and stopped. Turning his head, he asked why Livison was smiling. Before Livison could answer, Swallow's expression hardened. Swallow glared at Livison as a dark aura flared around him and said that although he owed him for what had happened in Riez, this was still shameful. Wun began to rush forward, but Garrett shouted for all members to protect her and Livison. Swallow raised his hand in annoyance and said they were a nuisance, then unleashed sharp shards toward Wun. A man suddenly stepped in front of her, and the shards pierced through his body. With blood dripping from his mouth, he smiled weakly and said that this time he had been quicker than Lady Wun. Wun's eyes widened as anger filled her face. She clenched her teeth and stepped forward, ready to fight, but Livison tried to stop her. She shouted in frustration, demanding to know why he was holding her back. Livison turned to Garrett, who realized the situation was growing dire. Garrett thought that if she wanted to prevent a direct clash between Wun and the Devourer, she would have to use teleportation. However, the black mana around them was like poison gas, making it hard to breathe and slowing everyone's movements. It was becoming impossible to calculate the teleportation coordinates properly, so they had to use their strength to buy time. Einar, one of the knights, thought that they needed to push back the black mana to give time for the teleportation magic to be prepared. He decided that he would block the Devourer's energy himself and charged forward, screaming with determination. But before he could reach Swallow, Renee stepped in. She told him that she did not know what he was trying to do, but as long as Renee was there, he stood no chance. She raised her hand, and suddenly a burst of red aura spread across the entire area, filling the battlefield with intense power. Wun's eyes widened in fury, and she screamed for everyone to kill them all. Livison grabbed her tightly and begged her to stop. He told her that she could not do it, and that she must survive no matter what happened. With his eyes closed in desperation, he pleaded with her to stay alive. Swallow turned to Renee and asked what the humans were doing, his tone sharp with impatience. Suddenly, Stormen appeared among the knights, holding his shield high as he created a barrier around the humans. Swallow attacked, but his strike was blocked by the strong shield. He smirked and said the barrier was impressive, then added that he should get a bit more serious. His form began to shift as he transformed into his monstrous state. The humans responded by creating multiple magic circles around him, channeling all their remaining mana. Garrett thought that the teleportation magic circle was nearly complete and urged Stormen to hold on a little longer. She believed that even if the attack came from an ancient monster, the 36 masterpieces, said to be made by a god, would withstand it. Swallow then unleashed another powerful strike, and the shield shattered instantly, sending a violent shockwave through the area. A cloud of dust and debris filled the air. When the dust cleared, Stormen was badly wounded but still standing. He looked at Livison and shouted for him to run away. Livison's eyes widened in disbelief, but Stormen insisted, telling him to leave the old man behind and escape quickly. He turned to Wun and said that he would entrust the captain and the Empire to her. With a faint smile, he said it had been an honor to escort them both. Swallow looked down at him and asked coldly if he was still alive. Wun stepped forward in anger, but Stormen raised his arms and told her not to go, saying she was no match for Swallow. Wun clenched her fists and replied that it did not matter. Her voice shook with determination as she declared that she would fight because she was a hero. Renee smiled and said that the mana stones were so pretty and sparkly. She added that even though this was not what they came for, they still gained quite a lot. Swallow nodded and said it was not bad. He mentioned that he had released the golem in the village to see how far it could go wild. It had done its job before running out of mana, so he decided they would recharge it once they returned. Renee looked surprised and said that it took him longer than usual to show his true self. Swallow held the mana stones and said he could have just stomped them to death, but when he thought about all the trouble they caused him, killing them right away felt like a waste. The scene shifted to Wun, who was holding a blue flower. Brizik, a member of the Black Wolf Knights, told her that thanks to her, they had avoided complete destruction in the raid against the Primordial Core. He said that this time, they only lost 4 members and a masterpiece. Wun closed her eyes in silence until Garrett arrived. Garrett said that everyone must be thankful for her help. Wun's voice trembled as she said there was no way. She believed everyone must be resenting her. She thought if she had arrived a little earlier or been a little stronger, she could have defeated the Dagger Maid. Her voice broke as she shouted that if she were even stronger, she could have killed Devourer and saved everyone. Tears ran down her face as she cried in guilt. Garrett stepped closer and told her she would defeat him one day. She said that everyone was fighting for that one victory, the day Wen would defeat Devourer. Then Garrett hugged her gently and told her to forget what had already happened. Wen broke down completely and cried loudly in her arms. The scene shifted to Livison, who wondered how he was still alive. He questioned why Devourer had not killed him when it was the perfect chance to do so. His mind replayed the moment on the battlefield when Swallow had spoken with a bored tone. Livison felt that the ancient monster had said something to him at that time. He wanted to look deeper into it but knew there were too many eyes on him. He decided not to act rashly. He could not even attend the funeral of his fallen subordinates, so for the moment, he focused on completing reports. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his eyes, and it felt as if they would burst. He wondered if it was just the result of fatigue, but the pain only grew worse. Later, Garrett called out to him, asking if he was all right. Livison vomited blood, and Garrett panicked, shouting for someone to call the medic immediately. As the pain consumed him, Livison finally understood. It was not that Devourer had spared him. Devourer had already doomed him. He cursed under his breath and remembered Swallow's smirk as the words echoed in his mind, telling him he had about 6 months left. Garrett bent down to collect the pieces of broken glass and asked if the hallucinations were getting worse. Livison said he had gotten used to them and considered himself lucky that he could still see humans the way he used to. Garrett stood up and said that it had already been 4 days, and it was only a matter of time. She explained that the cure did not work, the symptoms were not improving, and they still could not find the cause. Livison said that meant this was not something modern medicine could fix. He thought about Devourer, realizing that the being who caused this might have created something truly incurable. Accepting this, he decided there was only one choice left. Livison then gave Garrett an order using his authority as an officer. He told her that no one must know about his condition, not even Wen. He said the project called Apocalypse must be completed before his death, and that restoring the destroyed masterpiece and rebuilding the Night Order's lost forces should be their top priority. Garrett lowered her gaze and said she would handle the Night Order on her own. She planned to gather the talented people Livison had been watching. Since the teams had already departed a few hours earlier, some might have already reached their targets. Livison asked if she should have reported all this to him first. Garrett's body began to glow with pink mana as she said she saw no point in reporting to a superior who was already in bad condition. It would only make things more complicated. She promised to give a full report once everything was finished. Before leaving, she said she needed to stay away from the office for a while because on her way there, she had seen the one person Livison hated the most heading toward him. Livison warned Garrett that she could not use magic in that room. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and he turned his head toward the sound. The Pope entered with a gentle smile and said he had come after hearing the news. He hoped that his visit could offer at least a small measure of comfort. Livison stood up and said that the Pope had always been terrible at lying, perhaps because he had been a clergyman for too long. He pointed out that the Pope was only there to hear his answer. The Pope admitted that it was true. Livison turned away and asked why the Pope wanted them, out of everyone else. The Pope explained that he wished for one of the Empire's strongest forces, the Delbria's Black Wolf Knights, to stand with the Church. He said that in the Empire, religion was treated as nothing more than a means to maintain relations with the Holy Kingdom. In reality, their institution was secretly oppressed, and at times his life was considered worth no more than that of an ordinary noble. Livison sat down and said that he made it sound like they were suppressing the doctrines. He added that even if God truly existed, in the Empire, their God was none other than the Emperor himself. The Pope laughed softly and agreed, saying that for now it was true. But he added that soon blessings would reach every part of the land touched by humanity. When that time came, they would break free from oppression and spread their teachings far and wide. Livison listened and said it sounded as if the Pope was preparing for a holy war. The Pope smirked and said that was quite a leap, explaining that he could barely hold tableware, let alone a sword, just like Livison himself. Seeing the officer's condition, he turned to leave and said that he would not press for an answer today. He hoped that one day, Livison would choose to stand with the will of God. After the Pope left, Livison sat in silence and thought that next time, he would give his answer in a different way. The scene shifted to Patrick showing Melge a new room. He said it was the 4th room and the one she and the demonic dog would take care of from now on. Melge's eyes sparkled with joy as she said she loved it. She called it the ever-famous Primordial Core and said it felt like a dream. She looked at Zons with excitement, saying they could rebuild an entire castle in that space and should start planning how to decorate it. Patrick sighed in relief, glad that she liked it. Swallow teased him, saying it looked like he liked it too. Patrick admitted that he did and said it had been worth destroying Nihit for this. He complimented Swallow for bringing an excellent gatekeeper, referring to Zons. Swallow asked if that was who he meant, and Patrick confirmed it. He said that having Zons, or the demonic dog, in that room alone would be enough for protection. He remembered that Melge was the one who had brought it. Swallow agreed and said she had a good eye for recruiting subordinates, but mentioned that she did not yet know the dog's true identity. Patrick said it was not the right time to tell her, and that she would find out one day. Renee then stepped forward and said she had finished sending the golem to the third room. She reported with a smile that the power source, the magic stone, had been recharged and hidden within the wall so no ordinary human could find it. Swallow patted her head gently and praised her for doing a great job, saying she had gone through a lot. Patrick sighed and said he had seen that scene too many times. He complained that they never changed and that it gave him a headache every time, so he decided to move to the main topic. When he mentioned going outside, Swallow quickly shouted that he refused to leave the dungeon. Patrick said that was exactly what he meant. He explained that Swallow must not step outside at all this time. There had already been too many incidents, and he had destroyed an entire city. Other great evil dungeons had taken notice of his unusual movements. Swallow yawned and asked what they could possibly say to his face. Patrick said they had already been contacted by Ms. Battery and that the other dungeons had many things to discuss with him. Swallow leaned back and asked when they would arrive, and Patrick answered that it would be today. Swallow stretched and said it felt good to be back home. Battery, clearly annoyed, shouted at him and asked if he even understood what was going on. Swallow replied casually that it must be time for end-of-year cleaning. Battery kicked him in anger and yelled that it was not even the end of the year yet. Melge looked around with wide eyes and asked if the great evil dungeons gathered regularly. Patrick explained that they did not. He said that if she meant a gathering like Judecca, then no such thing had ever happened before. Judecca's goal was to unite the Demon King species, while the great evil dungeons were all completely different from one another in type and nature. Melge's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said that meant this was an unprecedented event and she was witnessing history being made. Patrick sighed and said it was not something to be happy about. He explained that it only meant their boss had been causing too much trouble lately. He showed her a letter and said she could tell just by reading it how serious things were. Melge read it aloud, saying it mentioned heading to the primordial core but did not ask for permission or explain the reason for the visit. She said it showed no respect at all. Patrick crushed the letter in his hand and said that was exactly how reckless those people were, having no manners whatsoever. Suddenly, Melge's eyes widened as she sensed something unusual. She quickly informed Patrick that there was an intruder. Patrick stayed calm and told her to let the others know about the situation. Melge nodded and left to spread the word, while Patrick said he would go and find out what was happening and the reason their unexpected guest had arrived. The scene shifted to the central area of the Kingdom Alliance, a vast region known as the Great Desert. It had once been the largest trade route connecting all 5 kingdoms until a single dungeon appeared and turned the land into chaos. A commander shouted for his soldiers to conquer the dungeon and reclaim their homeland. He called the enemies nothing more than oversized insects and declared that with elite forces from all 5 kingdoms, they would drive out the vile creatures. Before long, the sand began to tremble, and countless monsters emerged from beneath it. Screams filled the air as the soldiers were overrun. One man shouted in horror, realizing the enemy's army was far larger than theirs. Panic spread as he called it a nightmare. Among the chaos stood the ruler of the desert, the mother of all insects, the one who brought despair to the 5 kingdoms, Mother Hexable of the great evil dungeon, Sandhell. Patrick watched the enormous creature rise and said that it seemed not all monsters had been restored yet. As he studied Hexable, he heard a strange sound, a voice mimicking that of a human. He thought about how some insect-type monsters could imitate the voices of the humans they devoured. But what caught his attention more was the meaning behind the words. He realized Hexable might be trying to measure the strength of the primordial core. Knowing this, he decided to act quickly before Swallow appeared. Just then, Swallow stepped into view and teased him, asking if he and the monster were making out. Patrick warned him to stay back, saying he would handle the situation. But the huge creature lowered its head and greeted Swallow warmly, calling him teacher and saying it had been a long time. Swallow smiled faintly and said Hexable looked bigger than before. He told her he had heard about her growing reputation and asked how she had been. Hex Sable responded proudly that she had been doing well thanks to his teachings. Swallow turned to his companions and introduced Hex Sable as the former gatekeeper of the primordial core. Hex Sable smiled brightly and apologized for introducing herself late, calling herself Hex Sable of the Sand Hell. Everyone looked shocked at the revelation. Patrick quickly pieced things together and said that Hex Sable had once protected the Blue Path before he took over. He asked if her earlier question about the restoration of monsters had been out of concern for their dungeon's safety, and if her silence during their brief confrontation had simply been because she was shy. Hex Sable nodded and said she had not known what to say during their first meeting. Patrick glared at Swallow and shouted, demanding to know why he had never mentioned this before. Swallow scratched his head and admitted he had been too lazy and had simply forgotten to bring it up. Patrick sighed in disbelief and reminded him that even though Hex Sable was a former gatekeeper and a friend of their boss, she was now the ruler of another great evil dungeon, which meant they could not let their guard down. To everyone's surprise, Hex Sable looked at Patrick with admiration and said she was his biggest fan. Patrick's face lit up with joy, and he told her to think of the place as her home and stay comfortable. He then turned proudly to the others and shouted that the owner of another great evil dungeon was actually a fan of his. Renee stepped forward and introduced herself as the current gatekeeper. With a polite smile, she asked Hex Sable if she was truly called the mother of all insects, and what her gender was. Hex Sable answered that she was female. Renee nodded and asked if that meant she was a woman who had once been close to Mr. Devourer. Before Hex Sable could respond, Melge burst out loudly, accusing Renee of suggesting something inappropriate. Renee snapped back that Melge had never even dated anyone before. Patrick stepped in quickly and apologized to Hex Sable for the chaos. He explained that everyone was on edge since beings from other great evil dungeons had started arriving without proper permission. Hex Sable smiled kindly and said she was really just there to see her teacher again after a long time. The scene shifted to the great evil dungeon known as Sandhelm Margar. Margar looked at Azidahaka and asked if she was leaving. Azidahaka replied firmly that when Arivos and Devourer, the two great evil dungeons, had clashed, either had given any explanation, and the same had happened with the incident in Nihit. She said they could no longer afford to leave Devourer unchecked. In her mind, she reminded herself that she was Azidahaka, the master of the White Mountain Range and the strongest dragon, and she could not allow others to underestimate her. Nearby, a small girl called out with excitement, asking Azzy to look at her because she could now turn into a human form and proudly showed her tail. Azidahaka sighed in mild irritation and told the girl, Fafnir, that she must call her either boss or lord in public. Fafnir quickly nodded in understanding. At that moment, someone arrived with a stern voice, remarking about Azidahaka bringing a child to a meeting of the great evil dungeon bosses. Azzy turned toward him and spoke sharply, questioning his audacity to release such a menacing aura in a gathering meant for the dungeon leaders. The newcomer was Kurak, the boss of the great evil dungeon Nirkumbal. Azzy studied him silently and realized he looked like an ordinary orc, but she knew he was a strong individual who had climbed to the position of boss through pure strength. She then warned him not to interfere unnecessarily, and explained that though Fafnir looked small, she possessed strength far greater than that of an ordinary dragon. Kurak gave a faint smirk and said it was good to hear, but he warned her that losing a comrade could happen in an instant. Azidahaka turned to Fafnir and told her to stay close to her no matter what happened. Fafnir nodded obediently, standing at her side as the tension between the two dungeon bosses filled the air. Azidahaka turned and told Fafnir to walk on two legs as they moved forward. They entered a dungeon, and Azidahaka looked around, noting that it was empty. She recalled that the book had said hundreds of glaciers, known as cave demons, should swarm this place. She thought it was strange and realized that this was the primordial core, not some sloppy third-rate dungeon that would leave monsters unguarded. She suspected it was a trap meant to test her, the great Azidahaka, and she would not tolerate such disrespect. As they continued, she exclaimed that it was still empty. When they saw a large stone monster, Fafnir asked if golems could sleep and wondered if this was part of their test. Azidahaka roared in anger, demanding to know how long they planned to mock her and threatened to burn the entire cave to ashes. Patrick then stepped forward and asked what they were doing there. He explained that he had come after Melv's instructions and confirmed Azidahaka's identity. He also asked Kurak if they had arrived together. Kurak said they had only met at the entrance. Patrick said that was good and mentioned that the others were already waiting. He invited them to join the first Great Evil Dungeon Bosses Conference. Azidahaka thought that most of those gathered had likely suffered from Devourer's rampage. She decided that the only course of action was to unite against Devourer, even if it meant confronting him directly. She smiled, realizing that everyone seemed to have something to say to him, though she was unsure what he was thinking. Patrick thanked everyone for waiting as the meeting began. When Swallow arrived, Azidahaka's eyes widened as she realized who he was. She thought that he was the Black Disaster and the strongest of the great evil dungeon bosses, Devourer. Patrick bowed while Swallow calmly sat in his chair. Azidahaka worried that it might be dangerous even to look at him, and tried to steady herself, reminding herself that she had come to represent the dragons. The others seemed to feel the same pressure but stayed silent. Battery said she had nothing to say and that she had come for fun, then accused Swallow of acting too proud and told him to act like the owner of the place. Swallow responded that he could be sleeping right now. Azidahaka was shocked that Battery from Chite Castle already knew Devourer and seemed close to him. Hexable said she had little to say since she had only come to see her teacher. Battery complained that the visit was no fun and urged Azidahaka to speak up. Azidahaka clenched her fists, feeling watched by Fafnir, and prepared to speak when Kurak interrupted. Kurak announced that he would wage war against the Empire. He said he had sent word to gather everyone at the Primordial Core, and that he had come to ask for their help. He declared that before winter ended, Nerkumbel would bring down the Empire. Battery asked what his request was and wondered if he wanted reinforcements. Kurak replied that he was not there to ask for that, and only wanted them not to intervene in the war between Nerkumbel and the Empire. Hexable interrupted and asked if he knew how much time was left before winter. Kurak said it was 1 month and repeated that Nerkumbel would destroy the Empire within that month. He explained that all preparations were done and all warriors of Nerkumbel were waiting for his command. Hexable told him he could not bring down the Empire with only his orc warriors and asked how many they had, 200,000 or 300,000, when the Empire had millions ready to fight. Kurak said this was their only chance because the Empire was in chaos after the fall of Riez and the incident in Nihit. He revealed that he had already formed an alliance within the Empire that shared the same goal. Azidahaka and Patrick were shocked when they heard that. Battery stood up as a dark aura flared around her, and asked if he had allied with humans. Swallow told them that if they wanted to fight, they should do it outside and not make a mess in his house, asking if they wanted to fight him too. Battery turned away and said she had nothing more to say to someone who had sold his pride as a monster. Later, Patrick said that Swallow had wanted them to leave and actually managed to send them all away. Swallow replied that he was not the one who started the trouble this time. Patrick said that judging from Kurak's confidence, the alliance he mentioned must be a strong one. Swallow said that bringing down the Empire was a common dream and that everyone was overreacting. Patrick told him that he was the only one in the world who could say that, and added that it was not the right time yet. The scene shifted when Fafnir looked at her lord with wide eyes and asked if he believed Kurak truly meant what he said about bringing down the Empire. Azidahaka replied that she too sometimes wished to wipe out humans when they crossed their limits, but destroying the entire Empire was a completely different matter and not an easy task. Then she looked ahead and noticed Hexable and Kurak together. She thought it was strange because she had assumed they returned separately, and wondered why those two were together now. The scene then moved to the southeast of the Empire in Yobath. Inside a cafe, Wun sat quietly with Berizik. He noticed her untouched meal and scolded her for not eating, saying that starving herself would not bring back her fallen comrades. While eating, he said he understood why Garrod had sent him with her, explaining that the other members had gone in search of Sion. When he mentioned another hero, Wun looked at him curiously. Berizik asked if she was interested because of that, and said he was sure those people were still hiding somewhere under new identities. Wun asked if they could really bring them back, and Berizik said they could try since at least those heroes were people they could talk to. He added that maybe they were the ones given the harder task and told her not to leave the table until she finished her food before heading off to his own work. Berizik called for the chef, and when the chef arrived politely, Berizik asked if he had seen the person in the photo they were looking for. The chef said he had never seen anyone like that but admitted he could not remember every customer's face. Berizik found that suspicious and suddenly attacked. The chef quickly blocked his strike with a knife, and Berizik smirked, saying that he looked far too similar to the person they were searching for. He called him the former hero. The chef, Rashmir, replied calmly that he did not know what Berizik was talking about. Berizik said it was hard to believe after the chef had blocked his blades so easily and that they had a request for him. When he attacked again, Rashmir blocked and refused to listen. Berizik told him he had not even heard the request yet. Rashmare said that the Empire already had enough chefs and they probably wanted to drag him back to the battlefield. He suggested that Barizik should go home while they could still laugh about it. Barizik laughed and said that Garot had warned him this would happen and even told him what to do if Rashmare refused. He said he preferred that method anyway. Then he raised his weapon as a dark aura burst around him. Rashmare's eyes widened in shock. Barizik held his weapon tightly as his aura shook the ground and introduced himself as Barizik from the Black Wolf Knight's order. Rashmare calmly replied that he was Rashmare, the chef. Barizik rushed forward while thinking about the strange steel grinding sound but brushed it aside. Rashmare moved swiftly, grabbed him mid-attack, and slammed him onto the floor. He said it had been a long time since he used his body like that and admitted he was struggling to control his power, though he was glad he had not broken the wall. Wen ran to Barizik and asked if he was okay. Barizik groaned and told Rashmare that he could have caught him more gently. Wen then introduced herself respectfully, saying it was an honor to meet the hero of the previous generation. Rashmare looked at her and asked if the great hero of the Empire had really come to see someone like him. Wen explained that they had their reasons and told him the Empire was in crisis, mentioning the passing of Sir Vern. Rashmare nodded and said that the rumor must have been true. Wen asked if he would come with them, but Rashmare questioned if she knew why he now carried a kitchen knife instead of a sword. Holding up his knife, he explained that it was because they were living in an era of peace. He said Riez had become richer and more abundant than any other nation, yet the Empire's greed still drove young people to their deaths under the excuse of dungeon raiding. Wen asked if he was denying the Empire's noble mission, and Rashmare smirked, saying her gaze was sharp and wondered if she planned to arrest him for treason. Wen took her stance and declared that since he had rejected their polite request, she would have to subdue him and bring him back by force. She rushed forward and punched, but Rashmare dodged with ease and said that young people these days were far too energetic. Wen turned again with clenched teeth and tried to slam her fist into Rashmare's face, but he dodged easily. Frustration filled her mind as she wondered why none of her strikes could reach him. She kept attacking, yet every move was avoided with ease. Barizik watched the fight closely and thought that Rashmare was handling Wen as if she were a child. The fight went on until Rashmare spoke, telling her that she seemed to be struggling to understand why she was failing. He threw her aside and said her attacks were too straightforward, a reflection of her upright personality. He warned that such a simple fighting style would only become a weakness when facing enemies of equal or greater strength. Wen's eyes widened at his words, but before she could respond, she heard a faint sound. She turned and saw an artifact glowing as a voice came through it. Rashmare frowned and asked who it was. Livison's voice came from the artifact as he introduced himself. Rashmare realized he must be the one who had sent the two to him and asked if he was also there to try convincing him. Livison asked Wen to step aside for a moment, so he could speak privately with Rashmare. She nodded silently. Livison apologized for having to contact him in such a way and said he would have preferred a direct conversation. Rashmare crossed his arms and said he had nothing to discuss with a subordinate of His Majesty. Livison said that as expected, Rashmare still held resentment toward the Empire's upper ranks because of that incident. Rashmare's eyes widened, and he said that if Livison knew about it, then he should also understand why he could never return to the Empire. He prepared to end the call. Before he could, Livison spoke again and said it was not just 6 people. He began listing names one by one: Jacob, Brenda, Arnold, Kenneth, Wig, and Reinhardt. Rashmare froze as Livison revealed that it had not been 6 but 8 in total, and that there were 2 more he had never found out about. Rashmare's eyes widened in shock as silence filled the room. Rashmare looked stunned and asked if what Livison said was true. Livison nodded and told him that he knew the names of those 2 people as well. The scene then shifted to the dungeon, where Swallow told Patrick not to do anything. Patrick agreed that doing the bare minimum was the best choice for now. Swallow explained that whether they worked before or after something happened, they would still have to put in effort, so it made more sense to do it later when the results would be clearer. Patrick was surprised and said he could not believe the boss was thinking so productively. Swallow replied that he preferred enjoying the sure happiness of the present rather than chasing an uncertain future. Patrick said he had a point and then announced that, for the sake of his own happiness, he would start taking a break. Swallow immediately shouted that he would do the work instead. Patrick suggested they begin with fixing up the dungeon and called it self-maintenance, reminding Swallow that the first and second rooms were still empty. Swallow said that he was already perfect, But Patrick glared at him until Swallow gave in and shouted that he would go inspect the rooms. While walking, Swallow muttered that he would rip Patrick's resignation letter into pieces when he was not looking. He looked ahead and realized he was at the food storage, deciding to check it as well. After a while, he returned, and Patrick commented that he was back quicker than expected, asking if he had done the job half-heartedly. Swallow scratched his head and said that he had simply found the problem earlier than he thought. When Patrick asked what kind of problem, Swallow replied in confusion that the food storage was completely empty. Scovina knelt down before Swallow and apologized deeply to him. Melge asked if the monster merchants had come directly because of the food supply issue. Patrick confirmed it, and explained that while most dungeons contacted merchant groups to secure goods, the Great Evil dungeons were different. Their relationship with the leprechauns went beyond a normal trade deal and was more like mutual support, where they looked after each other. Swallow then asked where North was. Melge shouted in surprise that Mr. Devourer personally remembered a merchant by name. Patrick nodded and said that North was especially skilled among the leprechauns and had left quite an impression on the boss. Scovina lifted his head and explained that a few days ago, there had been a supply raid that targeted most of the merchant groups. Swallow asked in shock if they had raided others as well and who the attackers were. Scovina gritted his teeth and said it had been a group of orcs. Patrick immediately guessed that it must have been Nukumble. Scovina went on to say that North had tried to stop them but they ignored him. Swallow asked if they had killed North, but Scovina said that was not the case. Instead, they had taken him along with the stolen supplies. Swallow asked if everything he said was true, and Scovina quickly nodded, saying he would never dare lie to him. He begged forgiveness and offered his own life in exchange for sparing the others. Swallow asked where the orcs had gone. Patrick frowned and said the situation was more troublesome than expected. He had not thought that Nukumble would go as far as raiding monster merchants for war supplies. He added that they could recover the stolen food easily, but Swallow said the real issue was North. He ordered Scovina to guide him to where the orcs had gone. Patrick asked quietly if he should go along with the boss. Swallow refused Patrick's offer and said he needed to teach the orcs a lesson for daring to mess with their food. The scene then shifted to a group of orcs gathered together. Their leader asked if they really believed the words they had heard and mocked them for being cowards. He repeated the idea that they should stop raiding for supplies and instead seek cooperation to avoid conflicts with other great evil dungeons. Another orc laughed and told the commander this was no time to play nice, reminding him that they had a war to win. He said that even if there was a chance of clashing with other dungeons, as long as he, the Kundr, was there would be no problem. He boasted that if anyone wanted to fight him, they would have to bring the ancient monster living in the primordial core. Just then, Scovina appeared and asked if Kakunda would stand by his words. Behind him stood Swallow, silent and still. One of the orcs shouted in surprise that it was the leprechaun who had run away before. Scovina declared that he was there to take back North and demanded to know where he was. An orc sneered and said he admired Scovina's courage for coming back, so he would give him a reward. He held North by the collar and said that North had been annoying, so they had taught him a lesson. He then threw North towards Scovina, but before Scovina could catch him, the orc drove his weapon through North's body. The orc laughed cruelly and said that North was already as good as dead and that he should be grateful he had ended his suffering. He said this was the price for challenging him and for daring to mention the primordial core. Scovina fell to his knees, crying in grief. Moments later, the battle erupted, and Swallow destroyed all the orcs in his fury. Their leader stared in disbelief as Swallow approached him. Swallow's voice was cold as he said they should not have done that. He explained that he had planned to let them off with only a warning for stealing their food and speaking against the primordial core. Then his form began to change, monstrous and terrifying, as his rage took over. He said in a low voice that they should never have harmed North in front of his eyes. The leader thought was surprised that the ancient monster might be real and shouted for a caster to teleport him, saying he could not die there and he had to survive for a greater cause. Suddenly Commander Kurak appeared and slashed the leader's neck. Kurak admitted that it was his mistake and that his foolishness had led to his subordinates' insolence, and he said he would take responsibility. Swallow said he liked the sound of responsibility and then said he had a plan. He demanded 20 times the food they had lost and set the deadline for 3 weeks. The commander thought that was absurd and wondered where he would find so much food, but he feared that refusing could doom not just Nukumble but every orc on the continent. In the end he agreed and promised on his name, Kurak. The scene shifted to the castle where Rashmare crossed his arms and asked if more people had been called besides him. Livison nodded and said he had something to tell Sir Rashmare and Dame Sion. On the battlefield, Kurak asked what would happen if they failed to follow the timeline. Swallow replied that he was too lazy to move and saw no reason to take action. He decided to unleash the black tentacles on Nerkumble. Kurak watched in awe and thought it was the offspring of the Creator, destined to devour everything. He believed the end of prosperity had already begun and that they should not see it as death but as the beginning of life. Later, Commander Kurak said he was not the protagonist of this myth and was sure everyone already understood what he meant. An orc stepped forward, expressing his honor to stand before the Great Legion commander. He said the myth passed down across the continent had turned out to be true, and the catastrophe that once nearly erased the land, the primordial core, the black tentacles, was real. He feared that if such power went on a rampage in Nerkumble, all the orcs and perhaps every living being would perish. He declared that all orcs of Nerkumble awaited the commander's orders. Kurak announced that they would march forward and shouted that all humans would be wiped from their lands. The orcs clenched their fists with determination as Kurak declared his belief that Nerkumble would claim victory and rise to take over the empire, building a new nation in its place. The scene then shifted to the castle, where Livison said that war was coming and that it would be a civil war with no easy victory. Rashmare raised his hand in disbelief and said Livison had gathered 2 heroes only to claim a civil war would soon break out, thinking it a joke, and demanded evidence. Livison calmly replied that he had something, though he was not sure it could even be called evidence. Rashmare frowned and asked if Livison was playing with words. Livison said it was the Pope Eurenesia III. He had never used the word war but had come to declare war twice already, bringing no escorts and coming by himself. Rashmare asked if Livison was sure he had not been hallucinating. Livison told him that if he did not believe him, he could confirm it himself, and that Sir Sion could figure it out. Sion said he had already checked the integrity of the Pope's words with magic and that the Pope had spoken no lies. Livison said that he loved the Empire. Rashmare rushed forward and shouted that he had not come all the way here to listen to petty jokes. He then saw Livison face and asked about the wound and if it had been caused by the Devourer. Livison asked Sir Rashmare to calm down and reminded him that he had not forgotten what he had promised. He handed Rashmare a file and said it contained the 2 names Rashmare could not find and the context of the incident, so the final decision would be up to him. Rashmare bowed his head and apologized for letting his emotions get the better of him for a moment. Livison said there was no need and that he understood because he also knew what had happened. Sion asked to move to the main point and asked what Livison wanted them to do. Livison repeated that war would come and that he had judged they were already past the point of taking preventative measures. He asked the 2 of them to side with the Empire in the coming civil war. Sion said he did not think the Pope had enough strength to lead a coup. Rashmare agreed and suggested killing the Pope since it would be treason. Livison argued that they had not fully figured out the Pope alliance, so killing him would not be the wisest move and that outside interference could spark the war whether the Pope lived or died. Sion let his mana flare and said that he understood and that he would take his leave. Rashmare said that he could not side with the Pope anyway and that he could not understand why the Pope was leaving like that. Livison asked if the 2 of them were not close. Rashmare said they were not at all and that he had always preferred working alone. He added that they had been assigned to different raids and that once things calmed down he had been busy mentoring Vern. He said Vern had lost his life in the Devourer raid and that it was a natural result. Livison said he had something to ask regarding the Devourer. Rashmare said that for the sake of defeating him and for humanity's future he wanted Livison to take charge of training the current hero in Historia. He insisted that no matter what he taught her, the Devourer could not be. Livison walked to the window and interrupted, saying that Rashmare was right that the Devourer could not be defeated, and that he understood that well. He said Wooden still needed to grow further, and that everything had steps, so they had to try even if it seemed impossible. He smiled and said he loved the Empire. Later Garrett held Livison and said that in the end he had managed to make them join and asked if they really could not stop the war now. Livison said they could not and that the best they could do was stand victorious. Garrett frowned and said she was worried. We gave that list to Sir Rashmare too easily. Are you sure he'll cooperate now? She added that they needed his trust more than hiding the list, and if they hadn't handed it over, he would have tried to reveal the real identities himself, which they could not allow. Livison thanked her for the help and prayed for the coming war, the Empire's future, and peace. The scene then shifted to the dungeon where Swallow protested that he had not done anything wrong yet. Patrick said it was not that, but that his ears had started itching for some reason. Sometimes it felt like someone was calling him. Maybe it was a sign that the mana inside him was about to awaken. Swallow teased that Patrick could use some simple magic. Patrick said that if he could use major magic like Ms. Melget would be convenient, and wondered if he would become the second Erevos. Swallow joked about splitting his skull in two beforehand. Nifrim thought about the past, and his mind shook with pain. He remembered how he abandoned his comrades and ran after devouring them. He never wanted that. He feared cannibalism more than anything. He only did it because that skeleton tortured him, and he wanted to live. He kept thinking he should never have done it, but he had to survive. Patrick's cold voice echoed in his memory as he asked how far he could regenerate, and told him to devour the remaining bodies. Nifrim kept telling himself he could not help it while the memory crushed him. In the present he fell to the ground and cried while apologizing to no one and everyone. Later an old lady placed a warm bowl of soup in front of him, and told him to try to eat even if he felt like throwing up. He nodded and thanked her softly. She told him she would be out in the field. Suddenly the door burst open from a powerful kick. A girl shouted at him for eating breakfast so late, and reminded him they needed to gather wild herbs before sunset. She then shouted again when her grandmother walked away. The old lady scolded her for being loud and told her to stop harassing the boy and come help her in the field. Nifrim quietly drank his soup while listening to them. The girl told him to hurry and finish. He sighed and told her he only needed a minute. Later in the forest the girl asked Nifrim if he still remembered nothing about his real name or his past. She said he had looked scary when her grandmother first brought him home, and she wondered if he had been a mercenary because of the armor he wore. Nifrim admitted he was not sure but thought it was possible. She told him not to worry and said his memories would return soon. A man then arrived carrying a hunted animal on his shoulder. Pezel's eyes brightened as she asked if he had just hunted it. The man explained that hunting had been good because the guardian spirit seemed to have cleared out the monsters. He mentioned finding a dead troll near the wall and guessed the guardian spirit had killed it. He told them not to tell the grandmother. Pezel promised to keep it a secret and suggested they should head down. Nifrim asked if monsters used to come near the village often. Pezel explained that people avoided dangerous places, but monsters had been showing up more recently. She added that things had calmed down lately. Nifrim said that was good to hear. She asked if his memory as a mercenary was coming back, but he said he was not sure if he had even been one. She laughed and told him to come down the mountain with her, calling him a freeloader. Later in the burning field a man noticed Nifrim's expression and said he looked amazed, as if it was his first time seeing a slash and burned field. Nifrim nodded and asked if they always farmed this way and left once the land dried. The man confirmed it, and said it was not efficient, but it was the only way people like them could live. He asked if Nifrim had thought about staying even after his memories returned because he was one of them now. He added that Pezel seemed to like him, and said she was a tomboy who might be giving him trouble. Nifrim smiled and said she helped him more than anything. The man agreed that her energy was her strength, and admitted she could talk too much. When he spotted her calling for Nifrim, he told him to go. Nifrim walked away and thought about how they called him Lancelot. He remembered how they accepted him after he fled from the primordial core. They were good people who never questioned his secrets, even though he could not reveal anything. He looked at Pezel and thought she was the only exception because she always tried to drag things out of him. But they were all weak and unable to protect themselves. Even a single troll could shake the whole village. He clenched his fist and thought about how he went out each night to secretly hunt the monsters near the village. He told himself that once they were safe enough he would leave, and after that he could die. Nifrim moved through the forest with his cloak pulled tight around him. He thought that more monsters would come after seeing the smoke, but none appeared, so he decided to check the other side. He marked a stone and noted that the patrol on this side was complete. The number of monsters had increased over the past few days, and it was too many to blame on winter hunger alone. When he saw smoke rising from the mountain, he murmured with wide eyes and wondered what was burning. Later he asked a passing man, and the man replied that he was not sure and guessed it might be from the bigger village under the mountain. Nifrim reacted with surprise and asked if there was a village there. Nifrim listened as the man explained that there was a village 3 times bigger than theirs, and with that much smoke he wondered if there was some kind of celebration. He tried to say more, but another man quickly covered his mouth. Nifrim thanked them for the information and wished them luck on the hunt. The man turned back and said they were only going to retrieve the animals they had hunted the previous day. He gave a thumbs up and promised to treat Nifrim to a feast. He added that Pezel had been looking for him. Later in the house the children played with Nifrim, and told him his hair felt soft. Pezel arrived and said they had not done his welcome ceremony because everyone had been busy. All the adults had been planning one for him, and she ordered the children not to tell anyone she said that. One of the kids shouted that their mother said she liked him a lot and that people who liked each other had to get married. Pezel turned red and denied it loudly. Another child asked if Nifrim was getting married and said Pezel must like him a lot. Pezel told Nifrim not to misunderstand and said she had only said he looked good. She wondered why the others were taking so long, and asked him to check with her. When they stepped outside, Nifrim noticed the smoke from the mountain again and felt uneasy. He told Pezel to take the children inside before they panicked. She nodded and he assured her he would bring the others back soon. He entered the forest and found blood on the snow. As he examined the area he saw an army of orcs and immediately jumped in front of them. Moments later he stood on a pile of their corpses. Then he heard a distant scream and realized it was Pezel. He rushed toward the village and found more orcs there. Their leader stepped forward and welcomed him, calling himself Kaltum of the Karim tribe. He told Nifrim to come closer and claimed he would not harm him yet. Nifrim demanded to know where the villagers were. Kaltum said he had seen the pile of bodies under the cliff and wanted to fight him. Nifrim asked again where the villagers were. Kaltum ordered his men to bring the rest of them out and said he wished for a duel. If Nifrim won, he would free them. If he lost, the outcome would be obvious. Nifrim drew his dagger and told the orc to take his stance. Kaltum lifted his arms with a pleased smile and declared that their duel would begin. Kaltum slammed his hammer into the ground and the earth shook. Nifrim rushed in with his dagger, but the hammer blocked his strike and the dagger shattered. He grabbed a sharp fragment and threw it, piercing Kaltum's flesh. He then appeared above the orc and cut down, but Kaltum spoke calmly and said that fighting needed unconventional thinking and that knowing oneself and the opponent was the key to winning. Nifrim kicked him and thought that his defense was too hard and that he needed a real weapon. Kaltum caught his leg and reminded him that this was a proper duel before throwing him across the ground. Nifrim lay bleeding while Kaltum said the fight had been more fun than expected and that he had taken one step closer to becoming the strongest warrior again. He added that now he could kill all the humans as promised. Nifrim's eyes widened when he heard him order the others to kill the villagers quietly since they were only food. Kaltum looked at his own wound and thought that Nifrim was skilled enough to injure him that badly with such a poor weapon. He knew he would not be able to use his left arm for a while. In the distance, Pezel screamed for help. Nifrim drifted into unconsciousness and saw a memory where Sylvia woke him up and told him he slept too deeply even after being experimented on. She teased that seeing his face made her crave chocolate. The others shared small wishes and Nifrim told them they would eat everything together. He smiled and promised to work harder so they could all leave that place and sit together to eat until their stomachs hurt. Back in the present, Nifrim moved weakly on the ground. One orc noticed and shouted in surprise that he was still alive even after taking a full punch from the tribe's chef. He said Kaltum liked him so he would be used as a sacrifice. He called him strong and wondered if there were more humans like him in the capital. One orc dismissed the concern and said they had the great commander Kurak behind them. He said Nifrim was dangerous, and it was good they had already cut off his legs. The scene moved to Patrick, who sat on Swallow while reading a newspaper. He told him that a war was about to start. Swallow asked why he needed to sit on him while reading. Patrick explained that the reports came from many merchants, and the events were becoming exciting. The orc army was crossing mountains, rivers, plains, and even the ocean. They slaughtered every human village they found and burned them to ash. Swallow asked why they were being so bothersome and dramatic. Patrick guessed they were using that strategy where they gathered information before secretly spreading into a wide formation to siege the capital. Swallow told him to stop talking and wondered why he was having so much fun. Patrick said war was more fun to watch than fire. Swallow then mentioned a horrible smell disturbing his sleep. Patrick happily explained that it was popcorn. Melge had used oil and fire magic to make it and said it was something you ate while watching something fun. He urged him to eat with him since Miss Battery would arrive soon. The scene shifted again to the knights who grumbled that the orcs had forced them to work nonstop. They believed the orcs would tire out soon. They wondered what the monsters planned to do since the land was not even a dungeon. They whispered about the paladin and said he was incredible, almost inhuman. Their captain stepped forward and reminded them that even if the orcs had numbers, they were still monsters. For the Imperial army this was child's play. The real problem was the great evil dungeon boss Kurak. If they could hold out a bit longer, warrior-ranked reinforcements would arrive and their victory would be certain. He swore he would not let arrogant orcs set their dirty feet on Imperial territory. Kurak sat by the fire with his warriors and asked about Kaltum. A cloaked orc reported that Kaltum would join them soon and that he had captured a strange human he planned to offer. Kurak brushed off the news and asked instead about their food supply. The orc explained that several villages had been raided and humans had been secured for consumption. Kurak ordered them to butcher the captives upon arrival and distribute the meat evenly. He then told the orc to summon Kadachwi. When Kadachwi appeared and closed his eyes in respect, Kurak told him he had something important to discuss and called him closer. The scene shifted to the humans preparing for battle. The Count expressed his relief at the Paladins' arrival and promised to personally thank the Order once everything was over. The Paladins replied that helping the Empire meant helping the Order and that they spoke on behalf of the Pope. A knight stepped forward with a report from the front. He explained that the number of orc troops was massive and appeared to be their main force. However, their siege weapons were far too few, so the defense captains believed the orcs would struggle to use their numbers properly. The Count asked about their own supplies. The knight said they had enough since preparations for winter had already been made and both soldiers and citizens could endure well. He added that all suppression squads within the territory had joined without trouble and everyone was highly motivated by anger toward the orcs. The Count said they could not afford to lose, especially with morale running high. He declared that they only needed to hold out for 1 week. The Empire's strongest warrior, the Red Spear of Roa, would arrive soon and give the orc invaders a true taste of hell. One of the men asked the Count if they really needed to wait. He looked at the orcs in the distance and said their siege attempt was a joke. They did not even need a report to see it. Their gear was weak and they might be relying too much on magic. He added that reports said the orc shamans outnumbered their mages. The Count replied that it no longer mattered because the paladins who could break those spells had joined them. The man lowered his voice and said that worried him even more. He wondered when the Order had ever helped the Empire and said he was more concerned about their hidden motives than the orcs. The Count cut him off and said their only enemy right now was the Nokumbo orcs in front of them. Doubting their allies would only cause confusion. The man agreed and asked how long the orcs planned to stand still. Then they saw a group approaching. The man pointed and shouted that something was coming. He said it must be Kurak, the boss of Nokumbo. The knights prepared their weapons and magic, but the man sensed something wrong. Other than Kurak leading them, only one figure followed. He wondered if it was a spell. Kurak's amplified voice echoed across the battlefield. He asked the humans if they could hear him. Some covered their ears and realized he was using amplification magic. Kurak said he admired their spirit, but they could not stop the advance of Nokumbo. He asked if they hoped to hold out for a while or dreamed of stopping the orcs and leading a counterattack. He raised his hand and declared that humanity would go extinct because it refused to wake from foolish dreams. He promised that in half a day he would kill all of them and break that dream completely. The knights yelled in confusion, wondering what the orc leader was talking about. The Count felt a chill as he watched Kurak. He wondered where that kind of confidence came from because a leader would never speak so boldly without reason. He realized Kurak was completely serious and felt something was wrong. He feared the orc had been waiting for something the whole time. He shouted for everyone to stay calm and not act carelessly. He reminded them that those were the words of the Primordial Core's boss, and there had to be a hidden plan behind them. Before he could finish, a paladin suddenly drove his spear through the Count's body and lifted him off the ground. The paladin said the Pope had been right and that the Count was too competent. Striking that land first had been the correct move. The Count screamed that they were traitors and had truly betrayed the Empire. The knights panicked and realized the paladins were using teleportation magic to bring the orcs directly into the territory. The paladin told the Count it was already too late and declared that from that moment it was holy war. The scene returned to Nifrim. The orcs mocked him while pushing meat toward him. They told him to eat because he had to live as an offering for the commander and was nothing more than merchandise. Nifrim stared weakly at them. One of the orcs grew annoyed and said he had lost a bet because Nifrim still refused to eat. He warned that a human had limits. Nifrim swore in his mind that he would never eat it, and that he would rather die than accept their food. The orc lifted him and said he was still resisting and that he would feed him himself. He shoved the meat into Nifrim's mouth while Nifrim begged inside his mind for it not to happen. He was forced to swallow. The orc told him not to waste his strength because if he did not eat he would die anyway. If he resisted again, the orc promised to feed him personally. He tossed Nifrim into a prison cell and turned to leave. But as soon as the orc stepped away, Nifrim rose up despite his wounds and killed him in an instant. Earlier the doctors finally succeeded and they looked at Nifrim with relief. They asked if the regeneration was perfect and if he felt anything strange. Nifrim stared at his arm with wide eyes and said his severed arm had regenerated in an instant. The doctor clenched his fists and said they could now mass-produce invincible soldiers. Later the doctor glared at him and told him to eat the meat at once and complained that Nifrim always made them force him. He explained that to use his ability properly he had to eat that meat. Nifrim lowered his head with sadness and asked why it had to be that. In the present the orc body fell to the ground and the other orcs became active. Nifrim jumped on one and slammed him into the dirt. More orcs rushed at him and formed a pile over him, but they were all thrown away wounded and dropped around him. Nifrim stood holding the axe while one orc shouted that they needed to use sorcery because they could not waste their forces without Kaltum. Nifrim widened his eyes as a memory surfaced. The doctor had once warned him not to eat the meat of other demi-humans because they did not know the side effects. He had said that Nifrim's self-repair reacted to the species that formed his foundation, and consuming a different race might lead not to restoration but to collapse. He had added that the first effect might feel similar, and it might not kill him right away, but one thing was sure. Nifrim would wish for death. In the present the orcs cast fire through magic circles and the blast shook the ground as flames surrounded Nifrim. He thought that the doctor had been right about the part that it would not kill him right away, and he felt that was enough. One orc shouted to kill him before he reached the main force while another backed away in fear and said he was eating the meat of their own kind. Nifrim clenched his jaw and thought that he was coming now for Pezel. Another orc watched the fight with wide eyes and thought that something was wrong because the orcs of the Kaltum clan who were the strongest were losing to a single human, and they could not be wiped out like that. Nifrim kept eating the meat when an orc raised his hand and begged to talk and asked what Nifrim wanted and said he could tell the chief. Nifrim held his sword and told him there was no need. Later Nifrim dropped to his knees and murmured that he could not save anyone and that he was sorry. He said he was the one who should have died, and only he needed to die, and he kept apologizing. His eyes widened when he suddenly heard Pezel calling him in a weak and wounded voice. Melge looked at 2 Ounce and said she had seen the pretty boys moving the stuff. She remembered that she had once been a demon king with many servants like them, and hoped she would reclaim that glory again. She shouted at 2 Ounce that his responses had been weak lately, and asked if he was annoyed by her. She bit the dog and scolded it for talking back, attacking it repeatedly. Patrick asked what she was doing. Melge wondered if it was okay to have so many other monsters inside the dungeon. Patrick said it was not a great feeling, but they were not hostile, and it was not her problem because it was the boss of the Primordial Core's issue. Melge admitted she sometimes forgot this place was the Primordial Core. Patrick reassured her it was fine and that it was the boss's problem, not hers. She said she had not expected to find a mythical-grade magic tool so easily. Patrick noted there had been something useful among Lady Bathory's tools and thought she had tried to kidnap him just to get the magic crystal orb from the number 2 ranked demon king, Obscuritas. Bathory stepped forward and said she did not need to come out since her people were carrying things. She greeted Melge with a smile and called her a cute demon king, noting it had been a long time since they had met. Melge looked confused and said she meant that Patrick had arrived. Patrick interrupted and said he was really proud of her. Melge asked what he was suddenly saying. Bathory admired the Demon King's perfect skin. Patrick told Melge that Lady Bathory had come to help and they should show some courtesy. Melge, still confused, asked what he meant and why he was avoiding her eyes. Bathory held Melge and said that with skin like hers, what flowed inside must be pure as well. She smiled and said she would take it as agreed. Melge shouted for Patrick. Patrick turned, and Bathory said only the mirror would go to Swallow and the rest of her things would stay in room 4. She said she would enjoy a few days there. Patrick told Melge that was how it turned out. Melge, with teary eyes, shouted that she had even made popcorn for him. Bathory told Melge to take care of her for a few days, and that they would have a cozy time in the same room. She started walking, and Melge called her a shameless skull-faced witch and cursed Patrick. Bathory said the mirror only activated when she was around and that she would just have a quick taste and be back soon. Patrick told the dog not to look at him like that because it made him sad. Later, Bathory asked what the popcorn was. Patrick explained that Melge had made a bunch, and it was eaten while watching something. Bathory then asked about Swallow. Swallow rose from a pile of popcorns and asked why Bathory was there again. Bathory said she came because Patrick had called her. Swallow asked if she did not have a dungeon to guard. Bathory said it was funny that her dungeon should protect her, and not the other way around. She asked if in the end they had chosen to stand by. Swallow said the Empire had been annoying with all its subjugation nonsense lately, and that he was not fond of Kurak either. He said it was better to let them fight each other. Bathory asked about the time limit set on solving the merchant caravan raid and what his plan had been. Swallow said he was curious to see how far Kurak could go, and transformed into human form. He asked Patrick where Renee was. Patrick said she had gone to comfort Melge. Bathory thought she did not know what they were scheming and wondered if throwing a fit over a food issue and calling it fun was really just for entertainment. Patrick, looking at the mirror, said it looked like it was starting now. Swallow said he wanted to see how well it played out. Bathory thought about what Swallow was preparing and that thinking about it gave her a headache, then her eyes widened. The scene shifted to the humans. A man burst open the door and shouted urgent news that the situation was dire and Felstein had fallen. Another man asked the acting commander what he would do. Cart, captain of the Red Dragon subjugation unit, stepped forward, clenched his fist, and said he would go. Livison denied permission and said the situation on the battlefield was very bad. He explained that it was not a matter of doubting Cart's skills, but with that size of a force, he would only be able to buy time. Even if they were orcs, they were still forces from the Primordial Core, and the Red Dragon subjugation unit could be annihilated by them. Cart stepped forward and said that even if Livison did not trust him, he trusted Livison. He believed things would unfold as Livison expected and said he was going for the future Livison envisioned. Livison commented on how old that story was and finally authorized the deployment of the Nixer Red Dragon subjugation unit. Cart smiled and shouted the unit to move out. Livison murmured to himself that he would meet Cart again. Later, he thought that Felstein was not the kind of fortress to fall in half a day, even against overwhelming numbers. He realized they must have started to move and that the Pope had set up the situation perfectly, making him a believer. His eyes turned dark as he wondered why they were still alive when no one, not even he, knew the answer. A cloaked man arrived at the door and said they were from the Magic Society. Livison told him the door was open and asked if everything was ready. The man removed his cloak and said everything was ready and asked if they should proceed. Later, in the lab, the man told Livison he could lower his hood since no one there would be hostile. He showed Livison their work, and said they had successfully mass-produced it as instructed. Livison said it was excellent. The man then asked what they should do with the Pope's rat they had caught last time, noting they had extracted all necessary information and asking if Livison needed anything more from him. Livison said he thought the Magic Society could put the Pope's rat to good use. He noted that the rat was no longer what he used to be but had once been called the Pope's right hand. He told them to consider it a gift and to use him well, asking if they already had some idea of how to use him. The man smiled and said he just enjoyed a bit of drama. Livison thought that with this, all their cards to draw out the Pope's hand were ready and all their pieces were in place. He planned to use the setup to lure out the Pope's Masterpieces 36 collection and create the apocalypse for Wynn's use. Suddenly, he began to fall and thought many Imperial citizens would probably die, and that he, who had planned the war, would surely fall into hell. The man shouted that he would get some painkillers and told Livison to hang in there. Livison fell to the ground with blood dripping from his mouth and thought that monsters like him must disappear. He realized the world did not need monsters, only small bright lights. The scene shifted to Wynn. Rashmare told her that if she dragged him out at dawn to watch her train, she should at least focus. She said it felt like AR had called her just now. He asked if she really thought he could shout loud enough to reach her, and reminded her that she had not landed a single hit. Wynn clenched her fist, rushed forward, and shouted that she was going again. The scene shifted to Bathory. She flared her aura and said she could not just watch that and not react. Patrick told Swallow that even he should be angry about the situation and that when they said they joined hands with humans, he thought they meant an enemy nation or mercenaries. Bathory clenched her teeth and said the orc had completely abandoned his pride as a monster. Patrick agreed that the religious group had crossed many lines. The scene shifted to the Primordial Core Ice Palace, Margar. Lord Azzy Dahaka reported no major issues and said Arlo had not moved, but another problem had come up. Hexable of the Sand Hell had sided with Kurak. The warriors were traveling when a girl asked Cart about his relationship with acting commander Livison. Cart said it was nothing special and that they had simply grown up in the same village as childhood friends. He then jumped ahead with his sword. In the village, an old man wondered why there was commotion in the rear when the orcs should have been in front. A man on the tower said someone had suddenly appeared so fast that he could not even see clearly. Since that direction led to Liège, he wondered if it was an envoy from the capital. When the villagers got a closer look, they murmured that the figure did not look human at all. When Cart removed his helmet, Lord Maginot fell to the ground in relief and said they were saved, and he had not expected Cart to come. Later, Cart stood on a tower and observed the area. He noted there had not been enough time for the people to evacuate, so they had built fortifications in a rush. For something improvised, he thought it was excellent. He also felt the enemy look suspicious up close. He thought that even with many troops, a siege was not just a matter of numbers. Taking a castle in 5 hours seemed impossible. He thought Carlisle would never surrender and would die defending his land. He wondered if the enemy had magic that destroyed walls instantly, but he knew Nocumble's strength came only from Kurak, who had never used magic. Cart wondered if Ar had known something but could not tell them. He told Lord Maginot he already had a defense plan and asked for full authority over the territory's forces if Maginot had no intention of fighting. Later in the camp, Cart told his subordinates that they would strike first that night. They nodded in agreement. Cart pointed at the map and said they would form a special unit to burn the enemy camp and then retreat. He explained that burning their supplies would lower morale but could also provoke an early attack. They would target only the soldiers' barracks to buy time for reinforcements from the capital. He planned to execute it with exactly 7 people, including himself, using the minimum unit size. A girl said the guards would be tight. Cart replied that they were not trying to sneak back and that if they got caught during the mission, any orc blocking their way would be killed. Later, standing on the tower, the girls said they had scouted with familiars but the beasts had interfered, so it was not perfect. She asked what kind of person Cart had been as a kid and mentioned that the news of him being childhood friends with the acting commander was gossip among the unit. Cart said with annoyance that he should not have mentioned it and that he had been ordinary compared to Ar. She asked if he had been pretty close to him. Cart said maybe it was just him who thought that, explaining that Ar had always focused on reality while he chased dreams. He smiled and said that was why he had to keep chasing his dreams. The girl said he was probably dense because he kept chasing dreams and asked if he should start facing reality, mentioning things like marriage. Lord Maginot arrived and said he had someone to introduce. He explained with a smile that an A-rank subjugation unit had been stationed in the territory, and that they wanted to help however they could. A knight placed a hand on his chest and said he had long heard of Cart's fame and asked him to give any orders without hesitation. Later, Cart sat in the camp and thought something felt off. The area was too quiet for wartime, and he felt Ar would have come up with a far better plan in this situation. A man arrived and said he was the captain who had introduced himself earlier. Cart said he was resting. The man said he had heard the rumor that Cart always rested to compose himself before a subjugation and wanted to discuss the night raid on the orc camp. Cart said only his unit would participate, so there was nothing to discuss. The man said it was nothing grand, but if the operation succeeded, it would put him in a tough spot. He then said he would have to ask Cart to die there. A masked man suddenly stabbed Cart with a sword. But Cart began laughing, confusing them. He said he knew taking a castle in 5 hours was ridiculous, and that there had been a traitor all along. With a cold expression, he asked them why they thought he was. The village burned in the night, and the knights screamed in panic. Cart held a man by the throat and said he had set the fire. He ordered that the plan had changed because more of the so-called holy knights were hiding in the territory. He named Pavel Rakhnahobo Samani and Lashu and told them to see the Lord at once. He told them to subdue anyone who interfered and to show the Lord the item he had found if anyone questioned them. A knight raised his hand and asked what they should do next, wondering if they should bring the Lord in since the traitors had come through him. Cart said they should interrogate him without limits and learn his connection to the traitors and where they were hiding. Another girl knight asked with worry if the orc camp raid was cancelled. Cart answered that the raid would continue but only he and Rain May would carry it out. She agreed to follow him without hesitation. Cart then ordered the rest to spread through the territory and watch every suspicious person. He lifted his hand and said the holy knights had worked with the orcs and their raid plan had probably leaked. To destroy the traitors before they reacted they needed to move fast. He promised he would return in glory within 30 minutes and wished them luck. Later that night the scene shifted to the orc camp where Rain May crouched in the darkness. She looked around and whispered that there were not many guards. She believed the situation would be manageable and waited for the captain's command. Cart warned that the orc shamans might counter mid-level magic, so they needed to move closer until they could use high-level magic. Rain May noticed a wound on his side and asked if he was injured, telling him that hiding the wound would not make it disappear. Cart brushed it off and said it was only a scratch, but she argued that it did not look like a normal scratch and called him all brawn and no sense. Before they could continue, an orc shouted that they were under attack and Rain May whispered that the orcs had spotted them right away. Cart ordered them to fire as soon as the spell was ready. As the orcs rushed forward, he stepped ahead and said he would protect her. Rain May lifted her glowing staff and told him to make it flashy as always. Their blasts sent the orcs flying and flames filled the battlefield. Rain May cheered that the spell had worked and told him they should retreat at once. Cart told her to go without him. She turned to him in shock and asked what he meant. Cart told her to return and take command because he could not leave now. His eyes fixed on the massive orc standing ahead, and he said that the creature was the gatekeeper, worth more than killing thousands of low-level orcs. She shouted that he was not at full strength, and that this was the gatekeeper of the primordial core. Cart repeated that he did not falter. Rain May grabbed him and confessed that if he died everything would be over. He told her not to worry because he would win. She stepped forward and said they would win and return together. Cart widened his eyes at her words and she reminded him that they only had to win. He nodded and then leapt forward toward the orcs, shouting that he would go all out from the start. The scene shifted to the dungeon where Swallow watched the battle through a mirror and muttered that the red human was not bad. Patrick crossed his arms and said that even Melge must see how skilled Cart was. He called out to her, but Melge shouted at him and called him a traitorous skeleton. The battle continued in the reflection and Renee watched with sparkling eyes. She claimed she was touched and said the human clearly understood romance, a man and woman trusting each other in danger and love blooming in crisis. She asked Swallow what he thought, leaving him completely confused. Fire spread around the battlefield and the heat wrapped the entire area. A cloaked orc peeked out from the camp and muttered that the humans had come exactly as the commander predicted. He sounded surprised that the prediction had been so accurate. He turned his head and asked what they should do now, saying he had followed the instructions exactly. Karak stepped forward calmly and said it was time to move. The scene shifted back to the dungeon where Melge stared at the mirror with confusion. She complained that she could not understand the humans' actions. If their surprise attack had worked, it would have been smarter to retreat at once. Continuing the battle only looked foolish to her. Patrick agreed that she was not wrong, but he explained that the human captain must have a plan. He said the captain had seen the true strength of the orcs the moment he arrived and must have realized their side could not win by numbers alone. This was a war that would have been decided by overwhelming size from the start. Still, the orcs had built fortifications to let their reinforcements rest, and since they were resting anyway, they had placed those structures close to the humans to spread fear. Patrick said that such a large difference in numbers alone could crush the will of weaker armies. That was why the human captain stayed, to defeat the gatekeeper of Teak Cavern, raise morale, and slow down the orc assault even by a single day. Melge narrowed her eyes and said the human looked like he was made of muscle even inside the brain, yet he was surprisingly clever. Patrick shook his head slightly, and told her that even that was not fully true. He said the decision was noble for a warrior but foolish for a commander. Then he looked steadily at Melge and added that the human had underestimated Karak far too much. The scene shifted back to the battlefield where the fight neared its end. Cart glanced at Rain May and asked if she was alright. She lowered her head and said her mana had nearly been drained by the gatekeeper. Cart asked if she could still use Cure, telling her that once the flames died the orcs would swarm them, so she needed to hold them off and retreat quickly. She nodded and stepped forward with him, but her eyes widened in confusion when she saw the empty ground. She said she had thought the orcs would go berserk once their leader died. Realization hit her like a blow, and she shouted that the orcs must have attacked the commanderless main base while they were busy fighting. She called the gatekeeper a trap and said they needed to hurry. They ran across the burning territory until they reached piles of human bodies. Cart clenched his teeth and slashed into the orcs with wild fury. Rain May rushed to him and begged him to calm down. She thought he had lost his mind from guilt and fear, especially with the injuries he carried from the gatekeeper fight. Cart shouted to her that he would head to the Lord while she joined the retreating citizens and knights. She tried to protest, but he cut her off and said he would be fine. He told her that the people needed her more than him and that she could save many lives. Rain May trembled with anger and fear, saying if he died she would never forgive him. She rose to her feet and shouted his name as Cart turned toward the enemy lines. He declared that since he could not die, the orcs would have to die in his place. The scene moved to the castle where Cart stared at the magical gadget with frustration. Only one signal from all the squad leaders remained active. He wondered if the others had died before even reaching the place. He thought that something was wrong, that maybe the raid plan had been flawed from the beginning, or maybe the orcs had simply reacted well. He swore he would take full responsibility for the failure. He burst through the castle door and shouted for any surviving squad leaders. A knight in white armor stood calmly above a fallen body. He said Cart had arrived late, explaining that one squad leader had been alive only moments ago before they snapped his neck. He said he had done the same to another holy knight. Rage filled Cart and his body began to transform. The white-armored knight smirked and said he finally understood the rumors. He asked if this was the Crimson Dragon armor and said he wanted to test which was stronger between Cart's armor and one of the Holy Sea's 36 masterpieces. Humans ran through the burning streets while a knight shouted for everyone to hurry and not look back. He ordered the Red Dragon subjugation force to hold the line until every citizen escaped, and he told them to protect the escape route no matter what. As he ran, he thought bitterly about the orcs. They were too strong and far too many, and at this rate they would be wiped out. He wished the captain were there, because they would not have been pushed back so easily. A red aura suddenly spread through the area as Rain May appeared. She announced that she would teleport as many citizens as she could and told the subjugation force to reform their ranks and retreat while protecting the rear. She looked toward the castle and saw an explosion. She wondered if a battle had broken out inside and begged Cart to hold on, promising she would reach him soon. Inside the castle, a girl in holy knight armor studied Cart's transformed body with interest. She said he had truly become a dragon and complained that the heat made it hard to think. She stepped closer and said that even so, his strength still did not compare to the Holy Sea's masterpiece. She noted she had not taken a single hit and asked if this was really his best. She said she wanted to test his power more. Cart suddenly rose from the ground. His tail lashed out and grabbed her while he punched her with full force. The attack burned through everything in its path, but it still failed to harm her. She commented calmly that his attack seemed aimed at melting rather than crushing and begged him to go wilder. Cart roared and attacked again, sending her flying into a pool of lava. He unleashed a dragon breath of fire straight into the pit. Her eyes widened just before the explosion shook the entire castle. When the dust settled, Cart stood alone, breathing heavily. He thought it was a good thing he had ended the fight before his dragon mode ended. Even for him, holding that form any longer would have been dangerous. With a slow exhale, he let the power fade and shifted back into his human form. The girl rose out of the lava with a smile, untouched by the attack. She said she was impressed and had even braced herself a little, but her holy masterpiece armor had not received a single scratch. She told Cart he had played all his cards and that if he had nothing else left, their fight should end there. Outside on the battlefield, Rain May shouted for Cart, desperately calling him to answer. When she stepped forward, her eyes widened as Cart's body burst through the castle wall and crashed to the ground. She sprinted toward him in panic. Cart forced himself up and ordered her to run immediately. He told her not to waste mana and yelled at her to get out. She cried and asked why he was saying such things. The girl stepped out of the broken wall with a smile and told him he should have died 6 times already, calling him an impressive dragon slayer. Cart placed his hand on Rainmai's shoulder and ordered her not to fight. He told her to leave at once and report everything to the acting commander named AR before it was too late. The girl lifted her arms and mocked their bond, pretending to be moved. Cart clenched his teeth and explained that all the traitors were dogs of the Pope and that every holy knight was an enemy. Rain May had to deliver the message and become the one who would lay the foundation for their counterattack. Rain May placed her head against his arm and healed him, promising she would go ahead as he told her. He managed a tired smile. The girl then asked Rain May to deliver a message of her own. She said she could not chase a teleporting mage and claimed it must be divine will. She explained that they had planned to contact Lays after the fall of Felstein, but the orcs had destroyed all communication devices. She said the Pope had a message for the acting commander, that divine judgment would soon fall on them. She added another message of her own, saying she looked forward to seeing the strength of their heroes. Cart roared and rushed toward her in fury, slamming her into the ground. She laughed with excitement and told him to show her the full strength of his unbroken will. Cart clenched his teeth and answered with cold resolve, telling her they would go together into the fight, Holy Knight. The scene shifted to the fiery battlefield where Cart lay on the ground wounded. A mage knelt beside him and tried to cure him, but panic filled his voice as he asked what was wrong with Cart's arm and why the spell was not working. Cart struggled to sit up and told him to report the battle situation. The mage clenched his teeth with sorrow and said the territory had fallen, 53 civilians still had not escaped, and only 14 members of the subjugation force remained. The terrified citizens could not move and the remaining soldiers were hiding while protecting them. He added that the closest escape route was the bridge by the north gate, but the orcs had already taken it. Cart pushed himself upright and said there was still a chance, and they should go. The mage tried to stop him, and said he could not fight in that condition. Cart answered that he was responsible for everything so he had to go. The mage cried out and asked why only Cart blamed himself. Cart told him that he already knew whose life he needed to save and said he was already done for, so he would use what was left of his life to serve the Empire until the end. The scene moved to the knights who stood between the citizens and the orcs. One knight shouted that he would take at least 10 orcs with him, and another warned that a big one was coming, but they had no choice because their duty was to protect the citizens. An orc rushed forward, but Cart suddenly arrived and slammed its head into the ground. He stood before the frightened people and shouted that all remaining citizens of the Empire should hear him. He said he was Cart the Dragon Slayer, and he would ensure their escape. He reminded them that they were citizens of the Empire whose virtues were courage and pride, and begged them to rely on him one more time. He promised to open the escape route and told them to follow him. The door opened and the people finally stepped forward. Cart looked at their faces and called out to the Nixer Red Dragon subjugation force, telling them to protect the citizens and follow him since he would open the way no matter what. The humans ran and murmured to each other that they should hurry, and that once they crossed the bridge they would be safe. A knight rushed to Cart and said that all civilians had crossed the bridge and now they could cross as well. Cart told him to go. The knight stared in shock and asked what Cart meant. Cart said he would destroy the bridge and ordered the knight to escort the people to safety. The knight shouted that they could not leave Cart behind, but Cart repeated the order. He turned his head with a small smile and said it had been an honor to fight with them. Then he clenched his fist and brought the bridge down. Cart stood before the remaining orcs and said none of them would get past him. The orcs whispered among themselves and said he was only one man and they should take him down with a curse before chasing the humans. But suddenly their bodies vanished from where they stood. Cart's eyes widened as Karak appeared in front of him and asked for his name. Cart gave it with his eyes closed. Karak said he would remember him and then drove his axe into Cart's body. Cart collapsed on the ground defeated. The orcs roared that their great commander had brought Cart down and ordered everyone to charge. Karak announced that they were flanking. The orcs grew confused until Karak warned them not to make him repeat himself. He turned to a cloaked orc named Dara and told him to give Cart a proper burial because he had been a fine warrior. Hexable drifted into her memories and thought about the deep cave where she first became aware of herself. She remembered how she evolved just to keep a sense of self that should not have existed, and how she had still been nothing more than food raised for a powerful predator. She had accepted that fate until the moment Swallow appeared. He stepped forward back then and casually pointed out that if she ate like that she must also be swallowing sand and that her taste was strange, though he would not judge since it was her last meal. Hexable recalled how weak he had looked compared to the predator, yet even she had understood the truth the moment she saw him. She thought the word myth as the predator simply exploded and died without resistance before him. She wondered if a piece of food like her was allowed to dream a new dream. Swallow had told her that if she was curious she should come find out, and said he happened to need a monster or two to guard the dungeon anyway. From that moment Hexable decided she wanted to be like him. In the present, Patrick told Swallow that if he kept eating he would really evolve into a pig. Swallow lay on the ground with a huge belly while Renee said she still liked him just the way he was. Patrick shouted in frustration and said Swallow was not a pig and it made no sense to devour anything edible like that. All the popcorn had vanished and he found it unbelievable. Swallow groaned that he felt like throwing up and Patrick warned that if he tried, he would shove the food back into his mouth. Renee smiled gently and said Swallow should not only eat popcorn since it was not balanced, and she offered to cook something. Battery watched the mirror and said that things might finally become interesting and that from here on it looked like they would fight seriously. She added that after the death of the Red Dragon nothing really changed anyway, and she admitted that the human had been impressive. Patrick said Cart had fought well, even if he had lacked in some areas. Melge then asked something that bothered her. She said there were many orcs and orcs usually preferred large battles on open plains, yet the humans had chosen the battlefield themselves. She pointed at the map and said the Anon plains were flat with almost no advantage for humans, so she wondered if they had already given up. Patrick told her she had judged correctly and that there was almost no geographical benefit. Even so, it was a place the humans had to defend. He explained that there were two ways into the heart of the empire. One was the standard route through Lays, a city with 6 walls that still would not slow Kurak. The other was a functioning teleportation hub near the Annan Plains that connected directly inside the third wall. Battery said that Swallow had given Kurak a time limit, and because of that Kurak had targeted the hub. Melj asked why the humans did not simply destroy the hub themselves and defend from behind the walls. Battery smiled and said she was very smart but that they could not do that right now. Patrick added that destroying the hub meant clashing with the Holy Knights first. That was why he called it an extermination battle. The orcs would try to end the war in the 3 weeks Swallow had mentioned, and the humans had to win, while protecting the hub. There was nowhere to retreat. One side would be wiped out on that battlefield. He then said it might not be so one-sided and asked Battery to zoom in on the far side. Battery raised her hand and told the little demon lord to watch closely. Melj widened her eyes when the mirror zoomed in, and she clenched her teeth as she asked if the figure she saw was a hero. Patrick frowned and asked why that person was there. He asked Battery to zoom in on the center mirror as well and wondered why that figure was standing in that position. A few days earlier Wen trained with excitement, and said she was dying because Rashmare never went easy on her but she still loved it. Livison approached and asked Rashmare for a moment. He told him that Kart had fallen in battle. Rashmare folded his arms and asked if it had been Kurak or the gatekeeper. Livison explained that Kart would never fall to a gatekeeper and that while Kurak had been his last opponent, the fatal blow had come from a holy knight who did not receive even a single scratch from Kart. Rashmare said that sounded exaggerated since Kart's strength was known by everyone. He rubbed his forehead and asked if that meant it was time for the hero to step in. Livison said it would be fine if Rashmare stepped in instead. Rashmare refused and said he had no desire to get caught in the acting commander's schemes. Livison then asked how Wen was doing. Rashmare tried to explain. He said Byrne had been a genius, and so had he. Byrne had taken a week to get used to a sword, 2 months to follow what he was taught, half a year to truly master it, and a year to add his own style. Yet Wen had trained only a few days. On the first day she could not land a single proper hit, but they were already exchanging forms now. He still landed far more blows on her, but the training gauntlet he used could not even produce shockwaves. If he had used the real thing he might not have been able to handle it. Livison thanked him for teaching her well. Rashmare said she still had not added her own color to the technique, so the training was not finished, and yet Livison planned to deploy her. Livison answered that it was time to prepare because since the masterpiece had appeared, the Pope's side would push everything. He said they should talk to Wen as well. Rashmare refused again and said worrying would only look like meddling. He said they wanted to expand the war, crush the Pope's faction, seize the masterpiece, and defeat Swallow, and it was a noble goal, but tens of thousands of Imperial citizens had already died because of the game they created. That number would grow many times over. He asked what Livison would do when Wen found out. Livison said that he would face it when the time came. The prince shouted in anger and demanded to know how Livison planned to take responsibility. He accused him of incompetence, and reminded him that they had not won a single victory. He cried out that many noble elites had died and asked how Livison intended to resolve the crisis. He declared that even if the king forgave him, the empire and he himself would never forgive Livison. Livison turned to leave but the prince shouted again and demanded he stop. He said he could strip Livison of his position and mocked him as street scum desperate for a petty title. Livison kept walking and told him to go ahead and try if he could handle the consequences. The prince continued shouting as Livison left. The scene moved to the royal hall where the king said he had heard the war was not going well. Livison knelt and said he had no excuse. The king said the process meant nothing in war and only the ending mattered. He asked if Livison could bring them victory in the end. Livison answered that he would without any doubt. The king told him not to worry about his second son who only cared about what he could see in front of him. Livison expressed his gratitude for the king's concern for his vassals. The king looked out the window and simply said he wanted results. Later Livison lay on a sofa and thought the king looked like a ruined man. He sat up and thought about how badly the king's mind had deteriorated already, and how his body barely functioned. He believed the king might not last 6 months, maybe even less, because the progression was too fast. By the time the war ended he himself would probably be different. He wished he could predict the symptoms. First came collapse, then hallucinations, and he wondered what would come next. He felt something crawling through his body and a floating feeling as if he was turning into something else. Suddenly he heard a sound and froze. He wondered with shock if that noise was another hallucination. Garrett warned Livison not to cause trouble again, and said cleaning up after him was difficult. She told him they needed to start preparing because everyone would gather soon, though the church still made no move. Livison said the church likely planned to stay still for now. The Pope wanted to overthrow the royal family and gain full power, and wasting forces on this battle would not help them. Even so, everything felt too easy to predict, which made him uneasy. He remembered what Rain May had repeated about the Holy Knight's claim. Garrett held a stack of papers and said that even if the church had a powerful masterpiece, handling 2 heroes would be difficult. From her judgment, Wen alone could overpower them. But she asked about the list she held. Livison said it was the list of those who had to exit the battlefield at the Annan Plains. She asked if he planned to continue the plan. He nodded and said they must lose the battle no matter what. She accepted it and asked if he was studying the primordial core records again. He said he had not found anything useful. Renee was definitely a second-generation homunculus, but all records from that generation had vanished. Patrick was a strong skeleton, and there had to be something about his human life, but too many people had the name Patrick. When he searched deeper he found even more, including Patrizio Ranchel Suev, the founding hero whose grave he had once prayed at. Garrett asked if it could really be that Patrick, even though it sounded like a dangerous idea. Livison said there was no chance because the grave had never been opened since the Empire was founded. Suddenly he lost strength and collapsed. Garrett hurried to him and gave him a potion. She told him it was time to let her handle things. He drank it but said he could not hand over his duties. At least for this war he needed to be the one to finish it. Later all the knights gathered and Livison stood on stage to speak. He thanked them for coming despite their busy duties. He began to speak about mankind's long struggle to build nations in search of freedom, and how all failures had led to the creation of the Empire. Then his eyes widened and his body started to transform. Blood dripped from his mouth and he fell unconscious. As he opened his eyes he heard Wen crying out to him. He thought that she must promise to do what he needed her to do. In the mirror the knights appeared and Patrick looked at Rashmare with suspicion. He said in a tired voice that the man belonged to the royal family, and he never expected a cowardly royal to show up on a battlefield. He thought the man was probably the highest among the humans but doubted he would truly command anything. Something felt wrong to him because the capital was not under attack and no full mobilization had been ordered. If the royal had come just to raise morale it felt strange. Patrick searched the battlefield and noticed that no one seemed to be leading the Imperial army. He turned to Swallow and asked if he had messed with the human command structure again. Swallow looked shocked and denied it before admitting he might have done something but could not remember clearly. The scene moved to the castle where Wen stood with the other knights outside a room. She turned to Garrett and asked if she had known the truth. Garrett lowered her gaze and finally nodded. Wen looked at the others and whispered with hurt that she had been the only one kept in the dark and even the old man had known. Anger and sadness rose inside her and she clenched her fist. She said everyone had left her out and demanded to know why they had not told her. She slammed her fist on the floor and shouted through tears that if everyone knew someone should have stopped things from turning out that way. She begged for at least one excuse. Rashmare stepped forward and held her hand, telling her to calm down and reminding her that he had not trained her to break the ground whenever she was upset. Xian then stepped in and said the acting commander had not wanted her to know. Sir Livison had chosen to keep it hidden and that was the only reason. Wen asked why they had kept the truth from her and demanded a reason. Xian pulled up his cloak hood and said he did not know, then reminded her that it was wartime and they had no time to stand around arguing. Wen gritted her teeth and said everyone was hiding something. Garrett stood silently, and her thoughts drifted to Commander Ribison. She remembered how he had always been a master strategist, trusted more than the royal family, and second only to the emperor in authority. No knight or citizen had ever doubted him. But she wondered if this path was really right. She questioned why he hid his condition only from Wen. Wen would have blamed herself, yet the commander would have given her a reason she could overcome. Garrett felt something was wrong because he hid something that would be discovered anyway. She knew letting doubt become suspicion was dangerous, but she also felt determined. She touched the door handle and thought that whatever he was hiding, she could cover all of it. The scene shifted to the battlefield where the prince stepped forward and asked if the Black Wolf Knights did not trust him. Staman turned and said the prince had come without an escort and asked what brought him there. The prince admitted he understood their distrust because he had once been their enemy. He said he opposed the acting commander's one-man rule but still acknowledged and respected him. He explained he wanted to face the commander fairly one day and for that they needed to win this battle. Starman listened as the prince spoke plainly. The prince said he needed to earn merit and asked Starman to fight beside him. He admitted he had planned to burden their order with minor tasks while he chased the glory, but the orc numbers were too large and the empire would fall if he acted selfishly. He said he did not like the knights, but he respected their strength and wanted to entrust his back to them for this battle. After the war ended they might clash again, but for now he asked for unity. Starman accepted and said he would give his life to the cause. The scene returned to the room where Garrett stared at the papers in shock. She shouted in disbelief and wondered how anyone could do something so terrible. She thought with wide eyes about the commander and asked herself how a person could carry such a burden. The orc ran toward Dara and reported that the human forces had started moving and everyone was waiting for his orders. He added that the other chieftains were already at the front. Daru understood and sent him back to the lines, then told Kurak that the battle had finally begun. Kurak asked if the hero had appeared and Daru confirmed that he had taken a bold position high in the sky. Kurak understood that the one in the sky had to be Sion, the strongest mage on the human side, and said everything had to go as planned. On the ground the army of knights stood opposite the massive orc army. Both sides rushed forward and the battle broke open. Sion hovered above them and created many magic circles that fell onto the orcs in a burst of explosions. Prince widened his eyes when he saw the sky twist with fiery aura and dark holes as a heavy pressure shook the land. Berizik looked up and wondered if the war would end quickly if they left everything to Sion. Starman wanted to dismiss him, but even he began to think the same after witnessing the destruction. Berizik muttered that the Anon Plains would soon turn into a canyon. Starman admitted it was possible but reminded him that Sion's mana was not endless and that the T-Cavern forces would not fall so easily. He felt their enemies had grown fiercer after losing some of their warriors. He tightened his grip on his hammer and said it was time for them to join the fight as the hunt was about to begin. The knights took their stances but their eyes widened when they saw the huge monster standing before them. Sion looked at it and admitted he had expected something like this from the T-Cavern forces. Kurak had brought out one of the continent's 9 mystical beasts, the Manticore. Far away Swallow watched the scene through the mirror and complained that the creature looked ugly. He joked that he felt jealous because such a monster could guard several rooms with ease. Patrick explained that the continent had many mystical beasts, but this one was especially dangerous. He said the 9 mystical beasts were divided across the sea, sky, and land, and the Manticore alone had wiped out many a rank subjugation squads. Swallow still called it ugly, and said he would not want it inside his dungeon. Patrick told Swallow to sit properly. Swallow did not understand the problem and said he was comfortable in his own house. He then asked Azidahaka why she had come and warned her that if she wanted something he would not do it, so she should speak quickly. Azidahaka said it was not a request. She had come to report something she found suspicious. The last time she visited, she saw Kurak having a private meeting with Hexable. Swallow reacted with surprise and joked that Hexable was already at that age. Renee smiled and reminded him that she was also old enough to date, and that love was a wonderful thing. Patrick grew frustrated and asked if she was bringing that topic up again. Swallow sighed and asked why it mattered that Kurak and Hexable had met. Azidahaka explained that it seemed suspicious for them to meet alone right after Kurak declared war. It made her think Hexable might be involved in something. Patrick agreed, saying the timing did seem strange. Swallow ordered Patrick to send everyone out except Azidahaka and not allow anyone else inside. Patrick understood and obeyed. Once they were alone, Azidahaka grew uneasy. She felt the air grow heavier and wondered if she had made a mistake. She questioned whether she had done something wrong. When Swallow calmly asked what Hexable had done, she panicked and stood up. She realized that if she had been wrong about Swallow's involvement, she might have walked right into danger. Swallow's expression turned cold as he repeated his question about Hexable. Under the pressure, Azidahaka released a dark aura and declared that she, Azidahaka of Margar, would not go down quietly. Swallow calmly asked what she meant by going down, and what she was doing, but Azidahaka transformed into a dragon. The room darkened and she realized the presence belonged to Swallow. He repeated his question, and she wondered if she could win. She knew she was also a master of T-Cavern and might not win, but she believed she would not die easily as she formed a magic ball. Swallow scratched his head and asked her to stop because it was noisy. He said he knew she was a dragon, but he only wanted her to answer about Hexable plotting something. He reminded her that he had already asked several times. He even asked if she did not know and then yawned while telling her to stop breaking his house. Soon she sat down in confusion and apologized. Patrick said it was clearly Swallow's fault for pretending to act serious for no reason. He looked at Swallow and told him to apologize too. Swallow did, and Patrick said that was better. Swallow admitted he had become tense because she spoke so seriously. Patrick reminded him that he had messed up like this before when he got tense. Swallow asked if he really had to keep poking at his weak spots. Azidahaka looked exhausted and thought she could not understand this place at all. Patrick said that what she reported and Hexabel's behavior in the meeting did not match. That meant Hexable must have been acting from the beginning to deceive them. Swallow said she had told them she did not know what was discussed in private. Patrick answered that if it was a meeting with Kurak, it was probably connected to the current war. He did not know Hexable well but said Swallow knew her better. The battlefield was filled with chaos as the orc and human armies clashed. Prince shouted in disbelief, wondering how the orcs had deployed so many monsters. A knight warned that they could not hold their formation and begged him to retreat. Another soldier demanded to know what Sion was doing. Someone explained that Sion had exhausted his mana with full-powered spells and needed time to recover. They said the Manticore was the greatest threat, and Prince clenched his teeth. On the orc side, Daru observed that things were going exactly as Commander Kurak predicted. Other than the monsters they had thrown at Sion as bait, their losses were small. Kurak admitted he had not expected such a difference just because they had not deployed the beast unit until now. He said the humans must have been too confident in their own strength. He knew there had to be a reason for the timing and said it should be about time their hidden force reached the battlefield. Daru confirmed they had just joined. Kurak ordered preparations for the next move. Daru relayed the command, telling all chieftains to go wild as they pleased, and the orcs rushed the humans with renewed strength. Berizik charged forward, cutting down orcs until the ground was scattered with pieces. A red aura burst from him as he activated his masterpiece. The beast roared when Berizik struck it again and again from every direction. Rainmei watched with worry and asked if it was really safe for him to fight the Manticore alone. Sturman said that once the masterpiece was activated, their interference would only cause problems. He explained that the magical tool Masterpiece 36, Bloody Mary, attacked everything in a wide area without caring who it hit. It even targeted the user, but Berizik enjoyed that danger. He always ended up with serious wounds afterward but never minded. Sturman then asked if she was alright. Rainmei thanked him and said she was fine because she was also part of the Nixer Red Dragon subjugation squad. Sturman said he was glad she was fine and apologized if his concern had been unnecessary. He added that he wished he could leave the fight to Berizik and the others, but the enemy numbers were simply too large. Rainmei replied that the orcs were still just a chaotic crowd. She said they had been pushed back before because they lacked numbers and proper command, but now things were different since nearly all of the Empire's elite subjugation members had gathered. She believed the outcome would change this time. Suddenly a freezing blast shook the ground and Rainmei shouted that it was an ambush. Sturman warned that they could not relax and ordered all subjugation forces to prepare for battle and form ranks. The scene shifted to the dusty ground where Berizik glared at Kurak and asked what he was planning. Kurak said he had only been waiting for his turn because he wanted to test himself against Berizik. He was curious how a human who was not even a hero could become so strong. He promised not to let him rest as long as he did not run. Berizik warned him that if Kurak died there, the war would end immediately. Kurak simply told him not to worry because that would not happen. Berizik smirked and invited him to attack, calling him a fool. A knight opened his eyes and wondered if he had fainted. He remembered taking a hit to the head, yet only his helmet had flown off while he remained standing. Another knight yelled at him to get up because a retreat order had been given. If he wanted to live, he had to run. The knights rushed toward the fortress, and one of them shouted that they needed to reorganize the troops, and that they would be safe as long as the prince was there. Prince watched the battlefield and thought that things had not gone as planned, but they could not afford to lose more soldiers. Since it was an open plain, there would be no ambush. If they retreated to a siege, they might still have a chance. He wondered if the subjugation squad was alright, and hoped Sturman was safe. A knight informed him that the troops had been received and urged him to enter the fortress. Prince agreed. Before he could move further, a heavy pressure struck the ground and someone landed on the ice. Prince looked up in shock as a giant orc asked if he was the humans' leader. In the dungeon, the group watched through the mirror and said it was over. Swallow replied that many humans were still alive and killing one leader would not end a war. Battery complained that speaking with that creature felt disgusting and said she would sleep, leaving the mirror on for later. Swallow told her to go home because he felt like heading out himself. Renee and Meld stared at him in surprise and he asked why they were looking at him that way. Renee panicked and asked if he had eaten something bad. She wondered how long he had been awake and said he must have lost his senses from eating too much popcorn. She insisted he needed rest. Swallow said it was nothing and he simply felt like visiting Liage or maybe the Annan Plains. Battery asked if it was because of Kurak and Swallow quietly admitted it was something like that. Patrick said he was ready. Battery asked if this meant it was not just a simple trip. Patrick urged Swallow to go and whispered a question about bringing waiting darkness. Swallow said there was no need since he would handle it himself. Battery asked why he was going and Swallow said it was nothing huge. Then his expression darkened and he said he simply wanted to have a talk with Hex Sable. Battery asked how he planned to travel and if she should send some men. Swallow pointed at Azidahaka and said he would ride her since she seemed to fly well. Azidahaka stared at him in shock. The scene shifted to the orcs. Dara asked Kurak how it went. Kurak said he was grateful for the fight and admitted humans had many talented people. Dara looked at Berizik's fallen body and asked what they should do with it. He wondered if they should hold a funeral like they had done for Kart and then give the weapon to a new chieftain, but then said it was too much trouble. He suggested sending both the body and the weapon back to the humans. He questioned if that was wise because the weapon was a masterpiece and learning it had been taken would crush human morale. Kurak said it did not matter. Masterpieces were useless against him and human morale had already fallen enough. The scene shifted to Sturman fighting Kaltum. Sturman thought the orc was strong but not someone he could not defeat. However, he was worried that the battle situation would cause a break in the commander's orders. Kaltum noticed his distraction and asked if the other humans were bothering him. Sturman admitted it and said beasts would not understand. Kaltum told him to focus because he had no one left to guard his back. Sturman called it a pathetic attempt to provoke him, but Kaltum said he was only telling the truth and pointed behind him. Sturman turned and his eyes widened as he saw the prince's head hanging from a sword. On another part of the battlefield, an orc faced Rashmir. The orc said it had been a long time since he had a real fight, and he was not sure how well he would do. Rashmir said he might warm up a little. The scene shifted to earlier when Wynn shouted in frustration and asked why they would not let her go. The knight answered that it was the princess' order and that Hero Wynn had been commanded to focus on defending the capital. Wynn argued that she was supposed to kill the orcs to protect the capital. The knight tried to explain that her presence in Liage alone would calm the citizens. She became even more upset and asked what nonsense that was when everyone else was fighting. The knight reminded her that the strongest warriors were already on the battlefield and she needed to trust them. She clenched her fist and insisted that trust was not the point because she needed to be out there right now. Rashmir stepped in and told her to calm down. When he held her by the shoulder, she shouted for him to let go. He told her to calm herself and said she was blaming the wrong person. She demanded to know who she was supposed to blame. Later, Rashmir stood before Princess Rebecca with his sword raised. A priest shouted in outrage and called for the guards. Rashmir greeted the princess calmly. Princess Rebecca exploded with anger and called him a lowborn who dared point a sword at her. She threatened to hang his head at the castle gate. The prince intervened and told her to be quiet. He apologized to Rashmir for his sister's foolishness and asked when Rashmir had returned to the capital without notice. He addressed him as Sir Razumir Lichtenauer the hero. Rashmir greeted the first prince and said it had been a long time since the demon lord's subjugation. He skipped the formalities and demanded that when Historia be sent to the Annan Plains immediately. He accused the nobles of keeping the hero as an escort in case they needed to flee and called their plan to split the forces foolish. Turning to Wynn with a smile, he told her not to let herself be chained to the Empire. The prince agreed to grant Rashmir's demand and ordered the princess released. On the battlefield, Wynn and Rashmir faced the orcs. Wynn blocked an orc weapon with ease, making the orc wonder how she could stand firm and even joke while being attacked. She clenched her fist and slammed the orc away with a blast. Rashmir remarked that it did not look like something he had taught her. Wynn shouted that they would wipe out all the enemies and jumped high, telling Rashmir not to fall behind. Rashmir complained about no consideration for an old master and asked the knights if they had seen any of the so-called holy knights. The knight admitted that it was too chaotic to tell. Rashmare ordered them to protect the fortress, and reminded them they had to win. The scene then shifted to Patrick and Swallow sitting on the flying dragon as Dahaka. Patrick told his boss that the others had arrived and asked what he would do next. The battle between Orc and Rashmare continued. Rashmare rushed forward while Orc began to run. Wen shouted, asking where he was running and telling him to stop. Rashmare told her it was enough, and that she should not chase, as Orc had too much to do. Patrick watched from above and thought things were getting interesting. He noted the human hero called Iron Fist, and said he had seen many heroes but never one like him. Swallow remembered the hero and said he was pretty strong but could not recall his name. Dahaka asked if the appearance of the human hero meant Kurak had lost. Patrick said not yet, explaining that no matter how strong the hero was, he could not handle all the orcs alone and might not even defeat Kurak one-on-one. He also wondered at the depth of Kurak's grudge against humans, saying even Erebus had not gone all out like this. Swallow argued that Kurak had already brought Nilkumbal to massacre humans, and did not seem to hate humans that much. Kurak rode a huge eagle, crossing his arms and thinking the cult fools were incompetent for boasting they could stop the hero from joining. Daru spoke through an artifact, suggesting they could still capture the city if they ignored their losses and advanced. Kurak observed Rashmare and thought that although they had troops, the absence of the chieftains was critical. He realized that fighting the heroes now would be near annihilation, especially with the one using the sword. He had wanted to face him personally after capturing Kaltum, but even joining the battlefield late, the hero had quickly understood the situation. Kurak considered him very wise. Kurak ordered Daru to retreat all forces. Wen cried as she looked at Sturman's body, apologizing and wishing she had arrived earlier. Rashmare thought the losses were great and that everyone had underestimated Kurak. Taking down the orc chieftains was a gain, but at this rate, he worried that Liaj would fall soon. A knight stepped forward holding armor and introduced himself as Cable, vice captain of the Nixer Red Dragon's subjugation squad. Rashmare asked about the armor, and Cable explained it belonged to the captain. The orcs had taken it, but Vice Captain Rain May had intervened. Rashmare realized that Rain May had self-destructed, and Cable said the armor was a legacy left by the captain and vice captain and asked Rashmare to carry it on. Rashmare swore on his name to uphold it. Wen remembered that Rain May had mentioned holy knights who had joined hands with the monsters and that they had blocked them earlier. She sensed their presence on the battlefield and suddenly declared that she had found them. Above, Patrick observed that the humans were retreating. Swallow asked if they were moving toward the hub, and Patrick explained that since the orcs were also retreating, they likely judged there was no benefit in fighting further and might destroy the hub on their way back to the capital. Swallow and Patrick discussed the situation. Swallow said that from now on, it was no longer a fight between orcs and humans. Patrick agreed and explained that a conflict between humans, the Imperial Army and the Order, was about to begin. He added that while he was not completely certain, it was clear that the Empire would disappear. Swallow said that would be troublesome unless something could replace the Empire. Patrick admitted he did not know what Ms. Hexable was scheming but guessed that Swallow might have a plan. Swallow said he more or less did. Patrick realized that was why Swallow had stepped forward personally and reminded him to keep his promise. Swallow said that was why he was going and told Patrick to stop being so angry. Patrick asked what he would do next. Swallow said he did not know where Hexable was and thought he might head to Liaj first. The scene shifted to a man reporting to Garrett. He said he had been waiting for Deputy Acting Commander Lord Garrett Azanelja and that all homunculi units had completed deployment preparations. The scene shifted to the orcs. The Pope asked through an artifact if Kurak had ordered a retreat. Kurak said he had only given orders to his own legion and asked if the Pope had a problem with that. The Pope said he just wanted to know Kurak's intentions. He noted that if Kurak had continued his march, he could have wiped out the Imperial Army and asked why he had not. Kurak replied that was exactly what the Pope wanted. He added that although they had retreated, the Imperial Army was already broken and would surely return to Liaj. He said when the survivors returned, the mood of the humans would be easy to predict. The scene moved to the room where the Pope was sitting. Kurak asked the Pope what he had done while Kurak's army fulfilled its role and achieved victory. He said that because the Pope had failed his promise to keep the heroes tied to Liaj, many of his soldiers had died and his capable chieftains were gone. He said his grief ran so deep that he could unleash it all on the Pope and demanded an answer. The Pope admitted he had no excuse and that the heroes had displayed strength far beyond their expectations. Kurak said that was the Pope's problem for failing to keep even a single word, but added that he was willing to give him another chance. The Pope asked what Kurak meant by that with a smile. Kurak said that when the defeated imperial army returned to Liege, chaos would follow, and it would be the Pope's turn to collapse the empire from the inside. The scene moved as the Pope began to laugh. He apologized and said he had not expected Kurak to have such a plan, then asked what exactly Kurak wanted. Kurak told him to eliminate the heroes and divide the empire according to their contract. The Pope accepted this demand and suggested they should build more trust if they wished to maintain friendship after the empire fell. He said they would meet in Liege next time, and the connection ended. Daru informed Kurak that the link was closed. Kurak clenched his fist and asked how the funerals for the chieftains had been handled. Daru said each tribe had held them with sincerity. Kurak told him to inform the families that he would personally grant compensation and reorganize the forces of the tribes whose chieftains had been killed. He admitted his own weakness had cost many tribes their leaders. He said this was the final step and ordered everyone to head to Liege. Darin nodded in agreement. The scene shifted to Win. The fighter girl praised the hero, saying she was incredible and had taken no damage, yet it felt as if she could hurt. She called herself a holy relic and claimed that even with two great heroes present, either could land a wound on her. Win rushed forward and slammed her to the ground with a fist, then threw another punch, thinking about everything that had happened. She wondered why no one had told her anything and whether it was because they did not trust her or because she was not worthy of being called a hero. She wanted to know the truth. The girl stood up holding her shield. Win thought about why everyone had hidden things from her and wished no one would hide anything. She wanted to be a hero everyone could rely on and decided that she would become a true hero. Suddenly the girl saw many reflections of Win and thought it was impossible. Win continued slamming her fists, and the girl was surprised to feel the impact piercing through her relic, realizing this was what they called a hero. Win then slammed a punch into the girl's stomach. Rash Mare, observing the fight, wondered if someone like him even deserved to be called a former hero. Win stood holding the wounded girl's throat as blue mana flared around her. Garrett looked at the burning city and said that this was the plan the commander had prepared. The Third Eye asked if she had not already known and agreed. She admitted that even if he knew something, it was hard to feel it right away. He said the acting commander would call it a necessary sacrifice. She asked if this horrible sight, and these dying imperial citizens were really necessary sacrifices. She wondered what Win would think of all this. A man landed near them and said the orc army had breached the second wall. The Third Eye asked if they were moving faster than expected and if they were pushing straight for the palace. The man nodded and said Kurak was confirmed at the front and was commanding the entire force. The Third Eye told Garrett it was time to make a decision. Xian arrived and said everything was ready. Garrett turned to him and asked if the equipment was prepared too. Xian said he had received it from Win and Rezumer, and that they would arrive soon. She said she trusted his strength but confessed she did not know anymore. She had been ready to follow any order from AR and she still wanted to believe everything was for the Empire even after seeing this chaos, but her heart wavered. Xian floated in the air and said that was why it had to be done because they were the ones who had created these screams and this chaos. He said they would take responsibility and accept punishment, and that would be enough. Garrett nodded. Xian flew away and said he would go fulfill his mission. Garrett told the Third Eye that once Xian completed his mission, he should carry out the next step. He nodded in agreement. The scene shifted to Swallow, who asked the Azi Dahaka dragon if they had already reached Liege. He said that by carriage it took 2 months and the dragon was fast. Patrick said this was nothing and reminded him that the boss had reached Lady Melja's castle in less than half a day. Swallow said that had been because something was dropped by accident, and he had even apologized to Melju for it. Patrick said it was not a mistake but a failure. Swallow glared at him and thought about pushing him away so he would stop nagging, but he stopped himself because he could not handle the backlash. Patrick asked what the plan was since Hexable had not shown up. Swallow said that even if she was here, she was probably underground because the big one would not be out in the open. Patrick asked if they were heading down now and pointed out that many humans were still around. Swallow said not yet and told him to wander around for a bit more since it would take a few hours. Hexable was sharp and would not appear quickly. The scene shifted to the room where the Pope sat. A priest informed him that the orc horde had breached the second inner wall. He said the army was defending from the walls, but they were struggling because beasts controlled the skies. The Pope smiled and praised him. A man nearby laughed and said that when the priest went down, The maid would be waiting so he could rest. The priest thanked him and left. The Pope said he did not need to worry about such things. The man said it was important to stay in the good graces of the clergy because the brothers here were destined to become leaders of the empire. Outside, the Pope hugged a holy knight and said he had been waiting for him and thanked him for his efforts. He noticed the knight looked troubled and asked if something had happened again. The holy knight lowered his head and said that during the mission to defend the hub, they had clashed with UN Historia and had lost many brothers. The Pope hugged him again and said it was all right and he was simply glad the knight had completed his mission and returned safely. He said that if the knight had fought that heretic and still returned unharmed, then something important must have happened. The knight said the heroes had all been dealt with and asked if he could not hear the march of the orcs. The Pope said this was good and praised his contribution. He then told the gathered crowd that all the brothers were assembled before the holy war began. He said the orcs were advancing quickly and they needed to move the plan forward, and the knight's role would become even greater. He told everyone to prepare again. The knight asked if this was everyone gathered and if there were no more people. The Pope looked at him with wide eyes and asked if he was implying something. Suddenly the knight transformed into Siam. He said he would take it that everyone was present. The Pope shouted in shock and asked how Sion had arrived. He asked if the acting commander had sent him, then said he had heard the acting commander had lost consciousness. He shouted that Tracker Garop must have noticed. He said he did not know why Sion had come, but the empire was already finished, and he urged him to join their order instead of siding with heathens. Sion slowly rose from the ground and said he was not interested and that this was the end for all of them. A sudden blast shook the ground. The scene shifted to the third eye, who asked Garrett what that was. Garrett said it was the Pope's pendant and that the acting commander had secretly taken it earlier. She said that his breath had just stopped and now they could end the war. The scene shifted again. Swallow took a deep breath and said he had actually gone through with it. He looked grim and asked why humans never understood anything. The scene shifted once more. Wynn looked upward with wide eyes and asked what all of that was. Garrett apologized and said she had planned to tell her someday, but she could not hide it anymore. She said this was the truth AR had been hiding. In the sky many dragons appeared. The third eye pressed a button and said that everything had been turned off and now he wanted to see the results of their research. Many flying monsters, the infants of chaos, were released. The scene shifted to the battlefield where Kurak fought against the infants. He said he did not know what these things were. They had no intelligence or reason, yet they acted like living creatures and attacked anything they saw. Dara asked what he would do now. The troop loss was severe, but they could still advance. He said they had no information that the Empire had forces like this, and wondered if it was the work of the Order. Kurak said he did not know, but he needed to make a decision quickly. Suddenly his eyes widened and he roared. Buildings shattered around him as Hexable rose from the ground and began destroying everything. Kurak said there would be no retreat, and the Empire would fall today. The third eye widened his eyes and said it was impossible. Hexable of the Sand Hell, another boss of the Abyssal Cavern, had appeared. He said he had never heard of Abyssal Cavern bosses joining forces. Rashmare told Wynn that everything happening was unprecedented and asked where she was going. Wynn said she would be back and asked them to tell her everything when this was over. Garrett nodded. Rashmare said he felt like he would get sick today. Wynn told him he did not have to come. Rashmare said sending his disciple alone once was enough and that he would go with her to the end. She thanked him, ran forward, and told him to go. The scene shifted again. Patrick asked Swallow what he should do. Swallow told Patrick to handle the rest. Patrick asked if he meant Kurak and asked what Swallow planned to do. Swallow said he needed to talk with Hexable and jumped off the dragon as he Dahaka. Patrick asked the dragon to lower the altitude a bit. She asked if it was safe to send Swallow like that. Patrick said that if the boss were going to die from falling from this height, he would not have had so much trouble with him in the first place. The scene shifted to Garrett when the third eye shouted that if it were only the orcs and Kurak, the homunculi would be enough, but if Hexable became involved, everything changed. He said such a variable appearing suddenly was dangerous. Garrett said it would be fine because they had Wuin and Sir Rashmare, and no matter how great a boss of the Abyssal Cavern appeared, they could handle it. But then her eyes widened. She grabbed her arm in shock and wondered why the severed arm was reacting. It had never happened before. She asked herself why it was happening now. She looked upward and said that he had come. Meanwhile, inside the castle, Livison ran while bleeding and murmured that he had seen it. He said Swallow's name as he staggered forward. The scene shifted to the battlefield where Kurak fought the infants and finally defeated them. He stood tall again, but his eyes widened when he saw what appeared ahead. Sharp shards rose from the ground and Swallow transformed into his human form, standing between Hexable and Kurak. Swallow told everyone to stop moving with a grim expression. Meanwhile, Garrett shouted to summon the homunculi and warned them not to confront Swallow. The third eye said the infants would not obey any controls since that one had been giving them orders from the start. The infants rushed towards Swallow. Swallow sighed and said they really did not listen at all. He used magic and the pressure shook the ground. The infants shattered and their fluids spilled across the earth. He gathered mana around his hand and said that was fine and ears that listened were unnecessary. He called it the lowest grade magic lice orb. He raised his hand and formed a mana ball. He said it was better to have fewer of them, and threw the ball beside Garrett. The ground shattered and a thick dust blast filled the air. When the dust cleared, Swallow stood calmly and said there was too much dust. Kurak asked why Swallow had come and said their promise still had time left. Swallow said that was not why Kurak came and he would deal with him later. Kurak asked again why he had come, reminding him that Swallow had ordered them not to intervene in the war with the Empire. Swallow smirked and said Hexable was at Kurak's feet and asked if pretending not to notice was a sin. Kurak said if the reason was that he had not informed Swallow about the alliance with Hexable, then he would give compensation and an apology. But intervening in the war over that was not reasonable. Swallow said the alliance with Hexable had conditions, and the likely condition was to intervene if things became dangerous. Hexable in return had asked secretly for something from Lays and told them not to let Swallow find out. What should not have been discovered had been discovered by him, so he came. He asked if that explanation made sense. Then he said he still did not understand. He said he would count to 5 and that Kurak must make him understand. Kurak shouted in shock when Swallow began to count, but Swallow pushed him away with raw pressure. Swallow then turned to Hexable and told her she could speak, but she had to choose her words carefully. He said he had not killed her only because she belonged to someone, but if she tried anything, he would kill her without mercy and very painfully. He asked how much she had discovered. Kurak tried to sit up and wondered what Swallow was planning. Someone arrived and shouted that they were meeting again. It was Patrick, holding his axe. He said Swallow had left it behind and he had picked it up to return it. He said he had not intended to disrupt the plan, but Swallow had seemed worried about something and maybe that was why it had come to this. He said he had no personal feelings toward Kurak. Kurak said that for a Death Knight, Patrick talked a lot. Patrick said there was no rule that Death Knights had to speak less. He said he liked to talk before fighting because after fighting you could not talk with your opponent. He admitted he had been talking nonstop again, and then asked Kurak if he had anything to say. Kurak took his stance and said he had a lot to say, but they would speak after subduing him. Patrick readied himself as well and said very well, then they should begin. Kurak said he would ask only one thing first. He said Patrick was just a gatekeeper of Taigakko and asked if he truly believed he could beat him, the Legion commander Nokumble. He wondered who had come up with such a foolish tactic. Patrick said he had thought the boss of Taigakko was no big deal. He said it was not really a plan, just something their boss had come up with. Kurak said he had lived for more than 200 years and no matter how strong Patrick was, as undead he was weaker than Erebos. Patrick said he did not know since he had never fought Erebos, and that Kurak had lived 200 years under their boss. He said he himself had spent more than 150 years in a dungeon, never sleeping and only swinging his sword. They began to fight and their weapons clashed again and again. Each attack was met with a block. Azi Dahaka watched with wide eyes and thought the speed of the sword and axe meeting was faster than sound and both fighters moved at almost the same pace. She thought that without the shockwaves it would look like a practice sparring match. She thought Nokumble's power came from Kurak himself and that one individual was enough to be called Taigakko, yet a Death Knight was fighting evenly with such a boss. She wondered how Patrick could be only a gatekeeper. While fighting, Kurak admitted to himself that Patrick's skill matched his own. He thought that in a fight where a single mistake meant defeat, Patrick mixed his movements, as if showing off. From straight slashes to shifting attacks, he did not falter. They paused for a moment and faced each other. Kurak noticed that the Death Knight aimed for the axe's joint seam and wondered if he believed the red axe could break from that. Then he remembered that Patrick's sword was the sword of the hero Burn, who supposedly died at the primordial core, and thought there was a real chance his axe could break. Patrick rushed at him and swung his sword. Kurak raised his axe to block, but his eyes widened. Patrick slammed a kick into him and Kurak was sent flying back. Kurak said with blood dripping from his mouth that he could not remember how many decades had passed since he was last wounded like that. He admitted that the primordial core even had gatekeepers at such a level. He held his sword and said it was unfortunate for the Death Knight because this time it would be his victory, and without arms no one could win. Patrick stood calmly while holding an axe and asked if Kurak was looking for it. Kurak stared with wide eyes and wondered how someone like that could really be a mere gatekeeper, and how in an instant he had struck him and taken the axe from the floor. Patrick rushed forward and said they were in the middle of a fight, and he was going in without hesitation as he called out to Kurak. Hexable, she explained her past in a low and shaken voice. She said she had once been happy, living her days being acknowledged by a great being. She felt fulfilled as if her whole existence was complete just by serving him. She protected the place where he lived and spent decades feeling grateful for every moment shared with him. But with just a single careless word from him, she watched a once great kingdom disappear in only half a day. She wondered why he did such things and why he created a dungeon despite having such power. Extreme loneliness and a complete halt in her thoughts broke her. She said she could not even understand her own mind. Terror twisted her, and fear overwhelmed her until she could no longer stay by his side. She fled and created her own dungeon called Sand Hell. She settled deep in the desert surrounding the 5 kingdoms and grew stronger despite many human invasions. Later the Empire rose and named her dungeon Taigako. When humans attacked again, she saw something in Castia. During the battle against the human once called Holy Dragon and later called Hero, she defeated him. In the ruins beneath the kingdom she found something she had forgotten. She felt fear again. She found something that did not belong to their world. A strange domain beyond understanding. Her children changed just by being near it. She buried it deep so only she could reach it. She said decades passed as she fought the 5 kingdoms. No hero ever appeared again in Castia. At first she thought it was coincidence, but later she became sure. The moment the hero vanished was the same moment she took that mirror from the altar. She reminded that she had mentioned at the last Taigako meeting that she had been too busy to visit lately. She said she had truly been busy and spent a long time trying to prove the mirror was connected to the hero. She had felt sure it was not a coincidence. She discovered other objects similar to that mirror and began to think about who could have given such things to humans. She admitted she was not good with words and had struggled to explain it before, but after thousands of attempts she finally reached a result. She opened her mouth wide and said the mirror had started to swallow her and forced her to understand it. She realized she had never been able to grasp it because it did not belong to their world. For a being born in this world, it was natural to fail to understand it. She felt a growing desire to know more. She wanted to understand a little more and learn a little more. She said that was why she turned her attention to the Empire. The Empire had 3 heroes. Among them, the blue-haired hero felt different from all the holy heroes and champions she had seen before. She believed something special existed within the Empire. Something that could create a hero even greater than the mighty one she once served. She said she wanted it, and wanted to know and understand. She wished to become more like her master. She transformed into a girl and said she believed this was her chance. With growing curiosity she asked him what exactly he was preparing. Swallow smirked as he began to shift into his monster form, and he said she was unbelievably smart. As he dehaka, she observed Patrick and Kurak clashing and said the Empire would end up half destroyed if the fight continued. The air shook with fierce force, like the cutting winds of the White Mountains. The scene shifted to earlier when Patrick had spoken to Swallow. Patrick said the boss acted like a hidden mastermind, the one behind the curtain, always seated out of sight while watching everything without stepping in. He said the actors on the stage never realized they moved according to a script and could not question what lay behind the curtain. He thought everything needed for the stage always came from that hidden place. Swallow agreed and said he liked that position. He thought to himself that people on stage never wondered about what lay beyond the curtain, but sometimes, very rarely, someone became curious. Now Swallow, in monster form, said it was admirable. He said only around 10 people per century tried to look behind the curtain, maybe hundreds in total. The most recent had been Erebos, but that one only had suspicion. Someone like Hexable was the first of her kind, though he added even that might not be fully right. Hexable asked what he was preparing. Swallow changed back to human form and said she should have found that out already and asked if that was all she had discovered. She nodded and said all her earlier ideas needed to be confirmed before she could continue her investigation. He told her she could think that way, but even if all her guesses were correct, he wondered why someone as smart as her would take such a reckless risk. He stepped forward and said she had spent decades in the same dungeon with him, so she should know how he acted. He told her she must have some plan if she was standing before him with such confidence. She said it was not like she could only stand before him if she could defeat him. She asked if it would be a problem for him if the empire were destroyed, since it seemed important to him, and he had come in person. He asked if she planned to take the empire hostage. She nodded and said it was normally impossible, but in this chaos, killing humans was nothing. Being close to the imperial palace made it easier. She had released her children everywhere, not just here. She said she now thought she knew where the empire's alien object was located. She thought to herself that her children shared their minds with her, so even if her body died, she could be reborn. He asked what she would do. Suddenly the area darkened. She widened her eyes and looked at Swallow's mocking face, wondering why he was laughing. Swallow raised his hand and said everything was fine, but she had completely misjudged one thing. She realized something had gone wrong. She had thought the imperial family was indispensable to him. He asked what she was doing, pointing out she had even unlocked his shackles and transformed him into Nitocris's thing, and asked why she did not at least swing that arm. Hexable roared loudly as Wen appeared behind him, clenching her fist. He turned with wide eyes and a sudden blast shook the ground. The scene shifted to Patrick, who said the boss had done it again, and he was the one who had to clean up. He thought it was maddening and worried that if the attacks continued, they could die too. Karak raised his sword and said it was time to finish this. They rushed toward each other. Orcs lay defeated on the ground when Karak thought about their weakness. He realized that being weak as a species did not mean each individual was weak. Orcs were being wiped out over time because they had not evolved. It was not about intelligence or lifespan, he thought. Orcs did not learn, and only evolution could ensure survival. While fighting Patrick, he thought humans offered lessons they needed. He wanted to unite the scattered orc tribes and build a nation to survive alongside humans. That was his solution for orc survival, but the Empire had rejected it. Instead of understanding, they had responded with hostility, and had labeled their struggling nation Nilkumbal as Taigakul. Patrick thought the average lifespan of an orc was about 30 years, but Karak had lived over 200. He had wanted to fight Karak since the first moment he saw him, and wondered if Karak had transcended his own species. Sparks flew as they clashed, shaking the ground with pressure. When they stood face to face, Karak realized he had made a mistake. His opponent was a skeleton who would not feel pain or exhaustion. Karak thought he must have lost too much blood and wondered if he alone was being chased by time. He clenched his fist and called on the great ancestors for strength. A red aura burst around him as he stepped forward and said he had kept Patrick waiting. Patrick readied his stance and said he was impressed, admitting he had not expected to be entertained this much, and invited Karak to attack. They rushed at each other again, slamming weapons as the ground shattered and pieces flew everywhere. They clashed repeatedly, sending each other flying back. Karak thought he could not die here and could not lose. He fought for the orcs, for their growth and survival, believing this was the true path. They ran at each other once more, and Patrick stopped.